hustling those African.
We up day and night. We roll it up to keep my soul alive. She took this money and say, boy, you right. Party through the day and night. And we up whipping hot, space trip astronaut. Split your sunroof top, nonchalant. Peep your parking lot, this that fuck your block. She's my rock, you my kryptonite. Yeah, you keep me high, and I know you bad, but I love you all day. I'm saying, she told.
Check. What's up, Miss Cat? Oh, I ain't even got my audio on. I'm tripping. Hold on. Can you hear me?
Yep, I hear you. Sorry, I had it on mute.
Howdy bad, people. Back in this mother.
All right.
I got some pizza and shit. And some big ass pieces of shit.
You got what going on?
I'm good.
Gosh, today's Monday. You got pizza? Where's that pizza from?
I believe Kirkland. You see my face?
Wait, Kirkland, is that from Costco?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, okay.
You know,
Yeah, they got-
On August 15th, 2020, I stand before you as the first candidate for Vice President of the United States of South Asian descent. People of India and
what?
You
Did she
couldn't
say
hear it. It was
South?
too low.
Oh, it's too low. Hold on. There's a lot of rocking that's going on. All right. I'm gonna leave my camera like that. There's a lot of rocking that's going on in the back. So, Miss Cat, why I got that in my face like that, man? Stupid. Oh, let me turn my mic up. Be quiet, man. People, sorry. There's a lot. You never knows what's going on, man. I got things moving on in the background. I'm eating pizza. You know, man.
Just ghetto. This is ghetto, y'all.
This is super ghetto, but it's a podcast.
Usually I'm the one eating.
This is how podcast is what podcast supposed to be. I don't know why I keep showing this example thing on my screen. Can you see that? I'm trying to see if it's on.
And no, I see Muhammad Ali.
You see Muhammad Ali?
I've never seen that picture before, I don't think.
Where my remote at? Right. Miss Cat.
Mm-hmm.
You know, Kamala literally came out and announced her true fate and identity.
What do you mean true identity? What you mean?
We got shit you got SAMR or some shit with everything. Anyway,
What are you talking about? Her true identity.
Look, she literally came out and told everybody that she ain't black without saying she ain't black. It's like tell me you ain't black without saying you ain't black.
I don't get what do you mean?
today on August 15th, 2020, I stand before you as the first candidate for Vice President of the United States of South Asian descent. People of India.
Oh, so she tried to just say she's South Asian descent and that's it.
She tried? What the fuck?
Yeah, but I mean, she's already
Today on August 15th, 2020, I stand before you as the first candidate for Vice President of the United States of South Asian descent. People of
Explain that, black women. Black women, all you 57.9 million of y'all who went to the polls or went to that little meeting Y'all paid all that money. Y'all had to raise $80 million or some odd type of money. Hey, it's my motherfucking podcast. I can motherfucking talk like this. You know why? Because I'm eating a piece of pizza. And it's my show. Miss Cat's show. Miss Cat, you got a problem with me eating pizza, Miss Cat? No. Thank you.
Please eat. I'd rather you be eating than smoking.
People, Miss Cat, I do like chicken. Hold on, Miss
Eat
Cat.
another piece of pizza. No, here's the thing with that. She is trying to say that though, so that she can gain the
She's
Asian
not
vote.
trying to say anything. Why do women interpret words? Hear what they're actually saying.
No, she said it, but I'm saying she's trying to just gather those votes.
As an Asian descent woman.
Because she is. So she's trying to gather those votes because she already came with her black band and her black school she went to. So now she has to let Asians know, hey, I'm not just black, I'm also Asian. So that's all that was. She's just trying to get some votes from that
Not
group.
just black. She specifically said Asian descent.
Because she is
no, she didn't say African American and Asian descent. She didn't say Black American and Asian descent.
No, she didn't.
Thank you. She said Asian descent.
But when she did say, when she was like, "Oh yeah, I'm black. My dad's black," or blah blah blah, she didn't mention her Asian descent when she was talking to the black people about her blackness.
Of course, because she wanted to pander. She wanted to pander.
Well, but that's what politicians do. They trying to get all the votes from everybody.
It's called pandering.
So the more she can relate to everybody.
That's Hillary Clinton doing the jig.
Hillary Clinton can't really do the jig.
Huh?
Hillary Clinton can't really do the jig because she's not like mixed with anything.
That's the whole point. What's up, Marge? That's what I'm saying. Do you know Kamala Harris washed her greens in the tub? She said, I washed so much greens on a Christmas day to where we had to wash some of the other greens in the tub. I said, you dirty.
I mean,
that's tea time, y'all. Shout out.
I think.
Yeah, I know. Tribe Nation.
I'm out, bro.
I'll see you in a minute. I'm gonna call you.
I'm going to open mics.
Okay.
Yeah, I got to do it. I'll let them do my business for them.
Problem.
I'm out.
I'll see you in a minute.
Okay?
Please. I'll send you a quote and all that good stuff.
All right, bro.
So,
I think that when people are mixed descent, they have all this pressure to like fit into one group or admit that you're one person or one thing, and they have that pressure that they have to like not deny their other side. Your kids are going to go through the same thing. And so she's trying to cover her tracks, and she's probably talking about she's a black woman, all this, and all the Asian people are probably like, well, isn't your mom this and that? So now she felt like, oh, I need to.
Don't put words in this woman's mouth. Don't put words in that woman's mouth.
I'm just telling you, that's how it is. Everybody who's mixed tells you that. They feel pressure to choose a side.
Are you mixed?
All of us are mixed. But I would never say I'm half this or half that. Like, I am what you see me as.
Miss Cat, the whole point is the lady did not. My whole point is she did not identify with African or black American descent. Her family.
On that clip, she didn't. You know, we can find a clip of her saying.
Hold on. May I have to remind you?
I'm not going to sit here and say I'm going to do something that's only going to benefit black people. No. Today, on August 15th, 2020, I stand before you as the first candidate for Vice President of the United States of South Asian descent. I'm not going to sit here and say I'm going to do something that's only going to benefit black people.
She sounded so black right there.
Oh my gosh, this gotta be.
No, you know she did when she was like, she was popping in the chair. Like, I'm not gonna sit there and say I'm gonna only do stuff. You know, she was doing the neck twirling and I said, go, girl.
She just got that from going to HBCUs. That's it. You know what I mean? Going for HBCUs. That ain't too hard. You know, Sway Lee. So the word is Sway Lee. Sorry that I'm eating, people, but I'm hungry as fuck. Right? I'm just hungry as fuck. But, oh, my bad. Apparently, let me turn my camera off, people. Apparently, Sway Lee has something to say to
Who's
her.
Sway Lee?
Sway Lee is a rapper.
Oh.
He's a rapper. Miss Cat.
Mm-hmm.
He's a rapper. Okay.
Yo, Kai.
Sway Lee. Sway Lee had an issue with Kamala.
A lot of
And it's
people
been
do.
going around. Huh?
A lot of people do. That's not a secret.
Well, this is horrible with this camera. I don't know why that I even like bothered it. Like,
What was his issue though?
I'll bring that up throughout the show, but this totally just took me off of my fucking Richter right, like my whole movement right now, man. Like this is so totally off. Like this camera, it's like bothering me. This cat, I don't know why.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people have issues with her just because I think they didn't like the propaganda, and you know, I don't know. People have issues with both sides, I guess.
She's full of shit. I mean, the peanut butter cookie people.
Why do you say that? What has she done to make you feel that way?
Like many politicians, they pander to get votes, and you wonder why the elites don't give a damn anymore. Also, the HBCU taught Kamala very well. Come on, my nigga. Come on, Mars. Come on, Mars. It says Sway Lee, ain't he related to the Gorillas? No, he's actually from a band called Ray Schmurder. Oh no, Ray Schwimmer. I'm sorry, Ray Schwimmer. He's from that band, but he has something to say. I'll bring that up in a second. Speaking of the whole Kamala issue, this is going on about old Joe.
People think Joe Biden. People think Joe Biden is not alive anymore since this is the last time we saw him over 5 days ago. There's people on the internet that are pretty high profile claiming that Joe Biden was being rushed to a university medical center and then suddenly put on Air Force One and nobody has heard from him since. The other thing is that since he has actually signed his letter saying that he is dropping out of the race, people are wondering whose signature this is because they said that this signature up here does not match any of the other ones that he's ever signed. This person, Laura Loomer, is claiming that she's been told that Joe Biden didn't even write this letter, that Joe Biden's attorney, Steve Ricchetti, actually wrote it. Not to mention on Google Trends, the term "Is Joe Biden unalive" have surpassed "donate to Kamala Harris," even though Kamala supposedly raised the most money in a single day in history yesterday. People are more worried about, is Joe Biden even alive? Remember, this is the last.
Now,
They say she raised more money than anybody in history.
Hey, I think it's conspiracy. If you ask me, I don't know.
Wait, did they say she raised more money than anyone in history yesterday? That's what he said at the end.
Oh my gosh,
It's kind of weird.
I don't believe anything that's coming from the left anymore.
I don't think Joe's dead. That would have been a national, come on, they would have mentioned that.
I don't know.
They mentioned Nancy Reagan died, and I thought she had been already dead years ago. You know what I mean? So they're definitely going to say something if he dies.
Yeah.
I don't hate the guy, I just don't think he's right. He wasn't the right fit.
Who? Your boy? Oh, Joey.
Don't say my boy.
Hey, yo, Joey. Hey, yo, Joey. You did a great job, man.
You sound like those New Yorkers.
Joey. Huh?
You sound like a New Yorker or a Jersey guy. No, I'm just saying he did the right thing by stepping down. I give him that.
Hey, yo, Joey. What I say, bang, man. Let's do what they do, man. That was a horrible.
You had a little bit of
that was some extra other shit. Anyway, people, we have YG catching predators. Yes. Middle finger to all you motherfucking child predators. YG is better than me. I want to say he is better than me. I commend him for having compassion in the way he did before I play this video. But I want to tell you guys, if it was me and he said something smart, this child predator said something smart to my daughter,
there will be problems and repercussions.
Yeah, y'all wouldn't be having this podcast right now. I would be in prison because I would be still whooping the shit out of his corpse. People, men, this is a message to the men.
Okay, I'm already in this. Like, I'm not trying to.
Oh, show you.
Now, that was a quick view. I got an extended video. I just wanted to give y'all a quick view.
Yeah, because I'm like, huh?
Of what this was experience that was going on. I know it's like, you know what I mean. I had that sent to me from one of the tribe members from the Tribe Nation had sent me that, but I was trying to I thought they sent me a longer one, but that was my fault. I should have looked at the video. My bad. Because I know y'all be nosy. I know y'all be like really dumb nosy. So I'm gonna go ahead and get this for y'all. But period. YG and some team members or some people had caught this child predator trying to seduce, try to, I guess, get with this minor. And
who's YG?
He's a rapper.
Okay, so is that you got to tell me who the black guy that knocked the chair? That's right. He's the predator. Right.
Really? You think he'll be
the predator, or was the white guy the predator?
The white cat.
Okay. Because everybody was sitting there calm in that video. That's why I'm like, well, I don't know what's going on here.
Well, so let me go ahead and get this for you guys because I have another one that was here that was sent to me. Shut up, Buck. Just shut up.
I was like, somebody's whining. Is that the doggy?
Yeah, it's my dog whining, man. He's just like, Bucky, come on, buddy. You know, you got to be nice to your dog over camera. But when the camera's off, no.
Nice to your dog all the time. Now, that's what I don't like is people who use, like, animals.
Huh?
That's what I cannot tolerate, people who abuse animals. Like, that's a...
Renee Buck. What's up? What's good, family? Look, everybody in this motherfucker. She said, you better not. It's just a crap show since we live in the information age. Now people are becoming aware of what's going on. Better late than I guess. Sway. Okay, I got that one. Hold on, I'm gonna play this video right quick because I think it's very important that I take a moment to play this. Now, Miss Cat, the video I'm playing is them. This is like them grouping together where YG and this guy had, you know, I guess this is a thing that's going on, which is kind of a shot at, you know, Drake. It is a shot at Drake, you know what I mean? Because you know how Drake is accused of messing with minors, but YG did record with minors. Huh?
I thought Drake was just like not ghetto enough. I didn't know like there was another
not ghetto enough. Are you serious?
Not black enough or whatever y'all was saying?
Wow.
Now you saying he nasty?
Damn, she wrong, y'all. Y'all hear that? Yeah, that's crazy. That's crazy. But hold on. I gotta do shit right. Hold on, let me get it right. Okay, it's about to end in
10. Now this is the meeting up right quick. This is the meeting up and doing this whole thing. You can check this out right quick. And then I'll play the video of them getting.
Happy to have you here. So what it do, catching. What's up, brother? Vitaly. Pleasure, nice to meet you. Thank you guys so much for coming. Yo, say what's up to the chat. We got 30,000 people watching that chat. YG, so what should we do?
Now, people check. Now this is big. Why? Because this is Myron from Fresh and Fit. Right? I thought this was a fucking joke. And if anybody know about Myron talks a lot of shit. He's been saying a lot of bunch of stuff towards women. He's really known from that. Then he got huge. He got huge in the black community in the controversial world when we was talking about race because he talks a lot of shit amongst black people. He say a lot of shit amongst amongst black women. He talk very shit, crazy shit. You think I talk shit? This motherfucker blank. Anyway, so it was kind of weird to see him team up with YG to do this whole show. It's kind of weird. You know what I mean? He didn't do all that. Well, black FBA, black people don't. He didn't. He kept it straight cordial, shook his hand, as you can see. But that's Myron. You see the shirt right here that says Fresh and Fit. And that's Myron. Checking.
Yeah, happy to have you here. So what it do, catching. What's up, brother? Vitaly. Pleasure, nice to meet you. Thank you guys so much for coming. Yo, say what's up to the chat. We got 30,000 people watching that chat. YG, so what should we do? We just had a crazy.
Go to Cell Block 1.
Yeah.
You heard that? That was a shot at Drake. Cell Block 1. Yeah, you know what that is?
No.
I knew it.
That's
from Kendrick Lamar diss.
Is that a song of his or something?
Oh my god. He said, "Hey Drake, if you don't want to go to Cell Block 1, you know." Okay, anyway, I'm not gonna even go through this.
Yeah, I don't know that song. Are you looking at the
So here's the video. Let me go ahead and get it for you. Here's the video of the whole debacle of what went down. Cause I know y'all like, well, damn, play me the video where whoop, right? Now this is crazy because he said, "Where we gonna sit him, Drake? We're gonna sit him to Cell Block 1." You know what I mean? I think
yeah, happy to have you here. So what it do, catching. What's up, brother? Vitaly. Pleasure, nice to meet you. Thank you guys so much for coming. Yo, say what's up to the chat. We got 30,000 people watching that chat. YG, so what should we do? We just had a crazy.
Go to Cell Block 1.
Yeah. Yeah, happy to have you.
Why are you stopping at the same place?
No, that was the end of it, right? It was a clip. Now that was a clip of that event. People could go watch more of it if you want to. You know what I mean? Here's another small clip. You know what I mean? Here's another small clip of the.
I don't even do this shit, bro. You finna go get the ass. You do this shit.
Ooh.
Watch them out.
That's the interaction of the dude, the sex predator.
I don't even do this shit, bro. You finna go get the ass. You do this shit.
Ooh.
Watch them out.
He said, "Watch him out."
So I'm just saying these are. It's kind of. I was a little conflicted, right? I wasn't conflicted with the whole predator shit. That should them dudes. They should take out them dudes all day. Yeah, kill them dudes. But I would just kind of like. I would just just kind of like, damn. Myron is there. Myron is involved in this. So that's what kind of struck me. I don't know if anybody knows the history about that. I'll be doing a podcast later throughout the week about, my whole issue about the whole Myron shit. But because it's different, you know what I mean? So to see him with YG and this or whatever the case may be. But it's cool to see YG, team up with people to get these weird ass niggas off the streets and send them to Cell Block 1. You know what I mean? Y'all go meet y'all daddy Drake. So I mean, I'm not look. That's allegedly. I'm not saying Drake is. I'm saying, you know what I mean. The question is on the map right now, and is men Myron is trying to expand his brand. He is trying to go mainstream. I see that, and that's the crazy part I'm saying. That's the weird part I'm saying. I think I'm looking at here. He's trying to now jump on with the black community, but I think it's gonna backfire him because cats go punch him in the face one day because of what he said about black folks. As you should. I said as you should. Hope your night enjoy your night, Miss Cat. Wow, catch.
I'm like, I don't know none of these people, so.
Well, I know that's the I mean I gotta update you. So the whole point of these videos I was playing is to kind of talk to men.
Take care of your kids.
Well, the men that actually care about society, the men that actually are in like a heroic or that have a heroic mindset to protect the youth, right? We have to literally watch out for other men who wants to take over the youth. I think that's something that was never explained. There's never been a community. Heroic. That's a heroic point of view. Like it's a heroic thing to, what I mean. It is. You don't think that's heroic?
That's a lot on it. I don't think you need to be a predator. No, I'm saying, do you need to be a hero to just like?
That's what I'm talking about. No. Oh my God. See, this is when. Thank you, Miss Cat, because I saw something today that was so impactful. I'm glad you said it because it goes to show you that some people are just too. You can make things so simple that they'll take it complex, right? Like consciousness is a thing of knowing. And sometimes a person who is so conscious can say something that's in a godlike factor, right? Like in a allegorical or a scientific or a parable way, right? Mm-hmm. And in order to say something like that or to kind of view things in that way, you have to have some sense of deep consciousness, right? And that's the only thing I'm talking about when I mention having a heroic mindset. You know what I mean? Like you think it's on a hero, being a hero. And to men, that don't mean that. That means protecting the weak, protecting the vulnerable, protecting what can protect itself. Because we're men and we're built for that. You know what I mean? That's what I'm talking about. But when people take it in this, you saying that's being a hero, but to look at it as a hero, that's the same thing the Christians did to this whole fucking Olympic episode. And we're talking about it today, people. We're talking about the Olympics and what happened at the Olympics, right? That's exactly what the Christians did. They said, it looks like the Last Supper and they're mocking us. And you don't have to.
I am so confused though. Like, what is going on? The Olympics and Christians. I was like, what is he talking about? So this might be interesting because I don't know what's going on.
So let's get to the comments.
Like, what?
Let's get to the comments real quick. He said,
is Olympics going on right now?
Because YG ain't get a hood nigga involved. Not saying he ain't fighting against, right? Yeah, you know what, Walt, too? I ain't gonna lie, Walt. I did see something up there I believe it's a little bit scripted in a way too, Walt. Because it's just, but I guess I was just kind of seeing the message in it, right? And I was pulling a message out of it. You know what I mean? Was men who are in a heroic mindset or want to protect the vulnerable, protect the weak, protect the ones that can't protect themselves. I think those men should really step up and become a community. So it shows that, look, we out here, we watching you weird ass, predator ass motherfuckers who are, where grandma can't even walk to the store safely, where your child can't even ride her bike down to the street to her friend's house and come back safely. I don't know if anyone heard about the little Asian girl, 15 years old, rode her bike off and she was missing. Like, this is, you know what I mean? Like, I'm damn,
no, the way you said it, you said she rode her bike off and then she was missing. And it's like, I don't think it kind of like happened like that, but it's just funny the way you said it. I'm sorry. It's just like somebody rode their bike off into like the abyss or something.
I mean, that's what it looked like. No, I'm like, so I'm joking. I'm damn, man.
It's
Look,
not
we
funny
just
though.
it's not funny. It's not funny. We're having a conversation. This is a conversation we be having. It's a podcast. Shit. It ain't supposed to be, it's supposed to be unscripted and unfiltered. Anyway, so I'm just saying, fellas, we gotta separate ourselves from the weird ones. All right, fellas, separate ourselves from the weird ones. All right, Cat, go ahead and give me that beautiful smile real quick. Look, she did that. Hanky
No, because people like say, "Oh, you look totally different when you smile. You need to smile more. Why you be looking mean?" I'm like, I'm not a mean person. I just can't sit in somewhere like this the whole time. It's kind of weird.
Look, she said, "Not funny." No, it's not funny. It's not funny. It's not funny. Joaquin said, "Okay, I get it. The message, not the person or the people." Right, right. You got it. They should have recruited the guy that knocked out Ice Cube. Just kidding. Oh, you talking about Debo? Debo passed, man. Damn, rest in paradise to Debo, man. I think he passed already. But Miss Cap, let's go into this whole subject about this whole. Well, since I said something about it, damn, I wanted to play it so bad. Okay, I'm gonna switch. Okay,
really on one.
Yeah, hold on. Let's just play this whole thing. Look, the Christians took this they took this because I wanted to go somewhere else because what was in my list, but because of our conversation, I just wanted to. Anyway, the Christians took something out of proportion, Miss Cat. And I don't feel that's
about the real Olympics, like right now Olympics. The Olympics is going on.
The Olympics just happened, and they took something out of proportion, and it's not suiting them well. Hold on. Okay, I just want to make sure I got all my stuff. Here. And it's not suiting them well, Miss Cat. And so I kind of wanted to see if this it wouldn't go. Okay. So here's the opening. This was the opening of the show. Here's a little snippets of 30. Now, that intro, that very quick intro, the Christians took that and said that looks like the Last Supper, right? And
some Christians, because I'm a Christian, I didn't see that as a Last Supper. It looked like a fruity fashion show,
a fruity gathering. I get you, all right? And all I'm saying is, I believe they took it out of proportion because, really, bro. I'm trying to talk to my people, to the tribe, and you really...
He ain't getting the attention he needs.
Give me 1 second, Tribe Nation. Give me 1 second.
Neglecting the doggy. You guys, like he should be. I have no idea why Christians would look at that and say it looks like the Last Supper, because it did not. And as a Christian myself, a proud follower of Christ, the best I can, we did not see that as the Last Supper. For those who are used to seeing fashion shows and art, this looks like art. So, more importantly, why is that the opening of the Olympics? That's what's confusing.
So I'm gonna try to.
A fashion show is not like really a sport. So
I kind of looked at it as it was just a runway show. It was just showing off fashion. What was it else?
It's not a sport, so why was that like a thing? So is that the French version of the Olympics? Like,
yeah, it was in France. Just so we can get one more shot of that. Check it out.
So many of those things so ingrained in French culture.
That shot right there, Miss Cat, is what they're calling the Last Supper.
If the Last Supper don't have food, that's a problem, because there was no food on that table.
Well, I wanted to break this down a little bit more before we get to the comments because they're coming in fucking crazy.
Oh, did you see what Walt said? He said fashion shows has been a part of the Olympics for decades. I did not know that.
Yeah.
I had no idea that was a part of like sports. I think it's just an event, right? It's not like actually an Olympic sport.
The Last Supper had no DJ.
And no food. You know what I'm saying, girl? That ain't no Last Supper. I need to see some chips and dip or something. There was no food on that table.
This right here, did it represent this? Because, God, they look really familiar, don't they? Gotta love that headdress, too, right?
Feast of Dionysus, not the Last Supper.
In ancient Greece, there was a god like no other. Dionysus, the god of wine, ecstasy, and madness. He was born from the forbidden affair between Zeus, the king of the gods, and a mortal woman, Semele. But his birth was no ordinary one. It brought about jealousy and rage from Hera, Zeus's wife. Driven by her anger, Hera tricked Semele into doubting Zeus's divinity, leading to her untimely demise. But Zeus saved Dionysus by sewing him into his thigh until he was ready to be born again. Dionysus grew up to be a powerful and enigmatic deity, roaming the earth with his loyal followers, the Maenads.
Stirring frenzy and chaos wherever he went. His worshippers reveled in wild orgies and rituals, losing themselves to the intoxicating power of wine and music. But Dionysus was not all revelry and joy. His wrath could be as destructive as his celebrations were euphoric.
Now that was interesting. The cool thing is, if you go to Athens, I went to Athens in November, as you know. I went to see like all those Greek mythology gods. They still have like sculptures and parts of the building where supposedly this god, the people who worship that god lives and stuff. It's crazy. Like all that stuff is still there in Athens.
I think we sometimes we want to see what we want to see until the person explains. Now I have the video of the people apologizing for that, and I didn't see why they had to apologize if people would have just done their own fucking research, and nobody did that. Why? Because they took it to the extreme and said it was mocking Christians and it was mocking Jesus, and it clearly when you do your research, it clearly shows. Right? So that's why when I did the video, I put both of those pictures together to kind of show people of the same thing of what this guy looked like and what the Olympics were doing. And it makes sense. It makes sense, right? I just think that sometimes people want to see what they want and they make claims on it, and then it starts taking wildfire. And now you'll have these pastors and churches saying, well, this is why, look what they're doing at the Olympics, and look at the LGBT, look what they're doing to the Olympics, look how they mock God, and they like nobody is going to, like, you have to understand, Ms. Kat, there's a lot of people that just take it from face value. There's a lot of people that just take it from strictly what the news reporter said. If the news reporter said they were mocking Jesus, the old man in the coffee shop with his wife in the South is going to think that they're mocking Jesus. They're not going to go on their phone to do research. Well, are they mocking Jesus for real? They're not. You know what I mean? I'm just
First of all, the stuff that they were doing was very deep in Greek mythology type stuff. And you have to understand the history of the Olympics was in Athens, Greece, where Greek mythology was, where those spiritual things took place. So like that's gonna be embedded in the Olympics. Now that part makes sense. I didn't know they did that at the beginning of the Olympics. Maybe they just don't show it here in the US or something. I don't know. But I've never seen the beginning ceremony of the Olympics being like that. But I mean, I don't see how it's mocking I still don't see that correlation. I do see that it was kind of fruity or Sodom and Gomorrah-ish, but I don't know about the mocking of but Greek mythology is a real thing. It's still studied, but not like it's not worshipped and stuff like that. Even in Athens, Greece, most people are like Christians. So that's what's kind of weird. But all those things are still there. And I mean, I don't look at it as like Greek mythology. I look at it as Satanism, I think that's called. But
you look like you would be a fat Cupid.
Me?
He said, I know, Mars said, I did a play about ancient Greece and I dressed up as a fat Cupid. The guy in charge of the outfits was making fun of me, so I left him a brown surprise in my way.
Gross. I love the
black ass.
Mars, I love Greek mythology when it comes to like the theatrical part of it.
Joaquin says you have to understand Greek mythology. Also, study the Roman. It will explain a lot about what the Olympics really is. Yeah.
It started in Greek mythology. That's why I'm wondering why would people be so offended with the Olympics altogether when that's where it started.
Yeah. Also,
it's actually still there to this day. You can go there and see like where the first Olympics was like done. It's like such a neat situation. But
hey, look, I just wanted to help filter out some BS. So if y'all hear anybody that's talking about, oh no, they took that's the Last Supper, blah blah blah, you tell them no, you should go watch Christian versus the Olympics at the Tribe Nation podcast, because it literally explains the deity that they were praising to, which is fucking, and because that's a whole nother conversation.
Yes, it is.
That dude is
Dionysus.
This motherfucker just love fucking. He loves madness. He loves wine. He loves ecstasy. And his majority of his followers are women.
What?
And then while I was studying,
the majority of whose followers are women?
Dionysus. Oh, that's his name, Dionysus, right? Right. Yeah, but while I was studying,
why do you think they're women?
Huh?
Why do you think most of his followers are women?
Because y'all easy to get to. That makes sense. Wine, talk to. Come on, man. Y'all easy as fuck. So the whole another
one following Dionysus.
Okay. Yeah, okay. It's Greek mythology. Who knows? Cool. But while I was studying this guy, I came upon another. Now, this is crazy, y'all. I came upon another person named Hermaphrodites.
Mm-hmm.
And I was bugging out. I'm like, Hermaphrodites? What the hell? Well, apparently, they was talking about this river, how this river, it turns men feminine. It makes men feminine.
Because Hermaphrodites is both man and woman.
Huh?
She's the god that she can turn into whatever, man and woman.
No, she was well, I don't know. Maybe it's true. I don't know. What I came up on, I'm not gonna say that that's false, but all I know is what I came up on was it was a lake, and there was a goddess of this lake, and the goddess of this lake it's like she was, she was loved, but her name was Hermaphrodites. And there was a guy that she loved so much, she thought this man was just so beautiful. She was like, oh my God, he's just gorgeous. And every time he would come to the lake, she would try to get him to go into the lake by doing certain things in the lake. Anyway, long story short, this dude gets naked and he takes a swim in the lake. Well, she finally gets her chance to get up under his, right? But she's, the lover of this lake or whatever. Anyway, she wraps her wings around this guy and immersed herself with him. And she asked the gods, say, can she be with him at once? And the gods granted her that wish. And when they did that, they became as one. So it made sense. Hermaphrodite. No, I'm joking. But that's a real thing. It's supposedly a real thing, though.
No, what's real is there are Greek gods, and what's crazy about it all you Black people that are in sororities and all that, those all go back to them worshiping some kind of Greek god.
Yes, that's it.
And
That
that's
is
why
another
it's
one.
very
That
dangerous. All
is.
these alphas and
Yes.
all these people who are Omega Phi Psi and Delta Sigma and all this stuff. If you go back and look on their rings, if you look on their emblems and stuff, it's all like Greek gods and like demonic sources and stuff like that. And so that's the scary thing about it. When you say you're Greek, well, what are you really? Who are you really worshiping?
Yeah, because that's the part used to trip me out.
To.
And that's the part that tripped me out, Miss Cat, that how Black folks wanted to be a part of a Greek deity.
So bad.
Right. That trips me out. Like, how could you want to be something that's not even you? That's not even your culture. That's not even like, you're not even like you're not even European. Like, that's their shit. Like, how could you want to be so? Anyway, that's a little bit of mental thing. I don't know. Anyway, damn. I just thought it was kind of weird to praise a person who's just all about lust and madness and chaos and wine and drunkenness and fruits, and he just loved everything. Like, it just not now when you say that, it makes it sound positive, but no, this motherfucker was like a very like bad motherfucker. Like, he was very awful. But because his parties were so awesome and big and nice, and people would get attracted, and he would have games, and he would have, just Olympian things going on at his functions. And then at nighttime, they would have these huge ass orgies, and he would cause chaos. And it was just crazy to me, like just nuts. But it's crazy how people can not see that. And they just say, no, you're mocking Jesus. When no, they're doing something that's totally more evil than that.
Yes, it's totally against it. Well, that's what I'm saying. It's a form of Satanism. But the crazy thing that you're saying and mentioning is about Greek mythology and all the Greeks. And hopefully we can help educate someone who is so deep into it that they realize that it's deeper than what you think it is. It's just not you're socializing and you're helping the community, you're partying and all this. You're still representing something that's not of God. At the end of the day, that's just the bottom line. So
Mars said, "You right?" Mars says Dionysus, as well as Dionysus, is a well-known figure in Greek mythology, just like many others. Yep. Also, you know what I just got into, Miss Cat? Norse mythology, like Norse.
I don't know what that is.
That's like the whole Viking, the Scandinavian, the whole Viking thing.
I don't know if that's
like
religion
Odin. It's like Odin and seers, and they just have their like Zeus. You know what I'm talking about? Like Zeus or Hades.
Zeus is part of Greek mythology, though.
Mm-hmm. Right, but they consider Odin is stronger than Zeus. But I don't know. That's how they used to fight back in the day.
I still have to get a shout out right now. I have to do like a little commercial because like these are so bomb. Like these right here are the best barbecue chips in the world.
Where are they?
You won't find them here. They don't have them in California. They're
Where
called
they at?
Trippos. They're like
where they at?
You can get them in like Ohio. You can order them online.
Loki and Odin, Norse mythology.
These are
Rippos
barbecue chips. They're like spicy hot.
Where do you get them at?
I had to order them.
Oh, from what, Louisiana or some shit?
You can order them online. I don't know where they're out of, but they're not here in California. You gotta like order them. I grew up with them where I'm from, but like it's not here.
Well, thanks for the plug. Shit.
You know them chips? Oh, Mars, where you from? Cause if you know these, you from something. You ain't from Cali.
No, he's from La La Land.
Where are you from,
That's
Mars?
where y'all got those from.
Cause these chips,
same thing, folks.
They're in the hood. These are hood chips, okay? Where I'm from, it's hood chips, and they're bomb.
All right, Miss Cat, our last podcast went crazy. Oh, Sonia, let me know. Oh, I was about to forget. Look, I gotta talk about Sonia. I can't. I don't. I'll play the video when I edit the video. I may put the video inside here. But Sonia Massey, Sonia Massey, she was shot and killed in her home by a deranged 6-foot, weird-looking, fucking demonic ass white dude who felt his life was in jeopardy because a woman who is 5 foot some odds and 100 and some odd small pounds told him, "I rebuke you in the name of Jesus."
Wait,
the
somebody
dude
told him that, so he goes and shoots.
The dude said, "You better not." She said, "Huh?" She said again, "I rebuke you in the name of Jesus." He said, "I'll shoot your fucking head off."
No, she didn't say that.
Who?
You can't be rebuking somebody then saying the F word right after.
Who?
The girl. Did you add that F word, the F bomb?
Oh my God. Miss Cat, let me talk. What I'm saying is the cop said, "I will shoot you in the fucking head." That's what the cops said.
Okay, the cops did that.
She just said, "I rebuke you in the name of Jesus."
Yeah, I heard this
He
story.
said, "I will shoot your fucking head off." And when he put out his gun, she said, "Okay, sorry." As she's making her way down with hand mittens on, and the man shoots her in the head 3 times. That's execution. The family found out about the death through the hospital. And the father was told that the father of this lady who had kids herself, the kid's grandfather, just so I can give you a little bit more in depth, he was told that his daughter was murdered by the same thing his daughter called the cops on, an intruder. So you mean to tell me the cops told her father, the kid's grandfather, that his daughter was killed? His grandchildren's mother was killed because of an intruder? That's what she called y'all for. That was y'all job to kill the intruder. But come to find out, Miss Cat, no, there was no motherfucking intruder.
Okay, wait, but how did they know what she said to him and what was said to he said to her? Was there other people in the house and he didn't know about it, or was it a recording on his lapel, or how do they know what was said? If it was just her and him in the house and he killed her, who reported what she said to him? You know, because she said, "I rebuke you," and he said whatever. Well, who came up with that story? Who was there other than them two? Anybody know? Oh, wait. I'm just saying, how did the story get out? Because if no one else was there, unless somebody else was there, or his police partner was there or something, I don't know. Is your screen frozen? Oh no, you're awake. Oh, there was videos. Okay, that's why I was like, well, who's reporting this? So there was videos on his clothes, on the cops' clothes. That's sad. Well, how come no one's protesting that?
Miss Cat? Cops have, by law, they have video cam that are on their bodies called a body cam.
So then why would he lie to the family when he knows he has a body cam on? That's not making any kind of sense.
People.
Oh, his body cam was off, but his partner's body cam was on. Okay, because I'm like, how was he telling the family that if he knows he has a body cam? oh, you know what? I heard Trump, and now this is what I did here today. Because of this situation, it's kind of like top of mind, but Trump did say if he got back in office, he's going to make sure that any cop that gets any like crime against them are automatically removed. Like they can't be tried or whatever for murder and stuff like that.
Yeah,
so
immunity.
people are very upset about that. They're like, wait a minute, all
That's
these cops are
immunity.
killing people and they're not doing good work. They're the
It's
one
immunity.
that, you know.
Right, but then again, now it'd be an open carry because then now everybody can have a gun now because you know they're about their gun laws. So cool, they can try all that shit they want. Now every nigga have a gun now. I mean, if you ain't got no felon, you're not a felon. But too bad I don't got those problems. Cop could do all he want. I'm at
Yeah, but
open
is
carry.
he gonna pass that law too?
Trump's in office. By the time Trump's in office, it'll be an open carry. I have my CCW in my car, all my little gun license, and the cop could try all that shit. It'd be two of us shooting back and forth at each other, and I think that's the problem. Like, you know what I mean? You think that one is not gonna benefit the other, even if shit. You already seen Obama had the whole bill about back to blue. That's the problem that I'm like. He wants to give immunity, right? He wants to give immunity, but that's the problem I'm talking about.
Scary.
You know what I mean? But that's the problem I'm talking about. It's like we want to blame one person, but not look at the other person. Fucking Obama signed a bill to back these niggas from when they beat the dog shit out that dude over in Chicago, and Obama the one signed the back the blue. You know what I mean? So
what's back to blue anyway?
It was a policy that was rolled out through Congress and through the police force that was pushed through lobby and through Congress because of all these people all these black people were being killed, due to cops and shit. And they pushed the bill and Obama signed it. They had a whole big old press conference. He sat there and signed the motherfucker. Then he did a press conference the next day talking to black people about how they should just do what the fucking cop tells them. Like, oh, really?
Well,
okay,
wait
cool.
a minute. Yeah. I just know if Trump thinks about saying, oh, all these cops that's done dirt can just get off free, there's going to be another riot during his presidency because it's just, you can't give people that much.
Obama did it in his presidency. How do you go riot against one but don't riot against the other?
No, I'm saying there's going to be problems if he really does do that.
Everybody. That's because consciousness is not in everybody. People don't even correct the person that they should correct. It's like, look, I don't give a fuck what color you is. You motherfucker need to have some accountability, right?
That's right.
And I'm not taking sides. Like I told Cass was telling me in my office, like, yo, what do you think about this whole thing? I'm like, look, I'm telling you, I'm not a supporter. I just look at what's been working for policies. One person, there was a better economy 4 years ago. This economy is kind of fucked. It's everything is 20%, 40% up. You know what I mean? It is fucked now. I mean, cool. Yeah, you want to say everybody is working, but if everybody's we gotta work more just to sustain living.
Correct.
So of course motherfuckers go work because shit costs more.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So it doesn't make sense when I hear the left say that, but then they want to blame the other party for some other shit, but then the other party want to blame the left for why shit is all fucked up. Cool. But what are the policies are we looking at here? Like, this nigga should be locked under death row. I don't think it's right that Trump wants to give cop immunity, but that's immunity. That's not fucking like, you know what I mean? That don't mean these niggas can stay out of prison if these niggas blatantly kill somebody. That's not what that's saying.
I know. I mean, if that happened to my kid,
that's not what that's saying. If you blatantly kill somebody, like that's just holding them that certain shit can't get out. Shit that they don't want or cool, classify, whatever. I get it. Cool, whatever. But that's not saying a cop can go and kill an unarmed black person and get away with murder. Clear murder. That's the part I'm talking about.
He said Back to the Blues was an organization, not a policy. Immunity means that they cannot be prosecuted. And I don't agree with that. So I think people should be prosecuted if they do stuff that's unlawful. I don't care what your title is and where you work.
Yes, Michael Pan said, however, fired police officer can still get jobs in different police stations. You're absolutely right, because apparently this officer who did this murder was at a few other departments, and they had a few other things like that. So you are absolutely right. You can't do that.
I think that's wrong too. I feel like it, depending on why you got fired, if it's because you were a hazard or not safe to the society, you should be not able to practice or have a gun ever again.
This is why, oh man,
1880
this
style.
is why motherfuckers made me go on my back. Okay, hold on. Let me go on my back. Hold on.
I don't know. I just feel like if a cop has been let go multiple times and people are just like, oh, let's move him here, they're doing the same thing they did to all the like nuns and the, what do you call those Pope people? All those, what do you call those people, the Catholic pastors that keep sleeping with all the guys? The
Kamala
priest.
Harris?
No, priest. You know how the priest will molest a kid at a church and then they just move him to a different parish instead of like saying, hey, you don't need to be a man of the cloth anymore. You have too many cases against you. It's like you're moving a problem somewhere else so the other victims can
This is
have
why. Okay, cool. So I'm going to go ahead and put this out here.
Did you say if you're for Trump, you're against other people? Boo. That's a bold statement to say, and that's not really right. Walt. Did you see that comment?
Okay, hold on. I'm trying to pull up the stats so motherfuckers can get their stats right.
And someone's not just for Trump, they're for his policy, Republican policies, and that's what people keep missing.
Back to Blue Act. All right, Back to Blue Act. A bill was introduced in Congress. A bill was introduced in Congress in the 17th Congress by Representative Don Bacon, a representative of Nebraska, May 11, 2011. It proposed to protect law enforcement officers and introduce provision related to the killings of lawful enforcements or law enforcements. That's what they put right there. The bill identifies terms such as federal law enforcement officers.
Okay, that's not an organization. That is definitely a bill or a policy. So
hold on. We need to keep going because people just, then there's the Back the Blue Act of, this is 1599. Back the Blue Act 2021. The bill established new criminal offenses for killing, assaults, and fleeing to avoid persecution, and it just law. These are Back the Blue Act.
Yeah.
Again.
That's not, yeah, that's a bill. That's a policy. That's not like an organization. I mean, maybe the organization came up with it, but if it's a bill being presented to Congress, that becomes policies. So, yeah.
You know, I'm just saying, sometimes you gotta, you know what I mean? Sometimes you gotta just do a little research. That's it. It's a simple little research. That's all it's
research.
It's simple. Filter out that bullshit. I'm telling you, it will help you a lot. Because look, I would love to be corrected, and I am corrected a lot of times. So I love that because I don't know everything, but there's certain stuff that just sticks, and I'll be like, you know what? No, I don't feel right. Mike Pon, what's up, Mike? How you doing, Brody? He said prices and inflations are due to the neoliberal policies from 43 years ago. Okay. Big corporations need to be
reined in
by government because due to out of control prices. No, that's due to inflation. When price go up, import go up, then everybody got to charge. I'm doing that. I'm a business owner. I have to do that. Like I have to charge more because it costs more to facilitate product.
Yeah, but you're not charging a unreasonable increase. For example, if you're selling t-shirts and you go, oh, one t-shirt's $50, is that reasonable?
Well,
that's not reasonable.
Pay for that then the perspective is on the person who thinks is unreasonable.
Exactly, but that's what he's saying is there should be caps where, hey, if the average person's making $40,000 a year, you're charging $50 for a t-shirt that costs you $5. That's not an unreasonable markup. That's an unreasonable markup. Yeah. That's all he's trying to say. Is some of these big businesses like the oil companies are ripping us off. Their gas is not no $6 a gallon. but we're getting charged $6 a gallon. But we can go to another state and get gas for $3 a gallon. Make that make sense.
So you're right, though. You're right. Hey, people, I'm just here to help filter out some bullshit. I just pray that you're entertained. People, check this out. We have the response from the German lady. Miss Cat, our Lions podcast was a hit.
We did not have no response. You talking about from last week?
I got so many comments, Miss Cat. I can go in for days with the comments, but look, check this out, Miss Cat. I got the lady responding back to black women. All right, she's responding to black women. Okay. Said this is why they created laws to keep things in check when it comes to the labor market and the price cost. Well, yes, you're absolutely right, because they have to. But then again, it comes to like, you know what I mean? Yeah, but sometimes those laws has to adjust because, you know, people do evolve, you know what I mean? So I think laws should evolve, you know, some laws should evolve. You know?
It's not the small business, though, that's like raking people, though. It is big corporations, because the small business, they're just trying to pay their bills and keep afloat and make some profit. Big businesses are huge.
Inflation did not cause price to go. It's the big corporations are sitting on amounts of money and cash, and I'm talking about small businesses out of, bro, what the fuck? Are you serious? Hold on. Now Mike Bond, you're going into my pocket, man.
I agree with you, Mike.
My pocket. Mike, let me tell you, no, he said no. Inflation did not cause price to go up. So let's deal with that.
Inflation did because people are using circumstances to raise their prices.
Inflation did not cause price to go up, right?
All prices did not go up.
Let's think about this. Hold on, let's just do a little bit of fucking research. Just a little bit of research, right? Does inflation affects the economy in America?
Yes, it does. But
okay,
there's certain industries that they didn't have inflation.
Hold on. See, this is what I'm talking about. Oh my god.
Funeral homes. Let's take that.
No, I'm not gonna do that. No, I'm not gonna do that.
Funeral home. Did they have inflation? Is it necessary to charge $40,000 to bury somebody?
Yes, the cost went up to bury somebody now. Yes,
$40,000.
Come on,
whatever. That's what they're charging families. That's ridiculous. It don't cost that much to dig a dirt 5 feet under and get a casket that you can make for you.
That's the problem. That is the fucking problem. See, that's the problem. The problem is that we like to say that, oh, does it cost $2,000 to buy some Gucci shoes?
No, it doesn't.
That's what you're saying. When you
like $10 to make.
No, that's what you're saying, though. That's what you're telling me. Does it cost?
An average pair of shoes costs less than $10 to make. You know that. I know that. So anything above that is all.
Yeah, you got to stick to the like. If you're not sticking to, like, you can't, like, you have to stick to the message, right? If the message is they're charging this price to bury somebody, right? You said $40,000.
You know,
right?
It ain't that high to bury nobody.
Okay, whatever. Cool. I get you, Miss Cat. But you know what does cost? Life. Okay. And Miss Cat, let me tell you straight up. I equated that to some Louis Vuitton shoes that cost about $4,000 or $5,000.
You can get a pair of Louis Vuittons for like $750, $800.
Miss Cat, that's not what I'm talking about. Oh. You can't move an you can't do that with the price of that's the aftermarket. That's swap meet. That's outlet. We're not talking about outlet. We're talking about going down Melrose in California, going to Melrose to the motherfucking Louis store and buying you some motherfucking. That shit gonna cost you about a couple bands.
No, it doesn't. I have a pair of Louis Vuitton.
Yes.
I mean, I'm not Louis Vuitton.
Anyway,
yeah, Louis Vuitton. I have
y'all get what I'm saying.
They're not that high.
Y'all get what I'm saying. A person choose to buy what they want to buy because of luxury. If you don't want to spend $20,000 or $40,000 on a motherfucking
funeral,
on your motherfucking funeral, then cool, cremate, motherfucker, and have the funeral at the motherfucking
people
funeral.
Are taking advantage of people because they know they have insurance, so they're like, oh, well, the insurance is going to pay for it, so we're going to pay this. Just like going to the doctors right now, they look at what kind of insurance you have. If you call your doctor right now and you say you're sick, they're not going to say, oh, come and we'll take care of you. You know what they say? what insurance do you have? Well, let me call you right back. Don't die before we check your insurance. Because that's what they're worried about is how am I going to get paid?
No, we want to blame it on corporation as the why prices are high in America. That has shit to do with it.
Okay. Some people are just doing unfair marketing.
That is so non-conscious. That is so non-conscious for you to think that big corporations are drawing everything up in California or in America. That gotta be the dumbest shit on the planet. No.
Okay, so you don't think credit cards are ripping people off by charging 24 or 28%?
Get a normal house. See, this is what I'm talking about.
Do you think that's fair?
Oh my God.
To charge somebody 24% on top of the money they borrowed?
I don't see that's the problem. See, people, please don't take me wrong when I say this, but I give two shits on what a person chooses to do, what they want to do with their own motherfucking money. That's what you chose to do, right? You chose to. Now, there's other opportunities and other ways out there, but you chose to go through them. You chose not to go out and seek other information. You chose not to go out and see if that there was somebody better for the price that you wanted to pay for it. You chose that. So you can't get mad at nobody else talking about, oh, they charged this and then they got no, nigga, that's your fault. At the end of the day,
there's certain
blame it on big corporations
that should be regulated, just like airplanes.
If you, hey, you know what's crazy? No, Miss Cat.
You buy an airplane ticket right now, and you want to sit next to them.
People talk about the small business, but what they don't say is that they went and helped that small business. Oh,
no,
big
corporations.
No, you can't cut me off. Big corporations taking money from the small people. Okay, cool. Well, you go take your money and go support that small company, and let's see how they're going to end up being the big corporation who's going to end up buying other small companies. The cycle is still going to continue, whether you like it or not.
All I'm saying is there's certain expenses like the airplane industry right now. There should be regulations in place. If you buy a $500 ticket now, if you want to sit next to the guest that you bought the ticket for, you got to pay an extra $50 to sit next to your kid on the airplane. That is wrong.
If you choose to pay that, then
you don't have a choice because all these airplanes now are saying, "Oh,
no, you do." See, that's the point. You do have.
We can't guarantee you.
No,
after you
see,
spend
that's the point.
$1,000 on a ticket, we can't guarantee you.
That's that victimhood. No, that's victimhood. You do have a choice, and your choice is to stay.
You don't.
No, it's to stay. Do they put a gun in your head for you to buy the ticket? Did they put a gun in your head and say, buy this ticket?
Stop.
Did they put a gun to your head and say, buy the ticket?
Unfair business practices that are going on right now. That if we don't stop
it,
it's going to be crazy.
Miss Cat, it's a yes or no answer. Did they put a gun?
You buy 3 tickets for the tribe group. We going somewhere to do a show. And they tell us we all gotta fly separately.
With another $50 additional seat. Did they put a gun in your head and say that?
It's wrong.
Did they put a gun in your head though?
Oh, no. If you want leg room, you got to pay $100 more. If you don't pay $100 more, you're going to be jam packed back there with arthritis and everything else for 5 hours because we're going to put you in
pay the $100 more. If you don't want to be
no legal foot room for an average person. That's not right. That's not right. Period.
Hey, it's okay.
We're gonna charge you $100 for your suitcase. You don't want to pay. We're gonna charge you $100 for your suitcase, even though you already paid $500.
All you doing is complaining to the choir that understands your message. Me, I'm just like, well, if you don't like my prices, then go to another plane.
You can't do that. Hopefully they teach you well. Monopolize everybody, and now we're all stuck with these things.
That's sad. How could you see? That's sad. The sad part about it is that nobody even thinks about what it costs that person, even if they charge you more.
It don't cost you nothing to let me sit next to my friend on the airplane. It don't cost you nothing to let 2 people who bought their ticket together sit next to each other. That's flat out big corporations taking advantage of, hey, we can make extra profit.
Nobody cares. Miss Cat, nobody cares. You know why nobody cares? Because you bought the ticket and you wanted that service. You wanted that luxury. You wanted them comfort seats.
Very often, because wait till you and your wife go on your honeymoon trip and they tell you, "Oh yeah, you guys bought your ticket together.
I don't care. I don't
$50 more to sit next to her." That's crazy.
I'm not like that, Miss Cat. Miss Cat, I'm not like that. I pay it. You just let me know what the price is. Cool, we'll pay it. I don't trip off that. If I want a certain service, I know I'm gonna have to pay for. Then I pay for that service. If I want VIP service, I know I'm gonna pay for that service. I'm not gonna cry because of that service of cost.
Okay.
If I wanted to choose that particular airlines, now the fuck part is me. I'm the fuck boy. If I don't go out and seek out the best price for the luxury of what I
Okay, so
want.
Biz, are you okay going to dinner? Hold on, you okay going to dinner? And they say, "Oh, did you want to eat this salad? It's $2 for the fork."
I give 2 fucks.
It's
I'm gonna pay
$2
the
for the fork.
$2. I'll give 2 fucks. I'll pay for it.
You want ketchup?
I
Oh,
want
that's
it.
10 cents for your burger. Like, do you see what? Like, that's how far stuff is going now.
Okay, cool. If I want it, I will buy it. That's what having money is all about. So you don't have to trip off those things.
If
That's
you
what
eat at this
having money is
table, you
about.
take more than
It's
an
your
hour to
bag
eat.
up.
You charge $25 to sit at this table more than an hour. That's how people are getting, where it's not right. It's not morally.
But if a person chooses to spend their money there, only person you enriching is the person that you pay to. So you're not hurt. You're making yourself less richer to go pay for a service that you kind of don't like. What the fuck? Cool. I'll make you money too.
Everybody better start speaking up about these airlines because it's getting out of control. So for people who have not flown, you should fly because it's not pretty. You get on an airplane for 6-7 hours and they don't feel like they need to feed you. That's how you get people sick. That's how people have heart problems, all kind of stuff. You need to be eating every 5 hours something, not a bag of chips or charging someone $30 for a bag of chips. That's a ripoff when we know those chips only cost them like 50 cents. I'm just saying it should be fair, not like overly priced. $20 for a little thing of Pringles?
Great. Okay, cool. Then pay the $30 or $100 for the little thing of Pringles if you want to. Look, this is what I'm talking about. Look, it goes back to what I'm saying. Look, it goes back to choice. Mike Bond says, I fucks with you, Mike. You my dude. You Tribe Nation. But Mike, really? He said, Biz, Kat did not choose to pay higher prices because she was not responsible for the price hike. It is big corporation executive who are
taking advantage.
This sounds, I feel like I'm in a time lapse. Like I'm in like 2018.
You need to look at all the comments because everybody's looking at you like, yeah, she's right.
So fucking like I feel so far like I'm going back in time.
You think it's crazy, but this is what's going on right now, Biz. If you go to certain places,
it's been going on forever.
No, it's getting ridiculous now where people are getting excessively greedy and it's excessively hurting your community, my community, because we can't afford that. You should not have to go to,
we just gotta get our bag up.
Burger King
Look,
with your
man,
kids.
stop.
And if your
I'm
kids
sorry.
and mommy
I
cannot catch
gotta-
up, they say, oh, it's 20 cents for one packet of ketchup.
You know what? You know right now, you know what I'm going through right now,
On
right?
top of that $10 burger.
Right. I want to buy. Look, I'm gonna tell you. Look, I want to buy. A house. Right. I have one. I'm paying mortgage on right now. Right. And I want to buy another one. Right. And do you know the average house of what I was looking for? The average right now has been like 700,000 to 800,000. Right. The medium is and that's me searching. That's me searching. Right.
Yeah, I was like, yeah, the average house is like 9 to 1,000, a million.
Yeah, it's $1 million bones. And you know how hard that is for the average American who's between the age of 25 and 40? Fuck. So I get it. I get that it's high. I'm with y'all. I understand. But I'm not going to sit here and cry. If I see something that I like, I'm going to just get my bread up and go, hey, cool, buy it, do what I need to do with it, and cool, keep it going.
Okay.
Yo, I don't get mad at the market.
You're not speaking realistic.
I do not get mad at the
Someone's on a
market.
fixed income and they have a great job and they're never going to make more than $60,000 a year. You've just taken away their dream of ever being a homeowner. That's what's going on right now.
They got to make their dreams to become a homeowner.
And
that's all. Just do the opposite.
That is modern day slavery. When someone can never own anything and never be out of debt and always be owing their debtors, that's modern day slavery all day long. All day long.
Anarchy.
It is. Like you can't go to college, get a good job, and you can't ever not be paying somebody money. That's what they're doing. They're setting it up where you will never be able to be out of debt. Ever.
Cat, if we choose to take the debt, then we are in debt.
You don't have a choice. You don't have a choice but to rent. You're never going to have 300,000 or 50,000 to put down on a house if you're only making 50,000 a year. You're never going to have it.
Okay, could you buy a house or not?
Who, me?
If you wanted to and you wanted to save your income and save your wealth, could you buy a house?
Me?
No, the lady with the hair that's in my video that's watching me right now. Yes.
I could, but I'm in a different situation than most people.
Okay. No. That's my point. If you can, Miss Cat, anybody can get their weight up to where you are and buy them a house.
That's not true.
They just have to put their mind.
You already own property. You're already in a good position. If you already own property, you're already in a good position to buy a home.
This cat that's teaching people to say, hey, blame the prices in a big corporation that like black people blame white people for the reason why they're demise or the reason why they can't get up. They blame white people because of slavery. Just like people who can't get up, they blame big corporations. And it's like, come on, bro.
You are not being realistic at all. If you talk to the average person who has an average job, they're never going to be able to own a home that's $900,000 when they don't even make enough to save up for a down payment. You have to have like 10% down or whatever. That's 90 grand. If you only make 50,000 a year, how long is it going to take you to save up $90,000? That's pretty much half your life. Then once you get your house, you have a 30-year, 25-year loan. You're almost dead by the time you even save up the 90 grand.
Man, right now, I'm glad you said that. Right now, I just saw a program that they have out right now that they're giving people single family homes, 0 down payment. You pay your closing costs. When you sell the home, you pay your closing costs or your, what they call it, the quote unquote first life. You just start off with your down payment and then you continue to move. I believe it's in Texas. I believe it's a whole new program in Texas they're doing that with. Right? Homes are beautiful.
You just said you
All
didn't hear
I'm
what
saying,
you just said, but what you just said is you can get
the
this
plugs
home.
out there. No.
You're never gonna leave a legacy for your family.
What I said was
our money
there
back.
are plugs out there, plugs for people who want this shit.
I'm trying
There's
to help
so many
people out
homes
there,
that don't have people inside of them, and you think these people who bought these homes, right, big corporations who bought these homes, aren't like, you know what? We need to get people in these homes because we're not making money on these homes.
I'm here to tell y'all better roommate with some people and stop being humble. Stop being arrogant and be humble. Get roommates, save your money, and get ahead. Because if you all living by yourself, paying $3,000-$4,000 a month, you're never going to get ahead. When you could have roommate with somebody, paid $1,500 a month, saved about $30,000 a year, and then went and got something else. Like, people aren't thinking smart. They're just wanting to be on their own and do their own thing, and not realizing that they're just paying someone else's mortgage. And they're paying someone else's debt, and they're always going to be in debt. That's crazy to me.
I said hotel it. He said, bitch, stop while you're ahead, bro.
Stop.
Why? Stop what?
Caution. Stop. Red light.
About what?
Everything, like how you're not saying that big corporations aren't.
People did not make a choice to take out. Hold on. See, this is stupid. People sound very fucking slow. I'm not talking, don't take no offense to this, Mike, but people sound slow as fuck. Biz, people, let me put it up there. Just so I can show.
You ain't sharing none of these.
Biz, people did not make a choice to take out student loans. Hold on. First of all, people didn't make a choice to take out student loan because of funding for higher education have been cut in the last 32 years. You wanted to go to college, right?
Biz, do you realize that the average person is told if you don't go to college, you're never going to be anything? Do you realize the average family
I didn't go to college and I'm doing pretty fucking fine.
Middle class family can't even afford to send their kid to college because the college tuition is almost the same as what you make a whole year.
Let me tell you, there's more people in debt with college, with fucking college with loans or whatever they got to pay back, right? There's more people in debt with college than making money. There's doctors right now that still paying off student loans. Literally, doctors.
And they're gonna be in debt until they die.
Listen, they make bukus of money, right?
Not all doctors make buku of money.
Hold
Not
on,
all
hold on,
doctors
hold
make
on,
equal
hold
money.
on. They make more than the average McDonald's worker. Okay.
Well, yeah. But
Okay.
they also have more
Okay.
debt.
So hold on. Let's not. No, they chose. That's their choice. Their choice was to sign those papers to say I'm going to do this. That was your choice. That's a choice. You could choose not to do that or not. Come on, man. It's not like you were beat into
That's
it.
not what I'm saying.
It's
What
not
I'm
like you
saying
were.
is
No,
stuff
hold on. People act like they were put on chattel slavery.
unfairly priced,
Oh, nah,
where
man.
it
People act
doesn't
like they
make
were
sense
put
and
on
it's not
fucking
going to
chattel
help the
slavery
person
and
get
shit.
out of
Oh,
debt, slavery for the rest of their life. That's what I'm trying to say. There's so many college people who went to college who are paying on student
because
loans
they
30
chose
years
to do
ago.
that, Miss Cat. That's a choice. They should still go back to choice. Y'all want me to see some other shit that y'all did, and you want me to feel sorry for some shit that y'all did? No, that's a choice. Just like
I
a
don't think
woman
it's
go
a
out there and
choice
have
for
3,
people
4
to
baby
not have
daddy.
a skill set to be able to work. If you know you have to go to college for a certain thing in order to
That's
make a living, that's not a
that's
choice.
what
You have
fucking
to do
no.
that.
No, you go to college to get a higher skill set.
No, you don't. Some people have to go to college to get a skill set, period. Like
Okay,
you
well,
can't
cool.
just get out of high
Okay,
school and be like,
cool.
oh, I want to be a nurse. You can't do
Okay,
that.
cool. Okay, you know there's a cost to that. If you want to be a nurse, there's a cost to that.
And the
There's a
cost
cost.
is
Okay, cool.
outrageous.
You got the okay, but you can't blame the fucking the person who's going to they made that choice to do that. How you gonna keep saying that is something wrong with the price when you made the choice to pay the price? Damn, that's fucking crazy.
Yes, you know what's so crazy about what you're saying right now, today, if you go and look up because your kids get sick and you want to find a family doctor, it's going to be very hard for you to find one and very hard for you to get into one. You know why? Because most doctors don't even want to be family physicians anymore. You know why? Because their debt's $400,000 when they get out of school and they're only making $150,000. That's why we have a lack of doctors in California right now. We're short like $10,000-$15,000 or 15,000 doctors short in our state because a lot of people are like, forget it. Why am I going to do this? I'm going to spend $400,000 and only make $150,000 when I get out and then have to deal with the insurance company taking over my business. It's everybody's prices and things are just out of control. It should not be that high to go to school. The average family can't even get their kid into a medical school because they can't
What's
afford
crazy
it.
is that you could take that, you could save up. You know what's crazy? You could save up some money, work a job for 6 months, right? A little McDonald's job or a year, save up a year's worth of job, like 30K, 20K, and go to Germany or European country where education is free. You know what I mean? You could
That's
pay for
true, but
it.
you got to be a citizen there. You can't just
It's
hop
choices.
over.
It's all about choices.
You can't just go to some other country and go to their schools.
Yeah, it's choices. It's choices. You give a fuck how you want to put it. I don't give a fuck how people want to say it. It's choices.
I hope you guys are learning something
Got
tonight.
choices.
Don't listen to Big. I hope that's what you guys are learning.
Y'all better listen, because at least I'm gonna tell you straight up, it's choices. A motherfucker choose to do those things. You choose to go to, hey, I'm gonna go be a nurse, so I'm gonna go. I need to get a student loan, and half the time, motherfuckers use their student loan money to pay off their own housing bills and apartment bills, so they really don't be using that shit anyway. Pay your money, motherfucker. You want to go to school, you want to be a nurse, you're RN, you are RN, you're doing great job at it. So keep doing it and keep paying your bills. You doing it. You got to pay for that.
I thank all the people who went to school who made the sacrifice for us to keep us safe and to keep us healthy. And I shame on United States for not covering you guys.
A motherfucker going to the army, a sacrifice
to keep us alive. So thank you.
Motherfucker going to war. A motherfucker going to war. That's sacrifice. He's putting his life on the line.
Doctors and nurses are sacrificing too. Their health, their time with their kids to take care of your kids and your family, your health.
I'm sacrificing too. The time with my kids, me touring, me playing music. I'm sacrificing.
You ain't
too.
helping nobody doing
that. And I'm in the most richest fucking game and fucking occupation of them all. I got the richest one out of them all, and I don't get that sympathy. I don't get that type of empathy.
The government needs to take care of education in our country. The government should be taking care of their own.
Hey, people choose what they like.
They should
People
have to
choose
pay
what they
student
don't
loans.
like.
But people who live here and are raised here, they should have access to free or very, very affordable education. People who come from out of the country, yes, those are the people who
Hey, look, Miss Clay, you know what? You're giving all this talk but no solution. If everybody stopped going, if everybody stopped going to the school, we need
student loans free for United States people who are born and raised here, and the people who come here that aren't born and raised here, you make them pay student loans. You make them be in debt because they want to come here and get education from us. They should pay for it. But someone born and raised here should not be in debt when they get out of college where they can't even do anything with the rest of their life.
That's great, Miss Cat. But you know what, Miss Cat? Miss Cat? Majority of people that I know with master degrees and who dealing with students, this is why I talk about it so much, right? I still make more than them, and these motherfuckers are still the dumbest motherfuckers on the planet because they don't even know how to get out their situations, Miss Cat. Some of these cats are working at suit stores with master's degrees. I'm like, bro, how are you working at a suit store and you have a master's degree in physics? That's fucking crazy.
I'll tell you why. Because physics teachers only make what, $70,000 a year. A salesman at a store could make double that. That's why.
So why go to school then? Why take that choice to take out that student loan to go to school? Thank you.
Some
fucking
people don't
choice.
know that, Biz. They're sold the story. They're sold the
We all
story.
got choice. E40 said it better than I did. Everybody got choices.
Like I feel so sorry for people who go to school and they come out and they realize that once they're working in the field, they don't like it. And that happens to a lot of people.
Miss Cat, see, people talk all this shit online. Y'all talk all this shit in the comments, but y'all don't go look up facts. Facts. The statistics of people who have graduated from degrees or whatever on a normal scale. The average person is still close to making as much as a motherfucker graduate out of high school. Right? Literally. It's fucked up. It's fucked up.
That's what I've been telling you, but you're like saying, no, it's not. It's choices. It's choices. No, what I'm trying to say, they need
because they chose to go to school and take out a student. So literally.
In order to go to school, you have to pay for it. You can't afford it.
Hold on, Miss Cat. Look, Miss Cat, I'm gonna show you one thing. I just got a new specialist job with a new city, right? A specialist, program specialist.
Why don't you put up these comments? Because they
hold on, because I got a question. Bullshit that everybody be talking about school this, school that. Look,
you need to start at comments around 10:30 because they killing you, Biz. Like, talk to him.
I know, but what I'm saying is, y'all can talk this shit, but y'all not understanding is you're looking at a person who have beat 5 people with master degrees, and I'm pretty sure they all have student loans. And I just beat them. Wait, I just beat them out of a $200,000 gig. So how the fuck you going through all that school, a motherfucker who didn't even do that, and still able to beat you?
Biz,
you know why
everybody ain't trying to run around somebody beating drums everywhere they go. Everybody can't be drummers.
Why. No, let me tell you.
Everybody don't want to get on the bus and see somebody beat drums. Everybody don't want to go to Target and see somebody beat drums. Everybody ain't gifted to
program specialist for a city. Totally different.
Well, how about we do this? Nobody go get education. We're gonna follow business advice, and you guys all be drummers. We don't need doctors. We don't need attorneys. We don't need doctors. We don't need attorneys. We don't need nurses. We just need drummers.
I'm saying y'all got choices. Y'all choose to make what y'all want to make. Y'all think school go get you out of what you go get, but it doesn't, because half the people that go to school with a student loan, they end up finding, I don't like that trade. I want to do something, so I changed my major. I changed my major.
We don't need nurses.
You know what I mean? Like, no, bro. If you
don't need teachers, apparently you don't think education is important, so we don't need teachers.
Miss Cat, people don't have goals, Miss Cat. People don't have goals for their life, and they don't figure out the things that make them more happy in life, and they go after those things. They do not, Miss Cat.
We don't need teachers because they don't need to be getting those student loans. They can just be drummers. You can bring your kids and drop them off at a school, and they just teach them drums and nothing else, because teachers go to school and they are broke. So you're right. Don't go to school, teachers. Just let us teach.
I believe what she said. Hey, you know what's crazy is that the sentiment in what she's saying, most men would believe that, because they're more prone to feel the woman's cry, right? Men do that, right? And without even doing a little bit of fucking research, just a little bit of research, and saying, you know what? I hate the way Biz was delivering it, but he's right.
No one's saying that. No one is saying you're right.
Majority of people, if you want free school, go out the country, right? There's places for that.
Is you're saying all this stuff, but tomorrow, if you get in a car wreck, you're going to pray to God that there's a doctor there that's going to help you and get your bones together or whatever. And they had to go to school in this country so they can work in this country to help people like you and me.
We're not talking about what the doctor. We're not talking about what
Those
the
are
doctor
people who go to school. Those are people who
student loans. You keep cutting me off. So listen, you keep talking about the doctor this and the doctor that.
Doctors, teachers, lawyers, anybody that's got anything that's helping your life, they are all in debt because of student loans.
Right, but you know the awkward part is that they would say, you know what, Biz is right. A lot of people are in more debt than going into school, then come like they're literally in debt and they're going through. Like, you know how many people have taken their lives because of their student debt? That's why I'm so furious about it. And that's the whole point. Like, we want to blame it on it costs so much to go to school. They don't fucking go. Don't blame all with Biz. You don't like the doctors and you don't like the lawyers. No, don't put that in my mouth. I didn't say that. You're complaining about school. No, you're complaining about school costs too much. Then don't go.
We're complaining and we're saying we need to fix the system so that we can have better health care. We can have better teachers. When people don't want to go to school to be a teacher because they're going to be broke and they might be an excellent teacher. I would love to teach, but I'm never going to be teaching somebody's kid and I can't even pay my bills. Like I can't do it.
And pay the cost to be the boss, because half of the teachers that go to school and come teach school don't even teach the kid, but they want more higher prices to pay off their fucking
teachers in this nation will never go to school to be a teacher because they don't feel like they're getting paid what they're worth. And there's a lot of teachers who are underpaid and
Miss Cat, that's bogus. Do you understand that is?
You don't even know.
Only talking points that's from some fucking mainstream. Nobody does research. If you guys just do a little bit of research, you would just see the truth.
The truth is, we need policies in place that's going to lower student debt. Please lower student debt so you can have an educated population of people who want to do jobs that they really want to do, and they don't shy from doing what their gift is because of the cost.
Man, hey, but you gotta choose that. You chose to pay that. You gotta go through that. It costs to be the boss. Don't feel bad because it costs to be the boss. You know how bad I feel that it costs to be.
Fix our education, especially higher education.
How you gonna cry about that? That's like motherfuckers crying about then I should cry about my child should go to a better school. Then they should be able to go to the elite schools. No. I should be able to let my child go to an elite school in Beverly Hills with all the other prestige kids, right?
He ain't posting it. I know. Walt is like, post this stuff up.
Miss Cat, but you know what, Miss Cat?
Tuition is going up.
It costs a lot.
Eating up higher education. College presidents are being paid like CEOs. That is so true. College presidents are getting paid a gang of money just to be up on the stage.
Man, see, y'all be talking shit that y'all don't know what the fuck y'all talking about. I'm gonna be straight up blunt with y'all. Check this out. Do y'all understand that half of the kids in America right now can't even fucking read or write? The most basic shit in America. And you
don't be shocked because the teachers are making $18 an hour. I'm not gonna teach your kid how to read either.
Miss Cat, hold on. I'm just trying to explain something. I have 3 kids. I have to worry about the educational system in America.
And you ain't paying your teachers right.
Oh my fucking God, this is fucking horrible. This is why black men don't even get with black women. I'm trying to show y'all really what it really is. Facts. The school system in America does not teach the child what they should, but the teachers want more money to pay off student loans. That don't make sense.
If you're a teacher, you should never have student loans. Every year that you teach, they should take off a portion of your student loan, flat out, point blank, end of the story. If you teach for the first year,
whether y'all believe it or not, I'm gonna get to these comments. Whether y'all believe it or not, if you choose to go to school, if you choose to be the boss, you got to make a choice to pay the fucking cost. Don't cry about it at the end of the day just because it's going up. And if inflation is drawing the cost up, then all that shit is going to come up. The cost of living is going to go up.
I love you, Biz. Can we put up the comments? Can we put up the comments?
Comments right quick before everybody start
at 10:30.
They say facts, Miss Cat. They say Cat. I agree with you 100% because American citizens pay taxes every year and can't get free higher education, non-citizen in state tuition. It does not make sense.
That's
Hey,
crazy.
pay the cost to be the boss, my guy. Mars, that's because the government ships many high-paying jobs overseas. Now
And
we're getting
low-paying jobs.
now we're getting somewhere. There you go, Mars. There you go. Biz, you were speaking on making money, and Kat speaking on actually learning and helping. Well, that learning and helping costs. That's what y'all fucking don't understand. It fucking costs. So you got to pay that cost to learn and help. Gang, gang. Also, Mike Pence said, Kat, you are speaking facts, Biz. You don't read several studies to understand historical trends. It's not about extending the historical trends, because you know what? Trends are trends. They go up and down. It's only a trend, right? So we can keep studying trends all you want. But Mike, you still got to get out there and work, motherfucker, and pay that fucking student loan, my guy.
Next. Free labor plan. That's right. Free labor plan. That is exactly what's going on.
Called free labor plan, the sheet on that. Also, Mike Pence says, Biz, students did not choose to take out student loans because the government cut funding. Blah,
for higher
blah,
education.
Okay, I think I read that earlier. It says, Biz, you are looking on making money, guys speaking on helping others. Okay. But in order to do that, you gotta pay. Like, in order to do that, you gotta pay. Y'all don't understand. How y'all gonna negate that? How y'all gonna negate that? Y'all look stupid as fuck.
Well, you're right.
Y'all know how crazy y'all look right now? Mars, this another look. Mars, Biz is downplaying higher education. I've never done that. I've never done it.
He just dogged all of us for educating. All of us is educated. He just dogged all of us.
You finished? You finished?
Nope.
Can I go? Go ahead. Go ahead. Because as soon as I talk, you're going to cut me off, but go ahead.
Because you're going to say something wrong.
Okay, you ready? I never downplay education. I said if you want the higher education, you just got to pay for it. So, sorry. I didn't make the rules. They made the rules. Don't get mad at me. That's just what it costs. In order for me to be the drummer that I am, I had to buy drums. I had to buy drumsticks. That's just the cost of the business.
It didn't cost
and drums are the most expensive instrument out of a band. The drums. So I had to pay the cost. I can't get mad at that. That's just a part of fucking life. You know what? Drums are higher now. You know what I mean? I'm just saying. Mike Penn says, Biz, Germany provides both free public higher education and advanced vocational training. Well, you know what, Mike? You should. Yeah, did you go, Mike? Did you go? Did you go reap the benefits of the free public higher education?
You shouldn't
Mike?
have to leave your own country. That's supposed to be the greatest country in the world. Get an education. Look at how that sounds. We're the greatest country in the world. We're the best country. We're free. We're all this, but we got to leave here to go get education. That's crazy. We should be the country where people are fighting to get in here to be educated.
That's the beauty that you can, and nobody's gonna hate you for that. You can leave.
No, you're missing the point. If you're so proud of your country where you live, there should be provisions for people who are here.
It's called choices. Choices. You made a choice. You made a wonderful choice, and you make it happen. You know.
Next comment.
Biz, Mike Penn. Biz, money is not the only thing that makes people happy, but good quality and connection makes them happy. Okay, cool. But hey, if that was an expensive luxury, you still want it too. It doesn't matter. Money may not change everything, but it does make things seems a lot better. So I get you. But I'm not talking about money. The whole thing is you wanted to pay the money to go to a higher education, bruh. You paid the money. So money don't make you happy, but you paid the money to go to a higher education. You expect to make you happy. So now you're dealing with a student loan debt that you got to deal with. I ain't got to deal with that. I didn't make that choice to do that. I chose a different route. So this should make you happy. Anyway, let me, you know what I mean? Biz, ain't nobody ever said that. Let's go back to what you were talking about maybe later. Kat, you are right, because student debt is slavery hurting. Man, y'all don't have to deal with things y'all don't want to. Yeah, y'all, hey man, y'all chose. That's what I'm talking about. People cry about something that they chose to do. Like, Nobody make you go to college. Nobody make you go to college. You want to go to college. Like, the fuck? You know you're gonna have to take a student loan. You know you didn't have money to go to college.
Anyway.
The fuck? I ain't gonna cry about that. It's high and you still paying. Man, that don't make any sense. That's like loaning some money and then crying that you gotta pay the loan.
Healthcare is what going up?
Mike Pence says tuition is going up because healthcare costs
I read that one.
are eating up higher education, and presidents are being paid like CEOs,
which is crazy.
I mean, I understand, but they pay the cost to be there. My middle decision not to go in college to have us in debt. My middle child decided not to go to college to not have debt, have us in debt. However, she got her own books and self-taught. Come on, and even another language. She determined. Come on, work it. Come on, girl.
Yeah, you see all that now, but if that girl's business doesn't succeed and she has to go work in the workforce, they're gonna say, "Oh, that's great, you self-taught yourself, but do you have a degree?"
Hey, Miss, hey, look, check this out. I don't have a degree, and I'm making more than the niggas that.
Yeah, but if one of your arms gets broken and you got to go to corporate America and they say, "Where's your degree?" What are you gonna say?
Do you understand that half of these people who are graduating with college degrees are not getting hired? Do you know why? Do you know why they're not getting hired? But they have this
skill set too.
No. See this. Come on, man. I'm gonna have to do this study. I'm gonna have to break y'all down. So let y'all see what's up. American school system have failed the people. American school system have failed.
Isn't that what we just said? We've been saying that to you for 30 minutes.
Y'all paying to go to school. Huh?
Well, you just don't understand this.
Doesn't make sense, right? You want a higher education in a country that have failed the school system.
Well, that's one of the things that's failing is the cost.
Because we have lawyers nowadays can't even critically think, but they know what's in the textbook. Come on, I mean,
paralegals.
We have it all around us. We have doctors that say, "Oh yeah, you're unhealthy and you may die." When the lady end up living 40 years, I know a lady that end up living another 40 years. The doctor says she only has 6 months. Shit, I know doctors recently. Doctor told this lady that she was going to have 8 months, and she passed away in 3. So I'm not saying that medical. Let me stop. No, hold on, Miss
Look at historical statistics based on that disease. Like,
I'm not saying. I'm just saying it's unpredictable to think that a person can overknow.
Walt wants to get on the show.
Look. Honestly, medical. These are all things that are evolving, right? So I get that, but to say that I want to be a doctor and to know what it costs to be a doctor. You have to be okay with paying that cost. You cannot get mad at the cost. And then it goes up. Like shit, gas went up. I don't see y'all making an uproar about the gas.
Walt wants to come on and go off on you, Biz. Are you gonna let him?
Just saying, we want to cry all day about school and it's better to go to school. We should get a higher education. And I'm like, well, shit. Don't cry. Pay for it. Pay for it. You know, it cost me literally to go do.
That's what I say when guys want to date. I'm like, pay for it. Pay for it. It's a choice.
Yeah, pay for it. If you want it, pay for it. You want to go to school for it, just pay for it. Biz, historical trends due to mirroring with today's reality. By the way, I'm working and I can relate to what people are experiencing in today's economy. I don't know. I don't know about that. Depending on how much you make. You make $20,000 a year, or do you make $200,000 a year? If you make $20,000 a year, then yeah, I feel you. If you make $200,000, you live in a totally different lifestyle, my guy. Mike Pence says Biz. Okay, he was going on for that. Also, Mars said the corporation's main goal was to take away the gold and silver standard while inflation exists. So, yep, that is, Mars. You actually know, that's off the subject, but you're right. People, if you're just not tuning in, we're talking about Biz. I guess Biz knocking higher education is wrong, which I never said. I just said if you want to go get a higher education and they put a fat price on it, don't be afraid of paying that.
He's knocking higher education. He's knocking corporations unfairly charging people and the whole nine that goes along with it.
If you chose to pay for it, that's your fault. How am I knocking people for paying that cost? Because I'm not saying that it's wrong. Oh, I get it. Because I'm not saying that it's wrong that they're doing that.
You know what? I'm gonna invite you somewhere and I'm gonna sell candy bars to your kids, and you better buy one. And you know how much I'm gonna charge you for each candy bar?
How much?
$25. And
I'm
you
not gonna
better
lie.
buy
I'm
it
like,
because I'm
have a
gonna
good
make
one.
sure that they are happy if they want that candy bar. You better buy
Hey,
it.
I got choices. I'm gonna be like,
$25.
I'm
I'm gonna charge you for
not
that
gonna even
candy
buy
bar.
none of them. I'm gonna be like, cool. I ain't gonna tell you to change your price. I'm like, cool. That's what you want to charge. That's what you want to
Only
charge.
cost me $1 to make it, but I'm gonna charge you $25.
I ain't gotta buy it. It's cool.
Yeah,
I'll
you
post
are,
it.
because that's the only choice you got is the Twix and sneakers that I have.
Biz, he said, Biz, education failed America because the federal government decided to give control to local and state government. Disparities exist in funding and race and class. He said, Biz is not. Biz, it is not about people making 20,000 a year or 200,000.
It's about not. You know what's so crazy, Mike, about what you're saying is, look, this is how crazy it's gotten. You go to right now CVS or what's that?
This
Yeah,
is
CVS.
horrible.
You go
Tell
to a
me this is the
CVS.
state of
Hold on. You
America.
go to the CVS.
Oh my
This is how
God.
bad it's gotten. Baby's milk formula, pads, shape razors that girls use to shave their legs, all locked up. They're locked because they said too many people are stealing it because it's so expensive for them to get pads, tampons, razors.
That has to do with inflation. That has the shit to do with a student loan.
You
You
hear
moving
what
the
he's saying? He's
conversation.
saying people don't
No,
have
you moving
basic
the zone. See, that's what
necessities.
y'all do. No, don't move the conversation. Keep it towards student loans.
That's
Now
exactly
you
what
want
he
to talk about
said. Those are
necessities.
basic
Necessities and
necessities
all these
that
things
people
are due
can't get
to
access to.
inflation. He said student loans were not due to inflation earlier. So if we talk about that, cool. But now we're talking about inflation. Tampons, all of this shit is due to inflation. Price of milk going up, inflation. Gas going up, inflation. Come on, we paying 20% for all this shit to send money to a country that we don't even fucking support fully.
I don't know.
I'm just saying, if you
We
really
have
want
to agree to not agree.
I know I don't agree with people crying about paying a student loans.
He said, I can't understand how you can have a conversation.
Right, because I don't agree with people crying about paying something that they chose to do. And then go cry like, oh, it's high. It shouldn't be that high. But you chose to pay that price. You're the dumbass.
I want to address him.
If you're getting slapped by somebody and they say, hey, I'm about to slap you hard as fuck right now. And then they slapped you hard as fuck. And then you cry like, that was too hard. You shouldn't. They told you they were going to slap you hard as fuck. So how you going to get mad at the fact that they, come on, you look stupid.
It's just scary to know that they have to lock up things like that were just there that no one really thought about. You know, you got to lock up like basic stuff so that people don't steal basic stuff. Like, that's crazy to me. It's crazy. That's like next thing we know, we're going to be going to a store and we can't even get into the store. We're going to have to just order from the front window and they bring it to us because so many people are stealing basic things that they shouldn't have to steal if they have money to take care of it. When you have money, there's no reason to steal.
Doing that, man. People have to stop taking one argument and making it another. But then when the person does that, they say, no, they're two different things. Just because I don't agree with how you look at life in a sympathetic way, I don't look at life like that. I look at life as a gritty dog world. And if you choose to make certain decisions, you chose to do that. No one told the kid to go to college. They chose to go to college. That is a choice. That is literally a choice we choose to make. And then we want to talk about necessities. I get it. Necessities are high. I took my kids out the other day, and I swear to God, I'm telling you, I spend about at least $50 a day just on food with my kids. Yes, that shit is high as a motherfucker. It used to be $20-$30 a day. Now it's $50 a day. So I understand that. I'm with you on that. Inflation did that. Thanks to Biden. Whoever voted for him.
Thanks to Biden.
You get what I mean? But other than that, if you just keep it student loans, there are a lot of people who don't have great educations because of not being taught very well. And they think, I just got this degree and I'm going to go out of here and I'm going to make something of myself. And they end up working for some odd shop that they could have just worked for straight out of high school. Mm-hmm. Half the information that people use, it's like there was a study that said that out of 100 people, out of 100 people that go to college and graduate, 15 to 20 of them actually make something of themselves with those degrees. A lot of them just have it just plaques on their wall while they're working in and odd jobs and shit. Right? But then they complain about they have to pay the student loan. But you chose to do that. That's a trophy for you. The highest rate of student loan is women nowadays, and black women to be exact, but it's women. Are you gonna help me pay my student loan? No, I ain't helping you pay your student loan. Motherfucker, that's your shit. I didn't help you go to school. Oh, you wasn't charged to learn drums. Oh, I was charged to learn drums. I was. So that's the difference that you don't know. Experiences don't come free. That's the difference. I was charged to learn drums. That's the difference. At 7 years old, I had to go to school. Literally. I went to school as a drummer. I learned how to play drum. I went to Long Beach Academy Music School, which was literally in Long Beach. Then, and that was at 7 years old. Then, of course, I went to marching band, and I had to do private lessons outside of those with a teacher by the name of David Hernandez, who attended USC. He didn't attend it. He was a professor. He was a music teacher. His odd job was at Gompers Middle School, who taught me private lessons, which I had to pay for. Foster care paid for that, to be exact. Shit costs. Period. You give two fucks motherfuckers talk about it. Shit costs. Period. The government cuts were responsible in having high schools, vocational trades be taken out of. Yep, that is correct. That's public school for you. You know what I mean? Like I've heard people complain about we need more public funding for public schools, which I agree. I feel that if you got to go to school, a college, and take up a student loan to learn a trade on something that you could learn in high school, come on, man. That's stupid. They should be teaching those things in high school. Trading and, you know what I mean, how to do stock exchange and how to do your taxes and all that shit should be taught in high school. That's how you know the government. So he's right. The government have stopped certain things and stopped funding and things like that. But when it comes to college, we're talking about college here. When it comes to college, and you want an expensive education, you took out the student loan, you signed on the papers. That's your shit. You a grown ass person. Handle your bills. You can't cry to them and have some. You have sympathy because they. I'm sorry, but hey, it is what it is. Biz, people did not choose to take out student loans in the first place. Did you know that in the 1950 college in America,
it was
free? Please study. Okay, but you still. People gotta hear what they listen to yourself slowly, okay? Biz, people did not choose to take out student loans in the first place. So people didn't choose that in the first place. You're right. We didn't choose that, right? People didn't choose that. Did you know in the 50s, college in America was either free or near free? People, please study historical trends. And I agree, sir, that sometimes we make choices that we choose to not want to make, and you make them anyway. It's not my fucking fault. That's your fucking fault. If you choose on yourself, you choose to piss on yourself. That's not my fault. That's your fault. So either way, sir, you chose to go to college. You chose to take out a student loan. You chose to do those things. Gang, gang. Biz, today's economy has changed because outsourced manufactured jobs. Now you moving the conversation, bro. We're not. Come on, we keep it, man. Now you trying, man, bro. We know inflation affected all of that, bro. Mike Penn, you're not saying nothing new. We know that inflation affected all of that. He also says, therefore, public schools cut funding. Now you're repeating Mars right now, man. Like, you know, dropping for alcohol. Bro, you repeating. I mean, I get you, but you know what I mean. It's not like saying the same thing. I get you. Like, we know that already. Manufacturers have been paying people outside. Society needs doctors, lawyers, engineers, scientists, and other to get specific training into get higher level institutions. Facts. Facts. But you know what's crazy? Those doctors, those lawyers, those engineers, those scientists, those special training people cannot complain when the price of cost of to do that is up there. They can't complain because that's what they paid for, to become that person. It is what it is. How you gonna complain to become that person? That makes no sense. Is that they are including those classes now back in high schools because folks are aware, and to go to college was in debt. Yeah, it's a debt trap. Yeah, it's a debt trap. It's always been a debt trap, but y'all don't care. Y'all just saying that it costs the most. Biz, it is intuition. It is intuition's fault. Oh, not intuition.
Institution's fault.
Because they have wrote policies to higher education. Of course, man. So I get it, man. I got you. You're not saying anything that, like, you know, but you chose to do that.
We got to wrap. That's right. This is a great way to stop right here. It's because of corporate greed. Agreed.
Hey, man, y'all chose to pay it. You chose to pay that price. But student loans are replaced with government money. Man, look, I'm gonna let Miss Cat go, and I'll let y'all come up here and start rapping in and going crazy. But just let y'all know, if you want motherfucker to have sympathy because you wanted to pay that price to go to school, and you wanted to pay all of that shit, and then now you mad because now you got to pay this price for that, bro. That's the cost of being the boss, bro. You gotta take the hit. Yes, it is. It's the cost of being the boss. Hey, man, Miss Cat, people responding to you, girl.
Out of a whole YouTube video where I was talking about how my basic daily activities have impressed and impacted my husband's daily routine. I mean, it is just what it is. And you know what? A lot of women out there should apply that knowledge that I'm trying to give to you for free. Tell me, where did you hear me say that Black American women are no competition? I was not even talking about Black American women in particular. I never said anything like that I am better than them. I never said anything like I have better qualities than a Black American woman. No, I'm always talking about modern Western women in general.
A hit dog will holler, baby. A hit dog will holler.
Yeah, she had to respond because she probably got blown up. That's the crazy thing about it. And people's probably threatening her and all kind of stuff because, like, you can't say certain things and not think that people are.
Miss Cat, you know what's crazy? That if you would look at her shit on her page, there's so many Black men that are saying she's literally proven. No, they're like Black women are literally proving her right.
Yeah, well, I can't go into that. That's a whole nother show.
You literally prove her right when y'all say what y'all say, like blah blah blah. Y'all prove her right. I just gotta say that sometimes, man, it's just real foul to see. People, thank y'all for tuning in. I'm gonna come back. Miss Cash forgot to get up out of here, but gang, chill.
First date. Is it 2024? That's not the first date. It's just the first thing that it's the first date that they actually put out there.
It's the first date to do it.
The first date to agree with that.
It was the first date to do it.
Understand that this has always been around. It was hard to push. They've been pushing this for a long time. A lot of people don't understand that. It's been pushed for a long time. I got friends. I got family members.
Nah, bro. Nah, it says right here. Hold on.
And even to them, this is
California
something
was the first state. It says California is the first state to pass such a law.
It's not something that was like, oh, hey.
Hold on.
This is what it is.
Into law.
No, it's something that's pushed
on
July
a lot 15th, of people. Assembly bill. Hold on, what? AKA the Safety Act, which bars public schools.
Just like Biz.
From requiring.
I can't take nothing from him. Because he's connected with a lot of people that I'm connected with.
Hold on.
Just like Biz. Like, we know.
But it says that Gavin Newsom signed this bill, which is dedicated to the state, right? Which the state can choose if they want to affirm this or not. So that's down to the states. And says parents, if their parents change their preferred pronouns or gender identities. And California is the first state to push such law.
Right, and that's why they want,
me.
and that's
I
why they
don't give a
wanted to
shit.
sue Governor Newsom.
And Newsom signed the bill on trans kids in schools. He was the first person to sign the bill on trans kids in school. Damn.
What's the noise, motherfucker? I can't hear
Shit.
a goddamn motherfucking person. The hell?
Damn. I didn't know that.
Oh, there we
I
go.
did not know that. I did
There
not
we
know
go.
that.
You didn't know what?
Why the hell I couldn't hear nothing y'all saying?
Why?
I did not know that Newsom signed the bill. He was the first person to sign the bill on child gender identity or gender affirmative.
That's why they wanted to sue him. Southern California wanted to sue him.
What
That's why.
the
That's why
fuck?
some people. That's why there was some even legislation people that packed up and moved out of California
But
to get
unfortunately,
kids out of the state because their kids was
90% of the
trans.
state, unfortunately, 90% of the state went along with him. Well, they try to get Newsom out of the office, and for some reason, the majority of the state went with him. That speaks volumes.
You mean to tell me, damn,
That says a lot. That says that a lot of people that is speaking on what really going on, they're only going what they hear and not what they read.
California is a haunted place, man.
Because he's not going off of this. Hey,
I was born
this
in
is what's happening, and I'm gonna do this. He's trying to appease the state.
Parents defending education.
He's appeasing the state, bro.
Look, a group that is critically of San Francisco Unified School District inclusion of LGBT.
He's appeasing the state.
Material called the New Law in Gregorius. Wow, this is sick as fuck.
Hey, Ben, if you was the governor, what would you do?
Oh, I would ban that shit. I would ban the fuck out of that.
Not just that.
Yeah, not that shit. Definitely not that shit. That's what I was saying.
I'm banning that.
If you the governor, what'd you do?
I'm banning that. I'm putting more funding towards schools to enrich. I'm teaching more trades. I want to add more trades into high schools. I want to teach kids how to run, taxes. I don't want to teach it, but I want it to be taught in high schools with taxes. Finance and whatever. So by the time a child get out of high school, they already know how to buy a car, get a house, be sustainable, and that would enrich the economy. Period. But then because of that, because money would come in so easy. Wait. Because the money would come in so easy, within 10 years of that, you have a whole new generation starting to make a lot of wealth, right? So what you have to do, you have to even out the economy, because if I just kept it low cost, they'll be buying up everything. So what you do is you have to even out the cost and raise costs. But because you're raising costs now, right? You're like, oh, you want to raise the cost of things? No, listen. Even though we raise costs, there'd be a huge benefit where there'd be free medical or free dental, or you'll pay more in taxes. But we taking care of, where it be like Canada, where you don't have to, where we take care of your medical, whatever, free medical type shit. You get what I mean? Like, even though people are going to be making a lot more because you're governing, there's going to be certain things that you're going to have to give up that we're willing to give up because we're going to be receiving so much more on the flip side because of the financing and entrepreneurship and then just business thriving and, farms. Because, people don't know California is a big farm state. You know what I mean? We got a lot of farms out here. So, you know what I mean? Those are a lot of things that I would be looking into.
From the south to the north.
And I would put in schools. Then I would get down to the banks, and then I would start correcting the law enforcement. Right? Try to clean I would have a street prevention team to be a screener before a person comes into policing. Right? So I would have a person go through all the irritating. They would have to go through all the racist stress tests. You know what I mean? They would have to go through this vigorous test in order to become a cop. But once they become a cop, the pay would be so so great that it would entice other people. Like, yeah, I got to be a cop because even though they get paid really good, but you're going to go through a year process to even get on. You know what I mean? Because of you got to go through racist tests. You go through 3 months. You know what I mean? Like there'll be, I call it what they call those things when you do assimilations. A lot of simulations.
What if I was to
I
tell
would
you
even do that with
that
the
they actually
teachers.
do that? What if I was to tell you that they actually do that right now?
Yeah, but it's not stressed
What would you
out,
say?
right?
Well, no. What would you say if I told you that they
No, they're
actually
not.
do that?
No, they're not doing that because
They're not doing that? Are you sure of that?
Listen, man, hold on.
Are
Let
you
me tell
sure
you
of
what.
that? No.
Let me tell you
I'm saying that for a reason, bro.
why.
It's a reason I'm
Yes,
saying this, bro.
yes. Let me tell you
Are you
why.
sure they're not doing that?
Let me fucking tell you why. The reason why
Okay,
is
go
because
ahead.
you have
Go ahead.
different departments.
I'm about to
You have
shut you
different.
down.
Oh my fucking god,
They
bro!
not doing
You have
a
different
lot of that shit
departments.
now because they just trying to fill numbers. They so short.
Okay, go
There's
ahead. Go
different
ahead. Go ahead. Go
departments.
ahead. No,
Different
no. Go ahead.
departments
Go
have.
ahead. So I can let you
Oh my
know.
fucking god, I'm done. Fuck, bro.
Yeah, you can
Different
be done.
departments do different.
But
Different departments do different shit. Okay, right?
hey,
That's
Riri, let me tell you something.
okay.
I'm
People, y'all
about to
have a
put
great
something
night.
out
I've
there.
been here way too
Look,
fucking long. It's 2
I
a.m.
actually, no,
Bro.
nigga, don't say have a good night. No. Let me say this,
Yeah, it's way too fucking long.
Riri. Okay,
Yes.
so what a lot of people don't know is I trained with the sheriff's department,
Hey,
right? A lot
man,
of
this
people don't.
nigga,
A lot of people don't
and
know that,
he's a
right?
fucking felon
A
too.
lot of
Don't
people don't know
forget.
that. A lot of people don't. You know what I'm saying?
Motherfuckers
This
did
is my
100
early.
years
This is my early days. This is
ago.
my early.
This nigga
This
as ghetto as
I'm
me.
look.
He talks a lot of
Okay. I'm gonna
shit.
put it like
The
this.
nigga
I'm
ghetto as me.
42. I'm 42. I'm
Ghetto as fuck.
42. You know what I'm saying? But in my early 20s, I did
This
go
nigga,
with the sheriff's department. You know
he
what I'm saying?
ghetto as a motherfucker. They didn't take
And
him because he was ghetto.
yeah, I am ghetto. No,
He was
it
like,
ain't that
But
they
that
ain't
was
take
ghetto
me,
20
nigga.
years ago.
I felt one test, nigga.
But
So
that was 20
don't get
years
that.
that
ago.
was a
I
smart
felt one
test.
test. So don't do that shit. Yeah.
20 years
Like
ago.
don't try to do me.
20 years ago.
Yeah. It was. It was
And that was
20
the
years
smart
ago.
test he failed. Cognitive
It
ability.
actually yeah, you can say what you want.
Do you
But
know how to reach behind you? Do I use my right hand or my left hand? He's done. He's out of here.
Hey, Billy boy.
Biz don't want to put the real shit out there.
Okay. You're killing me,
That's all it
Larry.
is. It's okay. Biz don't want to put the real shit out there. It's okay.
Hey, I believe you. 1 minute
It's
you
okay.
say
He
did.
don't.
He's a man of many trades, though.
It's
Walker
okay.
is a man of many trades. Walt's been a pastor's kid. We didn't even preach his first sermon,
I've been,
which I had
or I
never
still,
known about.
or I'm still. I've
Which I had
been,
never known about.
I'm still a pestis kid.
Really. I've never known about this nigga done his first sermon. This nigga said,
I've
I did
been,
my
or I'm
first
still a
sermon when I was
pestis kid.
14. I must have looked at the camera like,
I did.
please, the fuck you did, sermon? But I didn't know. I didn't know till that time when we had that conversation.
Yeah.
And I really didn't know. I
Yeah,
had a real
I did. I did. I was 14. I gave my first sermon. So what?
What was your sermon? What was it about?
So what? Nigga, I don't remember that shit. Go ask my daddy.
You remember preaching.
I guarantee you,
He
he
said
remember.
that
Hey,
shit.
look, listen. I guarantee you, my daddy
He
remember.
said that
Because
shit.
that was his proud moment. That was a proud moment of his.
That's terrible,
So I
Walt.
guarantee you, that nigga remember everything. Because
Walt,
it
that
was
is
his proud
terrible.
moment at that time.
Walt.
So go ask that nigga, and
Walt.
he will tell you straight up. He
No,
probably know
Walt.
exactly what book I read and all that.
Walt.
What's up?
No, you did not say, referring to your sermon, that shit.
Yes, he did.
Hey, look.
My nigga.
And look, I showed the fuck.
That's my nigga.
At that time, it was different. At that time, it was different. Look, you know what I'm saying? I'm a preacher's kid. You know what I'm saying? I'm a preacher's kid. He had me in a whole nother level. And then I got older and I started learning other shit.
What you learned?
I started learning some shit. I learned a lot different than what the fuck they was teaching me.
He just learned how to fuck
Listen,
Mary Magdalene. That's it.
I learned a lot than what they was teaching me. You know what I'm saying? And I'm gonna be real with you. Look, check this out. My pops,
this is in the Bible. Your name,
my pops is a pastor, right? Now, he don't agree with everything I say. That's one thing. Let's get that straight. He don't agree with everything. But it's some things. It's some things that I say. Then my pops be like, you know what? You got a point. It's a lot of shit. It's a lot of shit me and Biz talked about, and I brought it to him. He was like,
"No way." He said,
"You got a point."
I remember that.
My pops is not one of those ones that be like, "No, y'all wrong." My pops is not one of those ones that was like, "Y'all wrong. This ain't what it is." My pops was like, "You know what? You and Biz is actually y'all kind of got a point."
Walter, your pop said you's a simp.
Nigga, you want me to bring my pops on here? Because he going to tell you, nigga, don't let me have my son beat your ass, nigga. Keep it gangster.
Hey, that boy's simp.
He going to tell you, keep it gangster, nigga. You already know where it's at with it. Keep it gangster. Don't do that.
So, are y'all listening to me? Can y'all both hear me?
Yes, ma'am. I'm out of here. I'm done.
Okay. Yes,
so
ma'am.
Listen. For me, it's 5:10, right? But listen to me. Whether you do the podcast or not, or whatever you do, right? Twitch or whatever. I'm just saying, I want y'all to make another time so we could do this, the back office, or we just do regular call. Okay.
Gang.
No,
don't
we did everybody involved.
Y'all put me on the back burner and just left me there.
My bad.
Damn, how we put you on back burner?
I know, damn, man, that's feel all bad. God damn. Why's
No,
Walter?
No. Listen.
Damn you, Walt. That's your fault.
No, listen.
You see how you do
it? Listen. So, it's not like completely y'all fault, because I know for a long time I wasn't on there because I had some real life shit that I had to deal with. So I could care less about Twitch. You know what I'm saying? I had to do it. I had to
do Walter grew an inch.
I hide my shit, but you know.
Walter grew an inch. And he's actually 4'4". So go ahead.
You say he grew?
He grew an inch.
You said he grew?
Nigga, hey, that was gay as hell, bro.
What?
4'4". He's 4'4" now. He was 4'3".
That nigga.
He's short like Prince.
Gay.
He's short like Prince. We gotta get you some high heels, Walt.
No, Prince is actually taller.
Hey, Riri, if you were gonna know, Biz only got an inch over me.
What?
So you know what that says about itself.
No, I didn't say nothing. I just said you only. He
got one. No. He got 1 inch
I
over
was
me.
going through some things in life.
Shut up, nigga. Riri.
Okay.
That nigga got 1 inch over me.
He's 4'4" now.
If we stand together, you could barely tell the difference.
So what are y'all like 5'7"?
He's only 1 inch over me.
I am a giant. I am a giant compared. I am a Nephilim compared.
Biz is
I am a motherfucking
Biz is
Nephilim.
only 5'9". He's
Look,
about
I am a
5'9" or 5'8" and
747.
some change.
You are a
He's about
baby.
5'8" and some change or 5'9", and he's barely
You
over
are a
me.
toy helicopter. I am a
So let's
747.
let's get that
He
straight.
said, "Get in the chopper." No.
You are a toy helicopter. I am a 747. I'm so much taller than you.
Well, I'm short. I'm 5'3".
Gang,
Put
gang.
like
That's
this.
his. Oh, you taller than him.
Look.
Look at that right here.
I'm look. What I am in real life is what Biz is. What they make action figures out of.
Huh?
Okay.
You make. Oh yeah, they do make action figures out of you.
Yeah, you want them action figures.
Yeah, they model me. They model my physique and my tallness.
Yeah, they model me, nigga. That means you didn't get that. That means they model me, and you trying to be like me. You
He
see the
said he
difference?
wasn't trying to be like Mike. You was trying to be like
They
him.
put you in packages. Walk.
He didn't understand that. See, Biz didn't catch that. He don't understand that. He a little slow. It's okay. Look, we gotta slow it down for him. Let's slow it down for him real quick. He didn't catch
Grandma
that.
put you in her pocketbook. Oh, come on, little
Not in the
Walt.
pocketbook with the
He
hard
didn't catch
candy.
it. Let's slow it down. Let's slow it down for him real quick.
In the pocketbook with the lint and the hard candy.
I didn't go grab something. All right.
He was that. Biz was that 1 cent candy that we used to buy back in the late 80s or 90s.
You 1 cent candy? What?
Penny
I'm sorry.
candy.
I'm sorry. You too young for that. My bad.
He said.
My bad.
He said
bro.
penny candy.
That's how we know you grew up in slavery.
He too young. He too young. Riri. He don't know about that. He don't know about that.
He came off a chattel slave.
I forgot. He's millennial.
What about
he's
the
millennial?
Chico stick?
I forget about that. He don't know about those either.
I know about Chico stick all day. I used to pay 10 cents for him.
Yep, Chico stick. I should pay a nickel for him.
See, he said 10 cents
for him.
Yeah, he don't know about it. He laid the game.
I remember when it was a nickel to put in the payphone.
Greetings.
Man.
Greetings from Germany.
Hey, look, Marie, don't start.
Hey, thank you for being part of the tribe, man.
Because I remember it skipped to 10 cents and went to 15. So don't start with me.
You want to come up? Come up. You know what I mean?
Don't start with me.
I'm chopping up.
It went from 5 to 10 to 15 cents.
Huh?
And then it went from 15 to 25 cents.
Hold on.
They skip 10 cents every time.
Do you want me to?
You know what I'm saying? You already know what's up.
Hey, Walt, listen. Hey, somebody from Germany coming up. You want to chop it up with him?
Oh, Germany. You know how to say good morning
in
German?
Go ahead.
His name is
I'm going to say Scheiße.
No. You say good morning in German is Guten Morgen.
No, Scheiße.
No, Guten Morgen.
Scheiße.
She whooped his ass.
What's good, my guy? How are you, sir?
Man, chilling. How's everything going where you guys are at?
Oh, this motherfucker sound like us. What's good, motherfucker?
Yeah, I'm American.
You thought he was gonna sound like?
I don't hear shit. I don't hear.
Yeah, I'm from Langston, Oklahoma. So I'm from a small black town in Oklahoma. But I've been here for 10 years now.
You got him on.
So you're in Germany now?
What the fuck you got him on?
So is it morning? Is it morning for you? Do we say Guten Morgen?
It's almost noon. It's 11:15 right now.
Oh, so we can still say Guten Morgen.
You can say I don't speak this devil language, so I'm native to the core. English was forced upon me, so I don't need to learn a second white man's language.
Okay,
hey, that's a good point. I like that. That's a bar right there. That's a fucking bar.
That actually is.
And nobody be able to think about something. That's crazy.
I mean,
man.
like dead ass. Like, I mean, it make more sense for me to learn Portuguese if I wanted to like get in, like more in, because the indigenous language is damn near extinct. It's like Latin. So I would feel dumbass stupid if I learned German. I only speak German to my kids, and that's it. You know, they're the only ones that hear me speak.
Okay.
Really?
Oh, you a nigga? Okay.
What is a nigga?
An ignorant individual.
You, me, or everybody else on this panel.
No, when it used to be in the
if you had a dictionary, what would you define nigga as?
Hold on, Jason. I'm gonna let you have this.
Niggas.
Go ahead and handle that, Jason. Handle that. Take you on.
Wait. No. Go ahead.
No. If you had a dictionary, you can't put that in a dictionary as a definition of what nigga is. What is nigga? What is like the most logical definition of nigga to you?
When it was in the book,
niggas, nigga.
it was any individual.
Wait, don't save them, love. Don't save them. Walt, what is nigga?
Me.
Okay, then what? Then what is nigga?
That dog coming out.
Because if you want to be honest, nigga ain't.
I'm asking for a definition. That's all, sir.
You know what I said? Nigga ain't dictionary. Nigger maybe, but nigga is not in dictionary.
What do you think the word nigga means, sir?
Nigga is something that we created.
We created that?
We didn't create nigga as in N-I-G-G-A? No. I want him to answer this. So we didn't create N-I-G-G-A.
No, sir.
Answer that. No, we didn't.
I just did.
So who created?
No, we didn't.
No, who created
the system of white supremacy? It is nothing but a react. It is nothing but a reaction to the system of white supremacy.
Okay, so they created N-I-G-E-A.
Yes.
Oh, okay. Now tell me how they created that when they was always
Sir,
going for nigger.
You've gone off a whole bunch. All I asked you was no, sir, you're switching it. You haven't defined what a nigga is yet. And that's what I'm asking for. What is your definition of nigga?
Nigga is anybody that's us.
Who is
ghetto,
us?
whatever. However you want to put it.
Ghetto. So anyone who's ghetto is a nigga.
If you want to be honest with it.
Who said ghetto?
I said ghetto.
What the fuck?
Nigger is actually, was presented as a tree. But I want to know, what do you see where we didn't create the name nigga?
Where did the English language come from? Did it come from us?
Like I said, I want to know where.
Wait, I'm answering the question.
No, you're not. You're
I
answering
really
a question
am.
with a question. You're answering a question with a question. No, you're not.
Okay.
So let's
the English language the English language comes from where? Does that come from black people or no? Does English language come from black people?
You still answering a question with a question. You answering a question with a question.
How about I do this? The most logical term. No. You want me to answer it? So
you're gonna answer what
it's hilarious how people who don't clam up.
Answer what I asked you.
It is hilarious. It is hilarious how people who don't clam up will be the most ignorant people. So how about you go ahead and turn your camera on and let's have this conversation? No, I'm really not.
So where did the term nigga come from?
I didn't ask for the term. I said, what is your definition of it? And you've turned and asked me a whole thousand questions instead of answering that question.
But I asked you a question. I asked you a question, and you try to answer a question with a question.
Okay.
You can't answer a question with a question.
Sir, who asked the question first?
I did.
I asked you a question.
I did.
Okay.
No, sir. The first question was, what is your definition of a nigga?
Oh, my God. I asked you a question
was
first,
that not the first question posed to this?
No.
Yes, that was
The first question was me to you, asking you, what is your definition of a nigga? So how are you telling me that you asked me a question first when I'm the one that came up here and asked you the question?
You didn't even come up with the word. You didn't even say the word nigga. I did.
I love your glasses, Riri.
So let's go with this. Come on. Let's go
I'm
with
it.
I'm ready for you,
I'm
bro.
still waiting on your
ready for
definition
you, bro.
of what a nigga
I'm
is,
ready
sir.
for you, bro. I
You're not
came
ready
to
because
you
one, your camera's
about
not
the
on,
word
and two,
nigga.
you have
I
not
came to
answered
you
what your.
about the word nigga. Oh, no,
Okay, then,
hold
so
on.
what is your? Okay, let's
I
stop.
came
What
to
is your question
you.
to me?
Wait.
Ask your
I
question.
came to you. No, see, you're still talking. I came to you about the word nigga.
No, sir, you didn't.
Now,
You said you niggas, and I said, what does the word nigga mean to you? That was the first question.
Exactly.
Am I wrong, bitch?
First question. No, you're right. That was actually it. That was literally it. I'm not. It's like no.
The word the word nigga. From the 60s and 70s, we changed it to nigga, as in meaning brother.
So nigga
Nobody
means brother.
said nigga. Listen what I said. Then that's an American term. That was not anywhere else. Nobody said nigga. NIGGA was not anywhere else. Now, do you want to go ahead and prove that wrong? If you want to prove that wrong, you can go ahead and do that.
Okay, so you're saying there's a fundamental difference between nigger and nigga. Is that what you're saying?
Oh, it most definitely is.
Okay, I disagree. I think that one, if you want to logically define what nigga or nigger is, it's a person of brown skin who's who's under a victim of the system of white supremacy. So that could even be what they used to call sand nigger. They used to call Arab people sand niggers. Now, when I say us, and people try to say, wait, give me a second, sir, before you interrupt.
I didn't stop you. I just said
Okay, nigga means less than a man. It means someone that is deserving to be robbed, somebody who is deserving to be done wrong. Because when people, especially in our community, whenever you start saying the word nigga, usually an argument is about to pop off. It's not a term of endearment. It is something that, man, fuck that nigga, man. Man, that nigga hating. Man, I can't stand these dumbass niggas. It is not a positive attribute. It means you are less than a man, meaning that you are liable to be done wrongly because you are not a human being. That is the most logical way to define what nigga is. Less than a man.
So let me ask you this.
Someone who is less than a man.
When my son says, hey, what's up, my nigga?
It means no. It's not. That's not a term of endearment.
What did I go with? No. I'm exactly.
I'm telling you. I'm telling you.
I'm not going against
it's not
what
a
you're
term of
saying.
endearment.
I'm not going against what you're saying.
Okay.
I'm asking you a question. You know what I'm saying? I'm not going against what you're saying. I'm just asking you a question. So what is it when somebody when they come in and like, what's up, my nigga? Or they say, hey, that's my nigga. Like
I'll ask them not to call me that, or I'll ask them, why are you calling me that? Because I know that same word can be used before when somebody is super angry at me.
Okay.
So is it reminding me of my place? Is that what you're doing? Hey, what's up, my? Even people were like, "Oh, Obama's my nigga." Wait, does that mean he's less than a man? Why do we always Why do we always push this word onto each other? For what reason?
So let me tell you. Let me ask you this.
Was that a rhetorical question, or you want to answer
that? To you, what does
okay? So that was a rhetorical
mean
question.
to you?
You don't want.
No,
I already told you what the word nigga means to me, sir.
Hold on.
No, sir.
You told me what the word means to me.
Already said what I said what the word nigga means to me.
That name has never been mentioned by nobody but niggas. So, because if you want to go by nigger, let's go to the history of that. No.
So only black people use the word nigga.
So let's go with the nigga.
Only black people use the word nigga.
Which is actually.
We're having the conversation.
Listen.
Okay, you just want to talk. I'll go ahead and mute, and you go ahead and go on your soliloquy. When you finish, then I'll respond.
I'm not talking. I was talking to Biz because he was trying to intervene. He always do that shit. But
I didn't say anything.
but look, listen to this. Where does nigger come from? What is nigger? It's actually Niger, right?
That's me. Oh,
what is Niger? Why are you so quiet? I need you to answer that. I need you to answer that. What is Niger?
He said he's going on mute, and he gonna wait till you finish.
Oh no, he unmute. He didn't unmute himself. What is Niger?
Are you asking me or are you asking Biz? Because I told you I'm muting myself.
You. I'm asking you.
He said he
I'm not talking to nobody. I'm not talking to nobody but you, bro. Come on, man. Come on, bro. I'm asking nobody but you. What?
I'm still waiting on your definition of what a
Niger
nigga
is what?
is.
What is Niger?
You have said so many words except for the definition of what you think a nigga is.
Oh my Lord, Jesus. He's somebody that. What is Niger?
He's somebody that what?
What is Niger?
You're asking, sir, what is a logical definition of nigga to you? If you had a dictionary and you had to define what nigga is, what would you put in it? You cannot put you and us. That is not you can't define that and put that in a dictionary. So what is your logical definition of nigga?
Who created the name nigga?
Is he not going to answer this question at all? How about I ask, let me try it this way. Biz, do you want to try to define what you think a logical definition of nigga would be?
Okay, so
a black man.
Well, hold on. I believe that there's multiple. I think it's mainly two.
No, man, don't you try to change.
Bro, do you have impulse control problems?
Yeah,
like
exactly.
I asked Biz, and you keep jumping in, and this is what always happens when people don't cam up. They always seem to be the ones who talk the most, and they derail conversations. Why? Why?
Exactly.
Have you guys ever noticed that?
Because
it's the same thing.
You're one of the ones that don't know shit.
Okay.
Let me put this out there.
So
let me throw this out there.
You're about to educate us, right? But I'm still waiting on a definition of nigga from you. But you're about to educate us.
I already told you what nigga was.
No, you haven't.
You didn't want to hear it. You didn't want to hear that shit.
Because it's not a logical definition. You went on a whole soliloquy. You can't put that in a dictionary. It has to be something very simple and concise. What is a nigga to you? Even Biz was trying to do it. Even Biz was trying to do it. He was like,
nigga would never be in dictionary. You can't ever put that in dictionary.
No, he said no.
That's something that we put. That's something that we created.
No, it's just that
this is a pointless conversation. It really is.
Right.
At one point, it was
again.
At one
if
point,
I was
no. I'm gonna talk. Bitch,
no. You're derailing the whole conversation.
No. What I'm saying is, I'm gonna let you talk.
Let you speak. I'm gonna go on mute.
What you saying,
sir? You have nothing intelligent to say. How about we let the other two people say something?
Yeah, but you still don't know what the fuck you talking about. But okay, go ahead, because you can't.
Hold on. To me, I honestly think when I hear it definitely comes from a farce place, which is slavery, and it makes it comes from the white cat calling us that blah whatever, and then we took it and made it a sense of endearment as a way to call each other. Now that's a way of hood, right? We can say this is in the hood terms, and I know that other people.
What time did we take that and make it a term of endearment? The 70s, the 60s, the 50s?
No, we talking hip hop era. You know what I mean? We talking about how grandma used to say, nigga, you don't get your little ass over there, right? You know what I mean?
They did that.
That's not a term of endearment, then, sir. Then essentially it's an insult.
Not so much of a. Well, you may see it as an insult, but I think that's because of way of growth, right? A way of growing up. Like the society I grew up in, that was a word that was used around like motherfucker. You know what I mean? Motherfucker,
Yeah,
you bring your ass.
do you know what motherfucker actually means and where it actually originated from? Because it's a slave term. Motherfucker
Right.
is a slave term, so it's not a term of endearment at all.
Right. But
It
they
was
would
black
use it
men who
as a
literally had to fuck their mothers to breed them, and white people
right.
joke about it. And this is
But if you had to understand, like, if you understood, like, there, like we was talking about consciousness, right? Because I was saying this earlier. A person's consciousness may not be as deep as what you think. So you may think that it's wrong to eat top ramens and that it's bad and that's like horrible food, but someone else may look like no, this is steak to me tonight, right? Because they don't know anything. They don't know the ingredients that's involved to make top ramen. They don't know that it's really fucked up food. Like, you really not supposed to really put that shit in your body, right? But there are other people who really eat it as if like it's a cuisine. And there's sometimes they're not conscious enough to know what it really does to their body. And I think that that's what we're talking about, what I'm getting to with the word nigga. Like, a lot of black folks don't really consciously know that when another white person hear you calling another black dude nigga, that does make them feel awkward in a way, because they're like, well, damn, my people had you in slavery and they called you nigger, but now you guys call each other niggas. So I get how that could portray if a outsider's looking in, right? But then now it's became like, you know what I mean? I'm not saying on the cross or all the board, right? You just can't walk in.
I'm thinking about majority. I don't think that
but you can't walk in a politician room and call no congressman a nigga. Like, what up, my nigga? Like, you just not gonna do that. You're gonna call him by his last name or his first name, right? But if you're in the hood and there's a certain way that certain people talk to each other, a dude will say, "Oh no, that's my nigga right there." Like, he cool peoples, right? As in, like, that's my bro. As in, that's my peoples, right? And so that's how they kind of like, it's sections. I don't think everybody used the word how other black folks may think, right? Other black folks in other places may say, no, that word is not bad. We're not using that word in our house. In other homes, in black homes, we're like, nigga, please. You my nigga. Let's, just like you was talking about motherfucker. It means how a slave boy would have a mother.
So
right?
by your definition, by what you said, essentially, it still applies that nigga is a term that is less than a man. And so you can go to that. Hey, what's up, man? Because you don't wait. Okay. It's hilarious how I'm wrong before I finish speaking.
Okay, go ahead. My bad. That's my fault. I'm gonna apologize for it. Go ahead and speak.
Essentially, it's when we as black people do that whole thing of, hey, that's my nigga. It's a programming that white supremacy has put upon us to make sure that we don't see each other as human beings, as a man. Because yes, you can also say that's my nigga, but that person, if he makes you upset, then that's also somebody that you might rob. That's somebody that you also might steal from. That's also somebody that you might kill. That nigga over there. It's still the same word. So in our heads, we have different meanings for the same word. It's the same programming. So
maybe
just
you
as
show me.
Not necessarily, bro. Not necessarily.
Maybe you can show me.
Because let me put some.
I don't see where white supremacy pushed us to say nigga amongst each other the way
they
we
programmed
do.
us to say it.
Wait, hold on. The way we do, other than us being hip hop heads, right? Because hip hop really introduced it on a massive level for it to be a cool way of saying, right?
Like, is hip hop black culture?
A word that we use in our homes, right? In certain
is
places.
Hip hop black culture?
Huh?
Is hip hop black culture?
I would say so.
Okay,
it's part of our culture. It's a part of our culture.
I know it's a part, but do you think that it is when you think of black culture in America, is hip hop a part of that?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yeah.
So does that mean because Jewish people run hip hop, they are the architects of it. They are the ones on the top of the pyramid. So does that mean that Jewish people are part of black culture?
Well, that's business.
Sorry?
That's business. So I can be a business. I can own something.
Wait. That's beyond business because they promote that. They share. Wait. So, but is that so? That means the head people who these record companies, they are
Right.
instrumental in Black culture, correct?
Depends on what level they have. And how, like,
They own the record companies, sir.
no, if you own the record, right?
They get to
No, listen,
choose what artists assign. They get to choose what message that artist pushes. They get to choose what is promoted, what that artist speaks about. So they have integral power over what comes on the music and entertainment waves. So they have a seat at the table. They have more power over Black culture than Black people.
okay, understand one thing, Jay. Having gatekeeping, right? What you're speaking of is gatekeeping. It's different from affecting and being a part of culture. That's what I'm saying, right? There's a certain right. So Black dude can go out there and affect Black culture, right? But his business manager may be a white cat or maybe a Jew cat, and he affects certain business moves that happen, right? And those, but he does not affect the culture of what he puts out, the product of what's put out, right? The product is going to be the product. That's why they have no problem of selling it, because they're going to sell what sells to that culture. Or if this culture push this, I'm gonna sell it. But
So they sell us death, and they sell us death, and they sell us the hatred of our own community, and they profit from it on a global scale.
But if we
we don't see an issue with that.
Of course, there has to be an issue. But if
he true on that one.
But if we stick with what's the N word, right? If we're talking about the N word, because now we're looking at gay thing and we're looking at all the other elements, right? But the N word affects our culture in the way that we use it as a slang term instead of looking at it as a derogatory term, like Hebrews hated being called Christians.
But nigga is still a derogatory term.
That's what I'm saying. Hebrews did not like. Listen, the disciples did not like being called.
I understand you think it can be both.
Nigger is a derogatory.
Both of them are, sir.
Hear what I'm saying, Jay.
You can say that, but
the disciples did not.
Nobody has ever looked at nigger as a.
What I mean, no, like they did. They said,
"Dude, not listen to the C Murder song "Down for My Niggas." Okay, are you telling me that when he's saying "fuck them other niggas," he's meaning that in a nice way, sir?
No. Listen. What I'm saying
I'll say that to the other guy, but go. He keeps saying that nobody. He keeps saying nobody uses the word nigga that way.
But okay, but what I'm saying is, there were people that didn't like being called certain things. Like, don't call me like, Christians was, Hebrews would say, don't call me a Christian. We're back in the Bible days. I was kind of analogy, but the whole point was sometimes we can take it out of context, right? And we can use the word for something else. And sometimes what it means for them may not mean that way for you. Sometimes you know how chitlins, like we know chitlins is horrible. We just pig guts. Like it's nasty. Like don't eat that shit, right?
Don't say pig guts, nigga. That's intestines like a motherfucker. That ain't nothing but shit.
But
we ain't doing them but eating shit.
Hold on.
But you know what it was? But listen to the lineage of it.
But eating shit.
But the lineage of it. So if you really want to go back that way and you take it in that direction, the lineage of it. So that was what it was. They gave us something derogatory, the name niggas. So we wasn't allowed in the house. So give the niggas the pork swine. That's all they fed us. So that's what they did. They did the best out of what they could get. But that's what they did. They took the best pieces of the pork, the pig, and gave the niggers the intestines. And that became something that became conditioned. And then next thing you know, 100 years later, you still got black people talking about, oh yeah, I'm gonna get some chitlins. And it's like, it's disgusting. And why are we still eating? I don't eat them. But why are we still eating them? Why are we still making it a part of our, make it seem like it's a part of our tradition, like it's great?
But okay, I'm looking at this. The word nigger
Look,
really means an ignorant
it had
person.
to do with the word.
It means an ignorant
Bro,
person,
dude is trying to explain himself, and you keep interrupting him.
right? The word nigger really means an ignorant person, a person who is ignorant, a person who don't know. That's the literal definition of it, right? And
From who? Because I don't.
You can look it
White
up.
people don't. White.
That's what they
Okay.
called you. Was a person who didn't know. You was ignorant. You didn't know. You didn't know how to read. You didn't know how to spell. You didn't even know how to count. Like you didn't know how to do none of that. It was forbidden for you. You were ignorant. You were a nigger. Now
So white people. Are white people also called Asian people nigger?
No,
because when they first came to the country, they had those same attributes.
Well, Asians weren't in chattel slavery like us in this time where the word nigger.
But they weren't subjected to the word nigger. If you're saying the word nigger is for people who are ignorant, who can't read and things like that,
If you want to be honest, it wasn't only blacks that was called nigger. So if you want to be really honest with this shit,
we just talking about.
I'm gonna put this shit out there. Blacks was not the only niggas that was put out there.
Okay.
No. I'm about to put this nigga on history.
Why are you calling me that again?
Shit.
And I'm the one that brought up that they called Arab people saying nigger.
Right.
So I said there's different.
Hold on, Walt. Look.
Because
can you hold that for a second,
I'm a
Walt?
nigga. I don't give a fuck what you talking about. I'm a real nigga.
Wait.
And I'm gonna put it out there.
What is a real nigga? What does that mean?
Has been more than just one motherfucking
What
race.
does it mean to be a real?
Oh my God, Walter! 1 second, Walter, please, 1 second. So,
okay, go ahead, Briz. Go ahead, bro. Cause I'm about to school this nigga.
Yo, Jay, I think it's camera froze, something like that.
I'm gonna school the fuck out of him.
But you got
at one point that word was in a book, and at one point before they took it out, they put it in a book and they took it out. At one point it was in the book.
Fuck that. He need to be schooled.
And it meant okay. I'm leaving. I'm out of all of that.
Me too.
At one point, it was any individual. It didn't go by race or color. It was just an ignorant individual.
Yes, an ignorant individual.
Exactly.
Because I remember one night and she was kind of racist, right? It was a nurse I was working with. She was racist. And then I just looked to her and we were alone in the med room. And I just said nicely and calmly to her because I wasn't going to go blast on her. But I just said to her, I said, why are you acting like a nigga? And she said, oh my God, why did you call me that? I said, what, a nigga? She said, yeah. I said, so why are you so appalled by that? She said, because I'm not black. I said, well, if you think a nigga is black, then that tells me you're racist because that a nigga is not a black person. It's an ignorant individual.
Mm-hmm.
And right now, you're being real ignorant.
Matter of fact, tell me what ignorant means. What is ignorant? No. How about this? What is ignorant?
Go ahead.
What does ignorant mean? What is ignorant?
Ignorant is not knowing.
No, not. Be quiet, Riri. I want him to answer that.
I think we're having a circular conversation, so let's go ahead and try to center it. There's a 2-minute video from Neely Fuller Jr. on a channel called Hip Hop Cartoons, and it's where he gives the logical definition of what nigga.
I'm gonna call you brother.
How about we watch that, and then after we watch it, we continue this conversation. Is that okay?
And what would and while I pull that up, what would you say your definition of nigger is?
Sorry, I couldn't hear you. Say that again.
Do you believe his definition? Do you have a definition, or do you believe his definition of nigger?
No, Neely Fuller has a book called The Codification of the Black Man and Black Woman, and he breaks it down very logically what nigga is and what it logically means in a global scale. And again, it's a very great channel that I kind of showed to a lot of teens here in Germany. And I think that again, it's 2 minutes, so it's quick. We can watch it. You can screen share it. We all mute, then we watch, and then we continue the conversation. And that way, I think we have a base of maybe where to continue instead of it being so circular.
So while he pulls it up, what was your definition? What do you think your definition is?
That's what I'm
I
asking.
use the same one as him. A person of color who is the victim of white supremacy. Anyone subjected to the victim of, so it can be anyone of color outside of white people.
I think that's so fucking like that's so fucking play. I think that is so like.
It has to be a blank. It has to because again you have to because what would a white supremacist what would a white supremacy call somebody in Brazil a nigga? Yes. So it's anyone with melanated skin who is the victim of white supremacy. It's that simple. Now I don't know why. That's the definition of it. What is a white supremacist? Do you think white supremacists are calling Asian?
That's a societal definition.
That's why I think we should just watch the 2-minute video, and then instead, maybe I'm not explaining it correctly. We watch the 2-minute video. It's on hip hop cartoons. You can just type in on YouTube Neely Fuller Jr. N-word, and you'll see it pop right up.
Oh, N-word. Okay, Neely Fuller. N-word. I got the other word. I got. Is that saying Nelly?
Not like Nelly the rapper. Neely. Neely. 2 E's, not 2 L's.
And Neely Fuller, the effect of the N-word.
Is this the one? Are you looking at the one with the audio, or are you looking at the ones from hip hop cartoons where it's with visuals?
Visuals. This is hip hop cartoons.
Okay, if it's about the 2-minute video, then that's the one. Yes.
I'll play a couple. This one is 6 minutes, but I'll play a couple minutes.
Okay, no. Okay.
Oh no!
That's not the right. Okay. The 6-minute one is actually a presentation of trying to get. It's like a skit trying to asking Black people to stop saying the N-word because it's holding this guy in prison, and the community saying, "Well, we can't stop saying the N-word," and then that's why. So that's not the right video.
Okay. Let's see what.
As much as a lot of people want to get rid of the word, it just seems like it's just not going nowhere because
we won't let it go anywhere.
Because some people just accepted it and made it a part of the culture.
Oh, I would say majority. I would definitely say not some. I would definitely say the majority of us have made that a part of our culture and our verbiage. And again,
that's what I was saying earlier. That's it. The same thing. Like it's immersed into who we are now. Like motherfuckers use it as a sense of endearment now. Then they use it for everything. Just like we took something that was a total like chitlins. We took something that was total shit and we made it our beauty in it. We took some, and yes, I think it's stupid. I don't think it's cool. Like we couldn't come up with our own thing, but we made it our culture. We made it who we are. We made it a part. Now everybody wants to say that.
Has that been a positive or a negative for the culture?
I got friends, white friends, that's like, dude, man, if I could just be able to say that way, and I'm like, motherfucker, I know you say that shit amongst yourself all the time, but because we do it so dearly, so like effortlessly, it makes them, it's cool now, which I don't think it's cool to say that, but like, I ain't gonna lie, I got it in my lyrics, I got it in all my shit. What's up, Simon? I see you. I got it in my lyrics, I got it in music, I've said it on camera, you know what I mean? I've cussed people out, you know what I mean? I mean, that's just, I'm a California baby too. I'm a South Central, so this is kind of like the culture out here. You know what I mean? It's kind of like, wow.
Would you say it's the culture? It's not the culture, it's the programming. I think a lot of times we try to call our programming a culture, and it's not.
You can call it programming, I call it doctrine. Okay, cool. You know what I mean? You're indoctrinated like that out here. You know what I mean? Like there's people in Louisiana indoctrinated the same way. There's people in Nebraska indoctrinated. Like touring, that's why I was able to see how different people live in touring. That's how I know that there's different societal doctrine in different places. If you grow up in Iowa, you have a totally different mindset on the N-word. If you grew up in motherfucking Idaho, and they right next to each other. But sometimes the social design be different. You know what I mean? A lot of them be different. I mean, as far as the doctrine, right? I have friends that's over in New York that don't even know what the fuck is going on in LA as far as how we dress and how we talk to each other and how we move, right? But how they don't even say the word like we say the word. They say it on some other shit.
So you saying that there's a large number of people who use the N-word with the term of respect.
I mean, yeah, of course. I mean, you got fucking.
That's their intent.
I said a large number, sir. Not an anomaly. A large number of people who use it with the term of respect, and not a term that you can't say. I'm talking about people who use it as a term of respect and not as a term of degrading, meaning that they only use the term nigga in a positive way, and they never, when they're angry at somebody, say, well, "Shut up, nigga." They never do it that way. You're telling me there's a large number of people who only use the N-word in a term of respect, not in a term of degradation.
That's a great way to, I get you though, but that's a great way to box a person in, and they don't. They use it as a sense of endearment, as a sense of, frustration, as a sense of like, it just it's like shit. Like shit. Shit. Damn, look at that shit. Look at it. I mean, like, I don't think people taking. I don't think.
So why are we so willing to crash? Okay, so why are we so willing to crash out if someone calls us nigga? Then, so somebody who's white calls us nigga, we're ready to crash out. We're ready to fight.
I don't know.
Because if it's a term of endearment, why is it only a term of endearment from somebody who's also melanated skin?
Because we use that word for us. It's like it's our thing now. It's like
we use that word because white supremacy has programmed us to use that word to each other to remind. Because white supremacy can't talk the way that they want to talk to about black people. So what they've tricked us to is now you'll hear black people saying the most racist things to black people and about black people that white people are afraid to say, because they programmed us to have these KKK talking points. The same things that, man, if you do the test, if you listen to music, right? And you say, if the ghostwriter was maybe a white person, would I have a problem with these lyrics? If I'm listening to these lyrics and if I found out the person who wrote these lyrics, instead of it being a black person on the video, I found out it was a white person who wrote the lyrics, would I be angry then? And if the answer is yes, then that means that you're being very hypocritical.
Well, Jay, let me tell you something, Jay. You obviously don't know a lot of musicians, Jay, because there's a lot of KKK musicians out there that put out albums, and that says the word nigger, nigger, nigger all up in that motherfucker. But you know what happens, Jay?
I know this, sir. I know about the music scene.
It doesn't get the light of day in the way we see it, right? It's not like someone is looking for it, and we know it's out there. We know that there's a lot of racist artists out there too, but it's not. There's just certain things that just won't see the light of day, depending on who you are and what you're doing, Jay. And I'm just telling you, whether we want to see it or not, but they are out there, and on a large scale, not on no small ass scale. So we use it as a. I'm not saying on a large scale or small scale, but I'm just saying it don't matter where you go. Unless you in Southern South or somewhere, a lot of black folks use it as a way to communicate.
I think it's black people always reminding other black people that they're not men. I think it's black people always reminding other black men that they are niggas. It's the same way that women are now going around. Hey, bitch.
I don't get that. I don't get that when the black man call me, hey, my nigga. I don't get that. I get like we close, we peoples, like, you know what I mean? Like, hey, fam, like, hey, bro, like, we people.
You know what? The words.
I don't get that. No. Look, Jay, I'm gonna tell you something. I don't get that. He's looking at me as less than. I don't get that. You know what I mean?
Okay.
And you know what's weird, Jay? Maybe I am indoctrinated to the point to where I think if a black dude didn't call me that, I would feel awkward. Like, who is this motherfucker? Like, we peoples, bro. We first in a sense. Like, know what I mean? Like we ninjas, right? In the sense to like to another conservative black folk, they be like, "Oh my God, to call yourself
I'm not
less than a
conservative. I'm not conservative. I just
no. I'm saying conservative thought process. You know, you have to understand. Liberals don't think like conservatives. Conservatives have a one-sided, you know what I mean, side. So I'm not saying you, but I'm saying a thought process of a conservative person would literally say that, oh well, that's wrong for you to call yourself that because you guys are belittling yourself. And we're like, no, we're not. To you, it may feel that way, but to us, it's not even, we don't even look at it that it doesn't affect us to a point to where we're gonna hold a rally to say we have to protest and stop this. Like it doesn't bother us like that. You know what I mean? And then the question comes, well, what if a white person comes and says it? And what if an Asian says it? And what if it's like, well, cool, if you bring in all that element, then now you're just taunting me. Now you're just being mean to me, you know what I mean? That's just like there are Latinos I know right now that call themselves right now derogatory terms, and they do it as a sense of their own endearment. It has shit to do with anybody outside of there. It has shit to do with like they're just certain.
No, when Latino people fight each other, wait. Give me I've seen Latino people fight each other, and when they fight, do they not yell "fuck nigga" when they're fighting?
Then I'm not. No. See.
No. Answer that question. When you see Hispanic people having a fight, do they not yell the word "nigga" at each other?
I never heard them say it. I've never heard.
Sir, you said you're in California, right? You said you're a Cali dude.
Yeah.
You've never seen Latino people have a fight with each other and they calling each other the fuck bitch ass nigga. You ain't never seen that or heard that.
Hey fool, hey fucking with that fool, hey. I don't know. I mean, I got a lot of Latin homies, some KTO homies,
yeah, but they also say nigga too, man. Because when you're angry at somebody, that's what you. When you are angry at somebody and again want to kill them, that's the term that you use.
They don't say nigga though.
Dude, yes, they do.
Look, I'm gonna tell you straight up. I'm gonna be straight up.
Sir, I lived in Victorville, California. I used to firefight in Klamath Falls and Humboldt County, California. I have been in California and I lived and bartended there for 3 years. I have cousins who my cousin graduated from Chico State and I've lived there for a half a semester. I have seen many Latino people in California where you say that you're from use the word nigga when they are fighting each other.
I've never. I'm from South Central. I'm a South Central.
I'm just saying California, sir. I'm trying to let you know that Latino people also use the N-word when they're angry at each other.
Yeah, but you understand, Humboldt County is so far from us that's
yes,
about
Humboldt County is Northern California, but it's still. I'm speaking about Latinos in California, sir. So South Central, South Central Latinos are completely different from the rest of Latinos in California.
Exactly.
So can I
exactly? I'll tell you straight up, Northern Latinos, Northern Norteños.
Victorville is also. I said Victorville. I said which is lower California, is it not?
I don't know. I'm just saying. I haven't. I'm just saying I haven't.
Okay.
And I'm married in a Latino family. I'm just saying I haven't.
Just because you haven't seen it doesn't mean it hasn't happened. And there's plenty of, you can go on videos. Sorry, she's been trying to hold her hand up for the longest and the one to speak. Go ahead.
So, I just wanted to say, 10 years ago, I had two people that got mad at me because I said to them, why are you mad if a white person call you nigger when you calling each other nigger? I said, black people are just as racist as other races are because it depends on how you look at things. And the way I grew up with my other family, it was you didn't say that word. And it's funny how the conditioning is because for my children in my household, you couldn't use the word nigger, you couldn't use the word dumb, you couldn't use the word stupid. You couldn't say anything that was derogatory or to make you feel less than. And the crazy part is the way the world is and the way the music industry is my youngest is like that's just like so normal for them now. Like you said, they with their friends, bitch, bitch, bitch. And it's like we would never do that. And when I see her talking to her friends and do that, I just shake my head. And she's like, "Oh, mommy, you need to calm down." And I'm like, "I'm calm, but that's just so like why?
You know what,
You
Riri?
don't
You're right.
have to. You don't have to because everybody else does."
There's dudes right now that calling each other's bitches. Hey, bitch. Hey, I'm like, bro,
Right,
that's
but
weird. I don't get that. Like,
and
that's belittling. Like, to me,
and
I'm like, well, damn, okay, nigga is one thing, but bitch, like, you gonna call a nigga a bitch? Oh, god damn, that's fucked.
and
That's horrible.
I think gay black men have kind of like taken bitch the way that straight black men tried to incorporate nigga. And since gay black men have such an influence
No,
on
it
black
ain't.
women,
It ain't.
since gay black men have such an influence on black women's culture, now they start calling each
Bro,
other hey, because
it
that's
ain't my
exactly how it
nigga.
happened in the 90s.
It ain't my nigga.
I noticed in over
No,
the last
look.
in the last
Riri,
20
let me holler at
years.
this nigga real quick, cuz.
Wait, let me say
Wait,
this
why
in
do you
a
keep
minute.
calling me that? If
No,
you
cause
said one, you said if you said you won't call me that. I asked you not to call me that, and you said you wouldn't. So now you're calling me that again.
I ain't never said I ain't gonna call you that nigga. The fuck?
Yes, you did, sir. And I haven't called you that. So why
Okay.
are you calling me that?
So
I'm
I was
confident I
just
ain't never said that.
Again,
that in the
But you
last
got it. You got it.
what this is
You
showing
got
is
it.
it shows that certain black
You
people
got
will
it.
use the word.
You got it. You got it. You got it, bro. You
in
got
the
it. You
last
got it.
Okay,
years.
well then shut the hell up and then let her finish her conversation. She was talking and you jumped right in. For what reason? Go
Hey,
ahead, miss. I'm sorry. You were making a good point.
Where you at? Where you at, nigga? Cause I guarantee you ain't in Cali.
Wow, god damn it. Can you
I already
respect the
told you in
damn
the beginning of the conversation that I'm here in Germany. Now, miss, did you want to finish? Because I'm trying to be respectful
And
because
that's
you were
where you
making
need
a
to
point.
stay.
And the last thing I was just gonna say is that me and my people in having our conversations, and we have noticed that in the last 10 years, for us where we're located, like especially when I go up north, there are a lot of our Spanish people now that they use the N word. It's just so regular for them now. And when I was little growing up, they would never say that word. When I was growing up, we didn't even say the word. If
So yeah, speak on that. Because I got a lot of Puerto Rican friends that say nigga, but they feel like they black dudes anyway. They feel like they black anyway. And
right,
that's
that's
it.
what I'm saying, and they feel like,
You know what I mean?
but
Cause
because
it's high
we
desert.
But I
incorporate,
don't have a lot of Mexicans that say nigga. I don't know
Why
a
do you
lot
think?
of
Why do you think that Puerto Ricans and say claim to be black, but Dominicans do the opposite? I lived in New York, and I've always noticed
man,
that.
that's the thing, and they always try to put. No, you're right too, because the
You just say
Mexicans, they always say
you
they
just
like
say
Mexicans. They won't even say it.
I've heard
So
the
you're right.
Dominicans
You're
say
right.
you just
But
it,
at
said
the
I've
same
heard
Victor
the
point,
did.
Puerto Ricans say it, I've heard the
Puerto
Mexicans say
Ricans say it like Fat
yeah, they
Joe.
say a
Is
lot.
like they say a lot. Where I was confused, and I'm like, I'm looking around at all the other people in Harlem. Like, am I bugging?
Now, don't get me wrong. If you ask me, do I feel kind of selfish with that word? I do. I do feel like because it was thrown at us in such a derogatory term, and it was only because we wasn't aware of certain things, we didn't know, we weren't that smart, blah blah blah, which we were, but that was just what they pushed upon us, right? And then after a while, we took it and hip hop did, and just started clowning on each other and would say it, and all of a sudden the clown turned into a trending little saying, and that saying turned into other people saying it, and you got where you are now, but it kind of been our thing, and then all of a sudden you get other cultures start saying it, and yes, I do feel some awkward way about that. I ain't gonna lie, which is kind of like it's a double-edged sword because it's like, well, shit, you already talking amongst yourself, and which is always a double-edged sword conversation for me because I'm like, well, I can do it, you can't. It's like saying I can count on my little brother, I can beat on my little brother, but you can't. You know what I mean? You better not touch it, you type shit.
It's the same thing where if a gay black man can say something to a woman, bitch, shut up, and she might take that and not trip. But if a straight black man says, bitch, shut up, it means something completely different. I think it's almost the same way as how we differentiate the N-word. We're saying that only black people can say it, but if somebody who doesn't have black skin says it, then all of a sudden we have an issue.
Yeah, because my wife tried to my wife is Latina.
Shut the fuck
My
up,
wife
bro.
said it one time, and I was like,
What did I say that was completely out of bounds right then, sir? Because you just want to mutter some shit.
"Okay, go
You
ahead,
told me to
Juan.
shut
I'm
up,
gonna let
fine.
y'all have at it. Y'all can have at it. Riri, you gonna ref this, Riri? You gonna be the referee? All right, y'all got it. I'm gonna let y'all have it. Walter,
No, he got it, cuz.
No, you keep saying shit and then saying he got it. That is a very feminine thing to do, sir. It is a very passive aggressive.
Nah.
I want to say
All
some
you
slick shit, but
talking
then
is
when I ask
feminine,
them,
nigga.
you.
Hey, how
again,
you
Because
talking is
you
feminine.
keep
No,
calling
no,
me the
no.
N word.
Hey,
It's
look.
hilarious. So
Hey,
you can't stop.
look.
So you
I'm
cannot
gonna let you
not
know,
say
my
it.
nigga.
If
I'm
I
not
was
that
sitting here
one that you
calling you
want to do
bitch
that
and all
with.
kind of stuff,
Hey,
we would be
look.
having
Hey, check
a
this
very
out.
typical
Hey,
argument.
check this
But
out, my
all I know
nigga.
is that every time the
You
conversation
don't
starts
want to do
happening,
that with
you always want
me.
to mutter something to
Hey,
derail the conversation. And again, it goes right
I
back to what I
always
said in the
want to
beginning.
murder something.
The person who
I
doesn't have
always
his
want to
camera
murder
on
something.
is
Okay,
always the person.
for
I didn't say
sure.
murder. I said murder
For
something.
sure.
The person who doesn't have a camera on is always the person that's
I
derailing the
said the
conversation.
same. I said the same thing
You
you
sound
said.
drunk. So how about either you let the conversation proceed,
How
or you cam up?
you shut the fuck
Because
up, my
no,
nigga, or
why are you calling me
I
the
can
N word
meet up
again?
with you. Cause
Again, the
I'm
N
one of
word is
them.
because I don't
I'm
think
one of
he's
them
saying the N
ones.
word with a
Hey,
term of endearment. Love, do you?
look.
It doesn't seem
Look,
like he's
shut the
saying the
fuck
N
up.
word.
Hey, on Cop
I
Crip,
see
my
no
nigga.
respect in this
Shut
N
the
word
fuck
that he's
up,
saying.
nigga. Hey, shut the fuck up, nigga.
No, sir, I won't. Now
I'm
what?
really one of the one. Hey,
Now,
look, I'm one of the ones.
you one of
If
them
you do
ones.
this with
Now you about to
me,
wish death
my
upon me.
nigga,
Now
I
you about
will
to let me
really
know that
come
you'll
where
be
you
violent.
at, my
You'll kill
nigga.
me.
I will take a fade with you, bro.
Exactly. I'm less than a man, so now I'm someone who's worthy of death. Right? It's hilarious how the N word can easily
Who
be
said
transferred.
death?
Right?
Who
You
said
just said
death?
I'm
Nigga, I
not
said
one
a
of them ones.
fade, nigga.
I'm not. Oh, okay. I'm not one of them ones.
Nigga,
I'm not
what is
one.
a fade?
Why do you want to? Why do you want to get violent all of a sudden, sir?
And death is
Why do
two
you want to
different
get
things,
violent, sir?
nigga.
Sir, why do you want to get violent? Why do you want to fight me?
Death and fade is two different things.
Why?
All of a sudden you are, oh my God, he talking about death.
Now you want
Nigga,
to fight.
I ain't talking about no
Why?
death, nigga.
Why?
You old scary
Why do you
ass
keep calling
nigga.
me the N word? What
Nigga,
scary ass
oh my
nigga?
God,
What is all
I
this?
ain't talking about the N-word. Oh my
I don't
God,
think
he
he
called
has
me
not
the
used. I don't
N-word.
think he's used
Man,
the N
shut
word
the
with
fuck
respect at
up.
all.
Hey,
Because
bro, check this
again, now
out.
that he's
My nigga,
angry,
where I come from, the N-word is
where you come
natural.
from,
Where I come from, the
naturally
N-word is
disrespectful.
natural, nigga.
Naturally disrespectful. That's what it is, sir. Naturally disrespectful.
Yeah. Yeah. And I
Naturally
guarantee
disrespectful.
you,
And
nigga,
you
I'm gonna
proving
put
my
hands
point.
on your ass if I see you.
So if you see me, okay. Well, do you have a felony? Can you come to Germany? Can you get a passport, sir?
Yep, I sure the fuck can, nigga.
Okay,
You
then
want me
how
to
much
come
of
to
a pass?
Germany, nigga?
How much of a
Hey,
passport?
on
Go ahead.
Compton Crib. Hey, I'm
On
on my way
Compton
to
Crip?
Germany. Fuck
On
it.
Compton Crip.
On a trip.
On
Go on a trip.
Compton Crip.
Hey,
Is that what we doing now?
what's your info? What's
Really?
your info? What's
Sir.
your
What,
info?
sir?
What's your info?
Sir.
I'll be on my way to Germany. Go on a
Okay.
trip. Don't serve
Okay.
me none of that. None of
You
that.
mean that
What's your info? I'll
you
be
put that
on.
on
I'll
you
come.
put that on
I'll come
Compton Crip,
Germany.
sir?
No,
Okay.
John, don't mention none of
As long
that.
as you put that on Compton Crip,
I'll be
then
on my way to
it's good.
Germany. No,
Okay.
don't mention none of that.
No. You put it on Compton Crip.
What's your
You
info
must
for
be serious.
Germany?
Yeah, on your mama and them,
What's
right?
your info on Germany? I'll be on my
Motherfucker.
way to Germany.
Okay.
No. No and no and no.
What's your info to Germany?
No.
Yeah.
Walter,
If
you're
you
supposed
ain't
to be
waiting for
talking
that,
about
just leave that
Walter. We're supposed
alone,
to be
and
talking
I can
about
leave it
the N-word,
alone.
Walter. Walter, we're supposed to be talking about the N-word, and you took it on to.
I was, but
Why you
context
trying to fight, bro? Why you
doing
trying
this
to fight?
weird shit.
Well, you know he's not. He's just having a conversation, and he's putting up a good
No,
fight.
he's not.
Because you're losing.
He ain't.
He's having a conversation, and if his views are different than
So
mine,
if you want to be in conversation, be in a conversation. Don't try to challenge a nigga. Cause I'll be
Don't try to
out there,
challenge
my
a
nigga.
nigga. What are you talking about?
You didn't
One,
challenge
you're the
me,
one that keeps
Walter.
muttering shit and interrupting the conversation.
Oh, there he go. There he go.
Walter,
Hey,
he
what's
did
your
not
info?
challenge me.
Hey, I need info.
let's
I'll
not.
be out there next week. week.
Let's not.
I'll be out there this week.
This nigga can't even get across the street.
How much you want to put on that?
Oh, Compton Crip?
How much you gonna put on that, Biz? How much you gonna put on that? You know what I'm saying? I got some shit, but
Hey,
yeah,
I'm using
I
that
ain't gonna
shit.
tell you no shit, but I ain't gonna tell you no real shit.
You became famous on the
Hey,
trap.
what the deal is though? What's the deal is though? What's the deal?
Really? That's what we doing on Compton Crip, huh?
Do this. Crib Street. What you want to do this?
Can you please just Walter? Can you please just have the conversation with the man? He is willing to have the convo, but you're losing this conversation. It's just a straightforward conversation. No cracking on.
Gotta stop.
Listen,
gotta stop doing what he's doing.
Sir, I haven't called you out your name at all. I haven't said anything disrespectful to you, but all of a sudden
I'm talking to Biz. I'm talking to Biz right now, bro.
Hold on.
Let us talk real quick.
He hasn't disrespected you.
Let us talk.
He hasn't disrespected you.
I ain't calling him his name. I ain't calling him his name. I ain't calling him a bitch nigga and none of that. So
Walter, why you keep talking, bro?
You already know.
All right,
you already know. I haven't called him out his name. I'm telling you, nigga. What I call him?
You called him a nigga.
I call him a bitch nigga.
A nigga. He don't like to be called nigga. Don't call him a nigga. Respect that. Then cool.
And he asked that.
Okay. I'll give y'all that. So, but I'm asking. Is that what? Oh, be quiet, bitch. You asking us to be called a nigga?
Anything wrong? I'm just telling Walter.
No, hold on. I'm asking him. Hold on. Biz, be quiet. You asking us to be called a nigga, right? I'm asking him because I want to hear from him.
Yes, bro. He don't have to.
He started the conversation off like that when it first started. He nicely asked that's not his preference. That's not his cup of tea.
Okay.
He put it back on the table and said, "Please don't give this cup of tea."
We got London in the building. We got Germany and London.
Okay. I can give him that. If that's what he said, I don't remember him saying it, but y'all saying he did say that, and then I can respect that.
All right. Okay. Now, can y'all have the conversation?
I can respect that.
Who got you? Can you say the comment?
And I will most definitely respect it. And what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna apologize to him for it.
Okay, apologize.
I didn't hear him say that.
Okay, apologize. Simon, you there?
Nigga, did you just say okay? Apologize.
I haven't said a word. You just said you were about to apologize for it, and then you just said nigga again. It's not a real apology. So let's just, I don't want your apology because you don't mean it.
To Biz. I was talking to him.
Nice.
I was talking to him. I was talking to him.
My bad. Then my bad. I was like, my bad. Then okay. I was like, I just came off mute. Now you got me saying
oh my God.
On Compton Crip.
Now I gotta go say a woo
like, hold on, wait a minute. I'm talking to him.
My bad.
Damn.
Simon, where your camera at?
All right, look. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna apologize to you, bro.
Simon, are you naked, Simon? That's bad.
You didn't like it.
Bro, what you talking
about?
about?
You be called. And I called you that. Hold on. Let me get my apology out. Biz, fuck you, nigga. Hey, look, check this out.
Bro.
I'm trying to get my apology out, and you over here interrupting my apology to this motherfucker right here.
Simon is in the chat. All right, go ahead. Simon is in.
And
I can't even tell you not to call me motherfucker because it's like.
Hey, bro. Don't worry about it. I'm gonna punch on this motherfucker later on. No, I'm fucking with you. No, I'm fucking with you. But look, no, I apologize. You want, you know what I'm saying? You didn't like that was a derogatory term to you, and you know it really meant something to you. I apologize to you. You know what I'm saying? And where I'm from is normal, but where you from is different. So you know what I'm saying? I'm gonna apologize for it.
I'm from Oklahoma. They use it just as much there too.
Oklahoma.
That's the first thing I said when I
motherfucker,
came on here. I've been here for.
God damn
Jesus
it!
Christ.
They say that shit they say that shit like nothing. That's like normal, nigga. One of my boys is from there. God damn it, my family from there. Oh my god. Oh shit. And you don't like that shit? Oh my. Oh god.
No, I don't.
Okay, you know what? Well, I'm gonna still apologize to you. I'm gonna apologize to you anyway. You know, just because I ain't gonna say who my family is, but yeah, they call you nigga too, but it's okay.
What's up, Jason?
What's up, Simon?
Who the fuck is that?
How you been?
Chilling.
Oh my lord.
How's your partner? She recovered?
My what?
Your partner, your wife.
I ain't married. She's good. We co-parent. I see the kids every day, so everything's chill.
Okay. I'm happy for you. Good to see you back.
Thank you. Do you want to jump in this conversation, or you want to transition into something else? Because I think we've been on the N word for about almost 30 minutes, so we can go to a different topic. Or he might be trying to wrap this shit up. He's been on live for like 6 hours, so if he wants to wrap it up, I understand.
We didn't even get to see the video.
I know. I don't even want to bring it up anymore because it's like maybe we do it another stream.
Whatever it is.
I don't think he found the video, honestly. So it's
No, he did. He did. And then
no, he found a 6-minute video. But so I'll actually I've already subscribed. I'll make a link of it one day, or one day when we have a conversation in the future. I'll go ahead and have the link ready so we can easily respond to it.
Hey, where you at in Oklahoma?
I'm in Germany now. I'm from Langston, Oklahoma, a small black town in the middle of Oklahoma.
Okay. No, I wasn't asking you like that.
Okay.
No, sir. I was just wanting to know. I know that's a small town though. What, you in the military?
Nope.
It's hot outside, man. Shit.
Yeah, but what you want to talk about, Simon?
You just moved to Germany.
Yeah, I moved here 10 years ago to start a family, and then broke up with my ex before the pandemic. But I'm still here raising my kids.
Well, that's what's up. That's what's up.
Yeah.
Now, are you in the
Don't take it down.
You still retired,
Don't take it as
Jason?
I'm attacking you or nothing.
No, I've been a bartender my whole life. I've had these conversations. I'm not offended. I'm not feeling like I'm targeted. It's all good.
Like I was gonna say, it don't seem like
Okay, let's make sure. You
like
know.
he really was just really trying to have a conversation.
Yeah, I'm just talking. You know.
Have a conversation.
Yeah, we good. That's why I'm asking
Jay,
about
are y'all
this
good,
stuff
Jay?
and
I mean,
shit.
I don't know.
I'm
Jay
gravy.
still want to hit you with a spear or some shit.
No, he good. He good.
Is that an indigenous joke? I love it. I'll take it. We don't get too many low blows, so I appreciate it.
You don't get low. You don't get too many low blows.
No, I said we don't get too many Native American jokes, so yeah, I'll take it. I appreciate it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, don't be no Native American jokes.
Simon
Fuck that. Give all American, give all Native American jokes. Fuck that.
Simon, from your point of view, you been in UK.
I'm
What would
Native
you
American.
say? What
Shit,
is
fuck
the
that shit.
word?
Give some Native American jokes. I ain't never heard no one.
Because you ain't got none, little boy. Pick it up.
All right. Sorry, what was the question? You said, what's the question?
The question
sir?
is the N word. Define
Right.
with meaning.
We back to that.
Well, I just want to see.
Well,
what
I
Simon,
put the link in.
I want to know what they think of London, like over in the UK, United Kingdom. What do you guys think of the N word? How is that like? Do y'all use it as a cool thing? Because he brought the conversation up, and I kind of wanted
there's
to
a lot
see.
going on.
Oh, who you asking? Shadow?
Yeah, I'm asking Shadow. Dust.
Well, it's something that was but as far as I'm aware, the Negro thing came like that was the original, right? So then you go to black, and then you go to noir, then you go to Mongols, then you go to sort of like, if you really want to get into anthropology and understand where this whole thing derived from, you know, I mean, it was a caste. So, you know, it was a definition to basically extract and desensitize a whole population in terms of what was supposed to be cast. That was like probably one of the first market employees that was put out to the black people or society in general, in terms of just like colonization, infiltration, segregation, you know, the whole thing. Like, and we just took it on board. You know what I mean? I mean, I get when we're talking about you know, things like music or other influences, magazines, Cosmopolitan, this, that, whatnot, and you know, but that was all part of our own like greed in terms of like wanting to like become something and have convenience take over our lives rather than understand that we could do things by our own hand. And this is what's been detracted. We don't do things by our own hand anymore. What we do is we lean to a machine, and the machine is called this, that, and you just buy into it. It's like you don't even want to do anything anymore. It's like, oh, life's so stressed, life's so hard. You know, this, that, whatnot. But yeah, you know, people are riding on horseback like 30 years ago. What are you talking about, bruh? You struggle to pick up the phone and charge it. I mean, what the hell's going on with us these days? And this is how we teach our children. You know, parents can't even turn around and understand what is going on in life and society. We're having a discussion about the N-word. Well, that is never coming out of my child's mouth. That's the one thing I damn well know. And at the end of the day, if it ever does, I'm going to have to school her, take her to a library, and make her read about 300 books based on the fact that why that came out of her mouth in the first place. Salute to you, sir.
Sometimes I had a problem with other people from other countries coming out to America and claiming and being a part and want to immerse themselves, but they don't give the credit back. So it's like I only use the culture to benefit, but when it comes down to put down for the culture, I'm gonna stick to my side. Like I would see some Kenyans, or I would see some Ghanaians, or some Jamaicans, like they'll come and claim the African American card and Black American, blah blah blah, but then again they'll be quick to, you know, condemn us if we try to be a part of theirs or say something about their culture, or just, you know what I mean. For instance, Nicki Minaj was she had said something to, who was the artist? She had got mad at, I think, Travis Scott. I believe Travis Scott came out with A$AP Rocky came out with a brand, and the brand of the company was about some Trinidadian. When she came out and said everything, you know, I'm like, no, that's wrong. I don't know why you're using our view. You shouldn't be using Trinidadian. You ain't from Trinidad, right? But meanwhile, she looks like Little Kim. Last time I heard, Little Kim parents damn near came out of child slavery. Them last time I heard, Little Kim parents were black as motherfucker. And you know what I mean? I think that it's like they'll use it to their benefit until somebody tries their shit. And it's like, well, no, don't step on my shit, but I'll be all in your shit. You know what I mean? I could be in your pie. And I think that sometimes, like, I find that very irritating as fuck, being a foundational Black America, or being my ancestors are descendants of slaves. You know what I mean? Like being from that bloodline, it's like crazy when people come out here and they claim something, and then when the culture needs them to step up, but they'll come out and say the word nigga, party with us, do the whole thing about the culture until it's come down to fight for something or put some policies, and it's like nope.
Yeah, you're totally correct, and that's why I try not to overstep myself, like being someone from the UK. I can't say I'm from Europe. Salute to Germany, but no, I totally understand, like, because it happens over here, like vice versa. Like when people can overstep that line without actually, having an endorsed education about people's history, what they've actually been through, how they've just got a home or a house. Like people take that shit for granted real quick. And I've lived in this country for so long, and I'm one of the ones that just didn't leave the city. Where I've known like a lot of my folks, a lot of my people, a lot of my family to leave the city, but I've just watched it play out. And you just see these people just coming around and doing some real fuckery shit. You know what I mean? And it's just like I can't really buy into that. I can't. And I'm sorry. Do you know what I mean? It's like I just feel like you need to be respectful when you go to someone's town, someone's city, someone's proximity, someone's history, someone's ancestry. Like you need to be respectful, man. You need to take some real damn time to sort of understand that stuff. And it comes back down to what we're talking about, the word, the N word. Where does that come from? And it might mean something to you, and it might mean something to me that's slightly different. But I need to understand how that affects you, because, if I ever had one of these old folk that is of a different race, gender, color, skin, whatever you want to call it, turn around and talk to me like that, I'd have to put my boot down their damn neck, like straight up. I'll get antagonized real quick. No, it's straight up.
Hey, look,
like, I ain't playing with that.
This is off subject. Look, this is off subject, but I just want to ask a question. Like, what do you think about the Kendrick Lamar and Drake beef? Like,
Okay, after that,
I can't be biased, man.
What was you?
I'm gonna be biased. So you need to speak. I don't know. Speak to Jason about
What
that.
you gonna say? Hold on. What you gonna say, Jay? And then we'll answer that right quick. What?
I was going to ask Simon, because he was saying if anyone uses the word, he's going to put his foot in his. This is kind of part of the programming. Like, why? Because again, English is their language. Why are you so willing to crash out over them calling you that word? Why are you so willing to fight somebody?
Look, you've got children, right?
It's respect, bro. Respect.
But see, the thing is, especially in our culture, we're willing to kill each other over disrespect.
So look, I'll put it this way, and I'm blue all day, just for your preference, okay? I've always been blue, but at the end of the day, like what is like what you gotta understand is like if let's say your son or your daughter came back home and said, "Yo, daddy, the teacher called me nigger." What's gonna be your response, bro?
I'm gonna ask what is
that's some sort of programming.
Wait a second. You asked me what my response will be, right?
Correct.
Okay.
I'm at school immediately.
I'm sorry. I thought he asked me what my response would be. Go ahead. You want to say something, Walt?
Yeah, no. You got it. Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead. You got it. What would you do in that stance?
Okay. My child comes to me and tells me that their teachers called them the N-word.
Yes.
Correct. That's your question, Simon?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Well, there's three things. One, in Germany, for some reason, it's hilarious here, but for some reason, that word is damn near outlawed. So if someone says that, you can actually make a police report and they go to jail. I've never seen it in any other country like that, because they're so afraid of, everything from the Nazi shit. that them saying the N-word actually gets them jail time. So I would, one, go speak to the teacher and say, what the hell happened? Two, make a report. And three, let the system do what it needs to do. There's no reason for me to go try to crash out or go try to fight this person or go do a bunch of things that's going to end up jeopardizing my livelihood and also putting me in a situation where I don't get to parent my kids or have the money that I want to do to parent my kids, because now all of a sudden I got to pay all these fines because I attacked somebody. The system here takes care of that for you. Again, it's the only country where I've seen it where it's like if someone uses the N-word, it is a real derogatory term where it's actually with a real penalty. There's no real penalty for saying it in America, except for the fact that somebody might fight you. But here in Germany, it's the complete opposite. So that's what I would do. I would use the system.
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm late. So you're saying that if somebody said that in
What you
Germany,
gotta say, Simon?
there's repercussions
No, I'm
for it?
listening, bro.
Oh, absolutely. Yes, because one of the
You
things that
say
happened after the... I'm sorry, I thought Love was trying to ask a question.
son
Go
of a
ahead.
boy. Yeah, me and him be going at it. That's my nigga on everything.
To answer your question, though, you Love, yeah.
What you think of that?
So they do.
Simon, what you think
So they
about
do
it?
something about it.
What you say, bro?
Love was trying to say something.
What you think of what he just said?
Yeah, I don't, I'm just saying, like, it don't work like that in most places, in most towns. Like, it's okay to say that shit goes down in Germany. Like, if you're like most cities, if you actually travel, it don't work like that. It really don't.
so
Like, you
damn
gotta wait for the.
Did you say if do I wait?
Yeah.
Did you just say if I actually travel, man? I have traveled all over this globe, and I did
Okay.
say that Germany is one of the few places that does it. So if you want to ask me what I would do in that situation in another country, then ask me that. But don't say that if I travel, sir.
Well, the
My
question was
passport is
general.
dumb stamp.
The question was general, and you made it local, so you can't
No,
like
you
backtrack.
asked me. You didn't say general. You said what would I do? You asked me what would
Generally,
I
yeah,
do?
I didn't say
That's
in
not
Germany.
in general. You asked me what would I'm in. Sir,
I didn't say.
you
I didn't
asked me
say in
what would I
Germany,
do?
bro. Yeah, I know,
Oh,
but
well, then you
you're
gotta tell me. You
that's
gotta
the
tell me
local
that.
course. That's a local
Okay,
course.
if you're asking me a question and saying what would I do if some teacher went to my kid and called them the N-word, I'm answering that question from my perspective and what would happen if one teacher came and like. So you're saying that outside of didn't say that, but I'm telling you that that's what I would have done. You're asking me what I would have done in that situation.
I would have thought that you'd have consideration for the rest of the people on the platform.
I don't know what you mean by that last statement. You want to say that again?
I would have thought you'd have had consideration for the rest of the people on the platform. It's like you're speaking broadly in terms. Like I spoke generally. Now you're going local and going, okay, this just applies to me over here in this little space in
sir,
Germany.
you can't say that you can't say that
whatever.
you're asking me a general question if the question was posed to me specifically. You asked, what would I do in that situation? So I am answering that question as honestly as I can.
Mm-hmm. Well, cool. Thank you. Love, did you have something? I don't know. I heard you say something.
No, I was just saying, is that what they do over there in Germany? And he said, yes, it's one of the few places that does that.
Yeah.
And
it's also why I have a problem with, yes, that is one of the things that they do here. They try to get around it. The young people try to have a word called digger, which they try to say means big guy. And that's their slang term. And I tell them, don't call me that either, because it's the same kind of verbiage. They came up with it because in the 90s, they listened to hip hop and they learned here, well, shit, we can't say nigga because there's consequences for saying the N-word here. So let's come up with another term that works for our music. And now we have the word digga. So now you see all these white Germans and Turkish people using digga the way that black people use the word nigga. And when they try to use it with me, I say absolutely fucking not. The same way that I don't want people calling me nigga, I don't let people in Germany call me digga.
Does nigga sound the same in German? Out of interest.
I don't know. I haven't heard any Germans say nigga, but I'm assuming that it would sound the same. It would probably sound like digga. I don't think that Germans have the inability to say nigga.
So it's a universal term, like regardless of what country you're in, it doesn't change. Let's say like if I was to say onion in German or something like that, how does that sound?
Onion? I don't know the. Are you asking me?
Onion.
Are you asking me? Are you asking me? If there's another word in German for nigga? Is that
No,
your question?
yeah, I mean, I'm just saying,
No, there
it's a
isn't.
universal thing, isn't it? So, like everyone knows where it is, and they all do it on purpose. It's like swear words. It's like one of
Biz,
the
you make
first things.
coffee?
Well, no, it's not because. Well,
I'm
it's
about to
bigger
make some
because
coffee.
it's a term that's used in all languages. It's not like it's just only used in English speaking languages.
I
Because
know,
so
I
people
know
who
if
don't know English still will use the word nigga.
I go to France, my name is not Simon, it's Simone, right? Or
Okay.
Simone Hectico or some shit like that. Like, so I know like accents can change. There's male, female sort of languages. There's pronouns, all this sort of stuff going on. But the hard N remains in every country, right? Because it's a universal trap for black people.
Yes,
So if
it's
we
a
came
universal
here,
term.
you wouldn't be nigga,
Yeah,
you would be niggon. Is that
yeah,
what you're saying?
basically, yeah.
So they would be like, "Fuck you, nigga."
I see what you're saying, niggon.
So, and I mean, I guess this brings me to my point of like culture, because a lot of people,
I see what you're saying.
like Democrats and Republicans, and we had this whole big ass debate on this show. That's why we still here, because we're having this debate about Republicans and the whole. And I'm like, like Democrats treat us more like NIGGERs with the hard R than the Republicans do. You know what I mean? And I'm kind of like in a way of like, whether we want to choose right or left, I think we should be at what are the policies that fits for us in America. You know what I mean? I know for the people that's looking outside and who's not in America, I don't know what you guys are thinking, Simon, because I know you're in the UK, so I don't know what y'all thinking about America and how we look. But Jay know, because he's from here, so he knows. But then again, he's on the outside looking in too. So this is a good way to kind of really see, what I mean, an outside mind in. What do y'all think of what's going on? And are we still?
Well, I mean, the whole thing is. I see the whole thing as again, I'm a reservation baby. And they used Obama because they didn't want to have a white president drop all those bombs on brown skinned people. So that they used Obama, but a lot of black people didn't catch that at first. So because we were so happy to have a black president. But here, if you really look at the global scale of what he did, he's responsible for the death of a lot of brown skinned people. And the optics of that would have looked very horrible if it had been a white president doing the things that he had done. But because he was a brown skinned president, he doesn't have the same sort of, I guess, he's not held to the same sort of standards that a white president would have been. And everyone was so happy to have a black president that, they didn't really care about it. I think it'll be the exact same thing with Kamala Harris, where whichever side wins, the capitalism is going to win no matter what. So if she wins, then she's going to be used to do some things that further the agenda for those who want to make the, for the elites. And if Trump wins, he's going to do whatever he needs to do to further the agenda for the elites. Nothing's going to change. So I'm one of those people who I don't care to vote, because what I do, me voting is not going to change globally what's supposed to happen. This world is going to be what it's going to be. And my role is to shield my children and kind of expose them to what this world is and how it really operates, but not to get pulled into the strings that they try to use to get you animated. When society is trying to get you amped up to do something, you always need to take a step back and kind of analyze why they're doing this.
Right.
Why they want you to follow suit? Why they trying to get you on board? What's the real agenda? And that's the sad part about being here. Like you said, with them not letting them use the word in that country in Germany, but it's the same thing as far as the food and everything. Like it's like we're just a commodity. So you're not gonna stop the N-word. You're not gonna stop the sugar. You're not gonna stop the poison in the hair and all of that, because you're gonna lose money. you're making money off of our deaths. You're making money off of our misery. So the music industry is gonna make sure that some nigga is some nigga, because if some nigga know that there's a nigga and there's another nigga that's gonna debate, then that's one way to keep us distracted and fighting instead of what's really happening.
Or look at it like this: what if black people had rejected Christianity, right, and embraced their original foundation, which was indigenous religions, right? Only talking about the earth and things like almost hippie-ish, with all those stereotypes that with Native Americans, it would be on Black Americans instead. Then would the gun culture and white people spending the billions of dollars on guns for so-called protection, it wouldn't really be a thing, because again, we give them justification for having all those guns. They'll always say, well, you know, the images that they use for the stereotypical Black Americans is the fear that is used to propagate the NRA. So because America uses Black people and the things that they do, and they've programmed us to be so capitalistic and doing things out of capitalism to get money, and that they've been able to transfer those energies and turn that into fear. So now damn near everybody in America of white skin has a gun, and everyone of brown skin has a gun, because they got to protect themselves by living in these environments. And that's why America has such a billion-dollar gun culture versus other countries.
Simon, what is your take, Simon?
I kind of agree with him on that, but it's not only America. It's not, you know, this don't just happen in America.
No, I'm speaking about the gun culture. There's no other country that has a gun culture like America, sir.
Well, it depends on what you know about gun cultures. Like, most people would not understand that.
Name a country that has the mentality of a gun culture like America does.
Well, do you know that
where everyone has to be strapped, either legally or illegally? Just give me a name of a country of the majority of people having guns like we do in America.
Ukraine.
Ukraine does, sir. First of all, okay, no, that's not true. And the population is vastly not comparable to what USA is, to say Ukraine. And Ukraine is in a war right now. Didn't they have to get guns from America? Because if that's the case, that means they didn't have a gun culture the way they were supposed to. Because when wartime came, they had to get guns from other countries.
You asked me to name like one or the other. I mean, I just, you know, I'm not saying.
Okay, well, you named the wrong one. Sure,
no, I didn't know. No, you're just talking about commercial retail. That's what you're talking about. That versus like
no. I'm not speaking about commercial retail. I'm speaking about how the temperament. No, I'm telling you what I'm speaking about. I'm speaking of the temperament of the average American and what the average American has to deal with, and we have to live in that gun culture. You might have a fender bender with somebody, and all of a sudden have an argument, and then they want to pull a gun out. Like,
so you don't think that goes on in the UK as well?
No, you guys stab. You guys have stabbings. You have mass stabbing. You don't have. Okay, no, I'm not making a joke. I'm not making a joke. No, I'm not making a joke. You have more stabbings in the UK than you do have shootings.
Somebody from the UK. So you're
okay. So you're telling me. So you're telling me in the inner cities you have more shootings than stabbings.
Yes, which is not reported on.
It's not reported on, sir. Okay, you do not have the ability. You do not have more shootings in the UK than you do have stabbings.
All right, I'll give you a reference. Go and read up on the Lammy report.
Wait, before you do that, everyone else, does any of that make sense? Does anyone think that in the UK they have more shootings than stabbings?
No, I know they have more stabbings than shootings.
I'm gonna say that.
I'm not saying that it's like it's right, but I'm just saying the last UK film that I saw, it was a stabbing. He was shanking each other.
Yeah, but that's the thing. There's this sort of idea based on things that we see. Like, it's like movies, entertainment, and I get that. That's right. But I'm saying this actually goes down. Like, I've had endless conversations about people going, "Oh, you like people in the UK don't have guns? They have guns all day long. They have guns all day long. I've got a gun shop around the corner from my house. I'll give you the damn internet. So if you want to freaking look it up, I'll do that shit." It's just people don't know about it.
It doesn't. Just because there's some people with guns, it doesn't mean you're in a gun culture. I'm still speaking the same thing. People do not pull out guns as frequently in the UK as they do in America.
You have
and
no
that's
idea,
the honest
bro.
Well, it depends. I'm gonna say it depends on where you are because I have family members
Thank
that have
you.
family members over there, and they it depends on your area and where you're at, and they pull them out and they just
Okay.
they
Is
do
there
their
is there a state in America that doesn't? Is there a state you can go in America where you don't have to worry about dealing with gun culture? Maybe outside of Utah.
Is there a state where you don't have to
Good
deal with
coach,
gun
man.
culture?
Yeah.
No,
you
I
know,
mean I get what you're saying.
Yeah,
I
I'm
get what you're
joking.
saying, Jason. I get what you're saying.
No.
No, right? It really
So he's
isn't.
bouncing out.
No, I absolutely get what you're saying. I'm saying it exists, but I do get what you're saying. Because it's
In
like
the
it's just
UK,
like
in the
every
UK,
day.
there's yeah. In the UK, you can go to a certain area and not have to deal with that. Or at the same time, you can go to a certain area and only deal with people who have guns who are using it for hunting and things like that for sport. But you can get away from hood culture and idiotic culture in the UK. Whereas in America, it doesn't matter if you're black, white, Latino, no matter what. As a whole, you still have to deal with some sort of gun violence, or you have to teach your kids how to be aware of, hey, if you have an argument, a gun might come out. You have to teach your children in America because America is a gun culture. No matter
Right.
where you go, you're
There's such
subjected to have to deal with somebody with a gun.
right, which is and now they want to arm the teachers. So, and if it wasn't so excessive, you wouldn't want to arm the teachers. You wouldn't have
Wow.
the now we have training before instead of saying American legions. Now you got to sit there and know when to duck and how to hide and where to hide. Now it's everyday training.
But even that is so hilarious because everyone always talks about school shootings, but let's keep it 100. Especially in urban neighborhoods, there may not be school shootings, but there's so many shootings that happen outside of school because of things that happened in school. And that's the thing was like a lot of times in our community, we always want to point at white people like, oh, look, they got school shootings. And it's like, whoa, wait a minute. We have school shootings too. It's just that our school shootings happen after school because young people have to live in that kind of a culture. You can't in Chicago. The kids can't go to school without having to pass and have to at least be trying to ignore gun culture and have to ignore people who might have a problem. Same thing in Louisiana and New Orleans. Like every single state, it used to be in the 90s, the hood, there used to be like an east side or blah, blah, blah. But then there was a side that you stayed away from. And that was kind of the thing. I even remember that in Oklahoma, when Oklahoma City was like, hey, it's good on this side, but don't go on that side. And it's all good. Now, here we are 30 years later, and it's all blended in. The hip hop culture has pretty much indoctrinated the entire nation to be willing to use a gun to either take something that they want or to protect themselves. So it's always a back and forth yin and yang, and that's the battle of death in America, and that's part of gun culture. There's no other country dealing with it to that level, and not even close. And the fact that you said Ukraine is pretty laughable.
No, I tell you what's not laughable is they made sure they spent billions of dollars into arm them and give them weapons to Ukraine and poor Ukraine. No disrespect to none of that, right?
Fuck Ukraine. They're a bunch of Nazis.
However, look at
There are more Nazis than the ones here in Germany.
Hold on. But
Okay.
however, there's certain parts of Africa where they're doing just the same thing that they're doing there, but nobody's going over there arming them. Nobody's going over there saying nothing. Nobody's going over there adopting the kids and bringing them here.
That's facts.
Oh no, there's definitely somebody making money armoring those countries in Africa, and I don't know if it might.
It's not so much arming them. It's
okay.
So much. Every day you turn the news on, 5 times a day, it's Ukraine. Ukraine. And then before that, it was this, and then Pakistan, and then that. When are we going to talk about the same genocide and the same stuff that they're doing that's happening in Africa? Who's going to go over there and help them? Who's going to, it's like they push that under a rug.
Well, yeah, because white death globally is more valuable than black death.
Right. That's what I'm saying, and that's why I was saying the sad
What,
part
what,
about
what did
that.
Patrice O'Neal say? Like, say, who was that white girl that got kidnapped in Aruba, and everybody knew her name? Like, now what was the name of that other brown skinned girl that got kidnapped and nobody knew her name? Like, like Natalie Holloway. Like, it's the truth though. Even
girls along with the 100 Indian Native American girls.
yeah, they still get trafficked out of Canada, and no one talks about it.
Exactly.
If anybody knows what, because I can see this conversation, this is great because it's about to bring me to. I want to see what you guys think about the topics we have before we head up out of here. But this bring me to my point because we was going to the S trafficking, right? And that's like kind of the route where I saw it's going there. And so being an entertainer and touring across the country, and I've been to a couple other countries, Canada to be one of my favorites. I was in a place to where I saw some things that an American guy probably would never see. In the entertainment world, we see things that most people would never fucking see. Now, if your brain open and you're conscious, then you really gonna see some things that you shouldn't have seen. And I think that there's places that people may not understand that entertainers are very great at getting. I'm not putting no pun intended out there. I'm not saying that entertainers are part of this lifestyle. But what I'm saying is, if you ever wanted to know information on a higher level from someone that's in a lot of places, and I say that we're the people that's paid by private people to put on great entertainment. People don't get what I mean by that. Like, I don't know who's hiring me to perform at their show. I mean, at their night, at their party. I don't know these people. All I know is the bill came in and they paid a high ticket, and I got to put on the hour and a half show. I don't know that I'm walking into an orgy. I don't know that I'm walking into some masquerade party with blood on the wall. A lot of times we don't know. You know what I mean?
You accidentally walk into the Illuminati parties? Really? Is that what you're claiming?
Hey man, I'm telling you, a lot of times cats, and I know what people may say. Come on, you ain't gonna know that. A lot of times it's like this. Sometimes people will hire you because they want your entertainment, but if they tell you what this is, you may not actually show up. But they want you. They want your entertainment. They want your product. But they know if they tell you that this is this type of event, because of some shit you may have said in an interview or blah blah blah, they're like, well, we can't tell them what it is because and it's not like no artist out there, unless you would know, no entertainer, unless it's specified, there's no entertainer that has, I don't perform for this, I don't perform for that. Unless it's specified. That's only if it's specified. I don't perform for Christians. I don't perform for gays. Whatever, right? Other than that, majority entertainers will perform for anybody or anything. And that's facts. Because our job is to do what? Entertain. We know nothing else but entertainment. So long as you paying us the bill to what a lot of cats will show. That's why you see cats, like a girl that showed up to Donald Trump's inauguration and everybody got mad at her, the black girl. And that was different because she knew that it was Donald Trump. She knew he was getting inaugurated, and she was on the bill for like months, and everybody knew that. So that's different, right? I'm talking about cases when you're on tour, you're able to see things behind closed doors where women is going throughout shit, and you're like, damn, what did that door lead to? And you know what I mean? Curiosity killed the cat, and it kind of shows you where we are in our lifetime right now. And I hate to say this as an entertainer myself, if I can be that guy to be like, you know what, I'm going to stop every what they call those trucks that be on the big cranes, right? If I'm going to stop every crane that I see walking past an import, right? Because people don't know, entertainers, we have to travel a lot. We have to go through certain imports. We have to go through certain places. We have to go through. Anyway, I'm saying too much. I'm really saying too much. I'm giving too much in the entertainment world. But what I'm saying is, it can get very dark. If you're not comfortable, a lot of people get the fuck out.
No, you're spot on. My cousin's an artist, like a really, really good artist. And he was talking about the photographer taking pictures for it because he's about to, do an album. And the photographer wanted him to take a photo, like this.
Oh wow!
And so I know what that is. You know what that is. And then also in the video, there's checkerboards, and my cousin's like,
oh, that's blunt. That's blunt.
But,
okay.
But my cousin wasn't aware of all of this, so he's like, because he normally has creative control over, he was the one he did all his photos, or his friends did them. He made his own videos, but then all of a sudden, as he got, a deal with a record label, he's like, wait a minute, what is this for? So I had a conversation with him about the Divine Nine and a whole lot of things, and how it's all interconnected with the M word that rhymes with onic. So as I educated him on that, that's where he started to pull back and started to hire his own people. But unfortunately, there's not enough people who are making entertainers aware of what they're signing up for until it's too late, until they've already walked into that door. And by then, it's already too late. You've already been compromised, or you've already been tempted, and you're not going to go back. It's hard for people to go backwards once they've been given all these rewards, and there's blackmail on the table. So you're absolutely right. And remember that Snoop Dogg album, The Game is to be sold, not told. I think it's the opposite. I think the game is to be told, not sold. I think it's, if we have that kind of information, it's incumbent upon us to educate young artists, because that's what they're trying to be. They're trying to use their creativity to live a life of maybe not abundance. Maybe they just want to live a life of happiness, but there's no reason why you need to sell your soul to pursue your creativity, because Satan doesn't have a monopoly on creativity. God does, but God does not get that anymore. Even though they say in the awards, hey, thank you, God, they're not speaking about the God that we're thinking of. And I'm going to stop right there before they shut down your stream.
No, that's a good segue, because speaking of God, I don't know if you watched the Olympics and you saw what happened at the Olympics. And, Simon, I need you to speak on this because this is around your neck of the woods. The Olympics people saw that first clip and they said it looked like the Last Supper. Now, I want to tell somebody this before I continue to go on with that. I want to tell y'all this. That was not the Last Supper. Why? Because I have facts. I have to show you guys. Greek mythology is not Western mythology. I don't know if that makes sense, or Christian mythology, or Hebraic. I can't say the name, but Hebrew mythology, if I want to say it right. That video that I just showed, I'm going to extend the video. I'm going to play the rest. That video was not what you think it is, people. It was not. Now, this is Christians versus the Olympics. Christians are claiming that picture is the Last Supper, that they're mocking Christianity. And I went along the train. No, I'm going to tell you, Jay, I went along the train. You know what? Fuck that. This is fucking crazy. They're mocking Christianity. Vote.
Woo-de-woo. You did the woo-de-woo call for the Christians? Okay.
You know what I mean? I was hot. Okay. I don't even call myself a Christian, but I was hot.
Okay.
Mocking Christianity like this, right? And then I was like, you know what? Let me not be a leftist. Let me jump and go do some research. Yeah, like I did. Let me not be a leftist. No, I'm joking. That was a joke, Democrats. But I said, let me not do that. Let me go do some research on this person. So I overheard these people talking about that this person is the actual Dionysus, Greek god that they were paying homage to. And I'm going to go ahead and continue that clip, and I'll play the other clip right here.
So many of those things so ingrained in French.
Remember, that's what you see. Now here we go.
This right here, did it represent this? Because, God, they look really familiar, don't they? Gotta love that headdress, too, right?
Feast of Dionysus, not the Last Supper.
In ancient Greece, there was a god like no other. Dionysus, the god of wine, ecstasy, and madness. He was born from the forbidden affair between Zeus, the king of the gods, and a mortal woman, Semele. But But his birth was no ordinary one. It brought about jealousy and rage from Hera, Zeus's wife. Driven by her anger, Hera tricked Semele into doubting Zeus's divinity, leading to her untimely demise. But Zeus saved Dionysus by sewing him into his thigh until he was ready to be born again. Dionysus grew up to be a powerful and enigmatic deity, roaming the earth with his loyal followers, the Maenads.
Stirring frenzy and chaos wherever he went. His worshippers reveled in wild orgies and rituals, losing themselves to the intoxicating power of wine and music. But Dionysus was not all revelry and joy. His wrath could be as destructive as his celebrations were euphoric.
This right here did it.
So, Simon, I see you, Simon. So I wanted to kind of ask, before I play the rest of this other clip, people, we take it too far. Christians, I understand Christians. We could take it too far and be like, oh, Biggs, you playing with fire. No, I'm serious. You guys are getting uproar about something that had nothing to do with you. It had nothing to do with you. You know why? Because this motherfucker wasn't on Last Supper. This thing was not a Last Supper. It had nothing to do with you. This thing had everything to do with just praising homage to their deity. This guy was about sex, wine, and madness. Well, since you guys got uproar, and got all uproar, got your pennies in a bunch, check this out. Extended version. People, I felt fucking stupid. I felt fucking stupid. You know why I felt stupid? Because I'm thinking it was a performance. I'm thinking it was this grand performance that they put off. I'm thinking that it was just obnoxious, just LGBT crazy performance. And people, it was a fucking runway. It wasn't doing a goddamn thing, people. They were just standing on the side of a runway, right? Everybody's walking past, right? The whole runway model. It was a show performance, people, for runway models. It wasn't even a show performance for what we thought it was. Now, of course, if you guys see in the beginning of the second clip I played, well, you see the blue guy and all the hair, the roses and shit. Well, that's the God that they're praying to. And the person that had the little thing on their head, that's who they're praying to also. It was to show a graceful hood to their Lord, to their master. And the video I played to show you the tribe and how they would always act when they had a party for this deity, right? That's what the mantra is. So I'm going to hand it up to the panel. I just want to see what you guys think of Christians versus the Olympics.
Did you want to go first, Love, or you want me to go first? Or you want to rock, paper, scissors? It's up to you.
I'm just going to say simple, and I'll keep sipping and let you go.
Simon, where you at? Because I need you.
There's no way that...
He said his internet was messing up. He wrote it in the chat.
Oh, okay, my bad. Oh, okay, my bad. I see it.
There's no way that I looked at that and thought anything about the Last Supper or anything about Jesus or any of that. I just seen it as entertainment and a runway, a DJ, and people out there. There was no food. There wasn't 7 people. That never crossed my mind.
Okay.
Do you think they're reaching?
It sound like, mind your business.
Okay. I saw it as a few things. I saw it as well, one, we got to realize, it's the Olympics. The Olympics is rooted in Greek and Roman mythology. The Colosseum, all of that. So again, that was before Christianity. It was. Like before it was. Okay. So secondly, it's in France, which is one of the, I would say, birthplaces
Hold
for.
on, hold on. Let's take our time. You are absolutely motherfucking right, because I'm sitting here saying to myself, "Oh no, you had the Israelites and blah blah blah." But no, Christianity was established in Europe, but that was way until constant. What's his name? Constant, whatever his name is, Constantine or whatever. You get what I mean? Caesar Borgia, the Pope, you know what I mean? That whole little thing, right? So I get it. That's where, because you had Catholicism, and Catholicism birthed Christianity in a way, because they were trying to find a religion to still praise paganism, but then they didn't want to do all the Catholic shit. So that's when the Hebrews and the Catholic came up with Christianity, and that was so they could still practice paganism, but they could do anyway. You got it. You're right. Go ahead.
Damn. Normally you gotta hit the blunt to get that. So you just licked the blunt and got that. So, okay, I'm gonna be scared when you hit the blunt. You're gonna be making some serious sense. Okay, so secondly, it's in Paris, France, which is probably one of the most popular places for trans ideology. And like from the 80s and 90s, when you think of drag, Paris, France is one of the first places you think of, So there's that. So that's why it was that. And then third,
is that the reason why the men out there are very flamboyant?
Oh, absolutely. Oh, wow. It's a very Paris is a very cocaine heavy wine culture. And when you have that yes, as a bartender, I've seen with cocaine, you can't get your dick hard because the blood won't go to your dick, like the cocaine, but you're super horny. And that's why a lot of people get turned out using cocaine, because all of a sudden as a man, you're super, super horny, but your dick can't get hard and you just want to feel something. And that's how, and then all of a sudden someone's playing with your prostate and you have an orgasm, and you have a stronger orgasm through your prostate than you do through regular intercourse. So that's the term, getting turned out. Your butt, sir. Yes.
Oh my God! No way!
No, sir. I'm being scientific about this. This is how it happens. This is how people get turned. Go ahead, love.
No, I was just gonna say, but I get what he's saying, because men have a G spot, women have a G spot, and it's up in there. And theirs is near the prostate.
But that fucked me up.
You wasn't expecting
the truth.
That. It's the truth. It's the truth.
Now, hear me out. So if you ever go to a party and people are doing cocaine, and you'll see it. You'll see this is why I do it when straight guys try to go to pride events and all these kind of things, and like everyone's doing cocaine, they don't understand they're being set up, because a lot of times trans men and bisexual men and gay men, they love to have sex with a straight man. It validates their, oh, I look like a woman, and then now I got this man who's supposedly straight and I'm fucking him up his ass. Like it is a weird thing that has always kind of been synonymous with partying and cocaine. So again, that is wine, cocaine, like it's one of the few drugs. I always say, like, cocaine is like the first step to gay sex. It really is. But anyway, and the third thing was it's programming and normalizing, because you didn't see it, but during the celebration, there was a girl there who was, I don't even think she was under, I think she was under 10 years old. Yeah, and she's on stage. She's on stage dancing with
so many of those things so ingrained in French culture.
She's in yellow, people in the corner. She's in yellow. She's in the corner. Okay. I'll play one more time.
Okay. So if you think about it logically, you would ask, well, why is she there? What is the need for her to be there? It's an orgy party. It should be over 18. Like, there's no reason for her to be there. But the reason they have her there is because they want to normalize it. And again, they start with our children. There's a book called Ender's Game, where if you want to start a revolution, you have to start with the children first, and then the older people will follow the revolution in shame, because they feel like, oh my God, these kids they know, so I have to make sure that I follow the children. And so having the child there is like, oh, this is normal. It's no big deal. It's the same reason why when you go to a Target now, even like me, I went to Aldi today to get some groceries, and by the checkout in the kid area, they had the pride thing. Now, I don't care what you have to do to get your rocks off. Like, hey, everyone has the right to do what they need to do. My only question is, there's no need for a young girl to be a part of this ceremony. The reason she was is because they want to make it normalized. So the satanic religion always has to do. They have to. They get its power by showing it to you in plain sight. They do things behind the box.
Yeah.
Okay, they do things behind the scenes, but they also have to do things in front of your face, and it's part of the game they play. It's part of the. We showed you, and no one got upset, and it's a mockery of the higher power, whatever God you want to call it. I'm native, so I see different. I have multiple. Go ahead.
I'm gonna add to that. Also, this is the way that satanic religion, how it was told to me, because you nailed it. No, you nailed it. I'm not taking away from that. Like, I'm just want to add to it. That what it is it's like if I had an apple, right, and I know this apple is poisoned, right, and I set it out here on the shop where I'm selling apples. And it says poison apples, but you came up to buy this apple. Now, if you die, that's not my fault. That's not my fault. You chose to do that. But I'm doing my just due to my deity. Because my job is to give up poison apples. And I think that's somehow like people don't believe, like, no, that's not true. But that's really Satanism, getting you to agree to something without even getting you to agree to it. If you don't say nothing about it, speaking of that, you know what I mean? Like, you mentioned something about the kid, and I'm glad you mentioned that because that makes me want to bring this up. And I want you to keep going, but, you're hitting points, and I just want to bring up some facts so people can see what I'm talking about, that you're not lying about what you're talking about. This is an organization called North American Man Boy Love Association, right? This is called NAMBLA. Right? I've been knowing about this fucking sick ass fucking organization for the past 10 years, and I've been waiting the time to like really just blast it out. I do a lot of research. When I came up on that made me feel weird. Why? Because I have kids. And when I came up on that information, I didn't have a son. And I'm definitely going to tell my son, hey son, watch out for stuff like this. This is what you need to look out for, son. I don't want to be that father to not show you that there are men out there want to do certain things and want to put you in certain things to make you feel like it's so. No, we're not having that. Why? Because you're going to be aware of these things. People, if you don't know, it's called the NAMBLA Association. You guys can, read up on that and protect yourself. You know what I mean? And protect your kids. Go ahead, boss man.
And the last part I wanted to say is that
it's an attack on us.
This might sound crazy, but Satanism and Christianity are one and the same. They're part of the. Hold on. They're part of the duality. So all the anger and frustration from the Christian side about what they saw is all part of the energy that they wanted. Whenever you see the cross, our brains, the cross is inverted. Everything that you see is actually upside down, and your brain has to flip it for you. So the cross that you see is actually an inverted cross, and they've made that the holy symbol, when in reality, it's satanic. So Christianity is hand in hand with capitalism and the satanic culture. So it's all intertwined, and it's all part of that matrix. I am not saying that Christianity is that. I'm saying that out of all the religions that have been here, let's say 200 years ago, 2,000 years ago, before Christ, they have more validity and a closer connection to the Almighty God versus Christianity. And Christianity has been a detriment for Black people in America in a horrible way, because Christianity has not been willing to call out the sins of capitalism. And that's why in Black churches and no one calls out some of the simple sins. They don't call out women for child alienation. They don't call out people scamming to make money. Like, everything is justified for the almighty dollar, because for us in the community, our God is the dollar. It's all interconnected. Christianity, ancestry, all the anger that you see on, it's all part of the show. It's all part of the energy, because the internet was invented by America. So all that global energy, it's America. America hasn't invented much. Especially on a global scale, a lot of the things invented has come from Black people. But the internet has been invented by America, and now it has a global domination over the world. That is all part of the plan from the elites, from Christianity, the things that Christians have done and wiped under the whether you want to call it molestation, whether you want to call it trafficking, because there's been a lot of trafficking that happened to a lot of girls in Africa that a lot of people don't talk about, in the name of those
No, you're right.
not churches, but the it's another C word, where they go in and supposedly to help. But anyway, you know it's well, I know this word. I want to say commissionary, and it's definitely not.
I know.
Commissionary.
I want to say missionaries, but then
it is missionary. Missionaries. Okay, missionaries. Thank you. I'm thinking commissionary, but yes. So all the missionaries that went in with those thousands and thousands of young people, and they disappear. So again, it's all connected. Once you take some mushrooms and get with the right person and have certain conversations, you'll connect the dots. Don't do it too much, or you'll start to embrace schizophrenia. But there's levels to understanding this. But once you understand it too much, your brain cracks, I think. So I only get to a certain level.
See, I think that's the things too, because I am a person that goes there. Like I do like to travel to different dimensions, and like I do like to play with, the theory of, or I like to flirt with the theory of the cosmos. You know what I mean? I love those things in the sense to where you can kind of tap into something else by having something that's from our earth, like a mushroom or weed or something like that. I know people got hard as shit. People do hard as shit. Cool. Hey, whatever floats your boat. I'm not in it. I just like to say, just don't let it take over your life, and you have to lose your life on it.
Before you continue, I want to make. I had this huge argument yesterday with somebody, and I said, let's just say for 2 generations in America, what if weed disappeared? No more weed, and instead of Black people smoking weed on a weekly basis, everyone's taking mushrooms. Do you think that would be a net negative or a net positive for the community? And the dude was like, oh my God, that would be the worst. And I was like, see, I don't think so. I think if that happened, we would understand, one, we wouldn't value death the way that we do now. You would not, because, oh my God, people would be having, I killed my brother. Like mushrooms, you understand how connected we really are. And if we actually embrace that as a culture, again, our original religion, because in native indigenous culture, at 14, you're having your first mushroom trip. And your elders help you do this. If we had that instead of weed, would that be a net negative or positive for us in the community? I say in 2 generations, all of the killing, all of that would stop.
I think
not all, but we wouldn't celebrate death the way that we do now, for sure. And we would be a much stronger community if we had a mushroom culture versus a marijuana capitalistic culture.
Okay. I'm not going to say I don't agree, because I've never, I've never had any bad trips on it. I've never seen anyone else have, I've seen a person trip out, and I think it depends on the person's mental. Let me just put
bad trips are because your soul is bad. Bad trips means you need to get something out your soul. That has nothing. When people have bad trips, that's something that had to get out. They had to get those thoughts out. Every 3 years or every 7 years, every cell in your body recycles. But Native said you're supposed to have a mushroom trip at least every 3 years, because you put up a mask to deal with the world and show them a version of you that you're not really, like your ego death. But you're supposed to be having an ego death every 3 years and shedding that mask and coming out of it brand new. What we do in our community is we ingest the pain, all the pain and trauma, we medicate it with weed, and we never let it go. So when people have that bad trip, it's because it's all of that came out and they couldn't process it. It's too much. It was scary, and that's why they had a bad trip, because they had demons they had to get out of them. They had thoughts of that they had to get out of them, and they attribute that to a bad trip when in reality it was a release.
Okay, so let me tell you. Go ahead before I tell the story. Go ahead.
Yeah, sorry, love. Yeah, we fucking up Love's high if she's smoking. Sorry.
I know.
I'm not
Okay.
smoking. I don't have anything to smoke. However, I just was throwing out just real quick. I just said for me, I'm a chicken. I just rather cook and eat my mushrooms than eat them than have a mushroom trip.
Have you ever had a mushroom trip?
Nah, I'm good. I just
See, that's the thing. Everyone's afraid of it, and they've never had it.
Okay, well, I'm gonna tell you this.
Wait.
I'm gonna tell you this. I just found the side effects, and I found some good side effects, and bad side effects. Now check. Now a buddy of mine, I was on tour in Green River, Utah. There was a big festival. It was the festival was called. Yeah.
You've been in them parties, okay?
Yeah, man.
I know. Okay.
So, and this is a big festival, and to speed up, this night I was given the 8 mushrooms. Other members were given the same amount, and I took all mine like they were Skittles, right? Right, and the other. But check, the other members did too, right? And mind you, we had just performed about an hour ago, so we weren't going back on stage. We just had to chill because we was leaving. We were staying in our trailer that night. We were leaving in the morning to go to Chicago because we were leaving, the next day. Anyway, while we were out there and we was tripping and shit, I'm in front of the crowd, in front of the stage, and there's a lady that comes out with these horns. And with this whole little outfit on. The band was called Beat Antique, right? Literally. This band was not like a band that you know. This band started doing this. They had this whole little ceremony, and it was very satanic. Let's just put it that way. It was very satanic. And I'm in a state that's considered very Mormon-fied, very religious. Very Bible driven, Mormon style, let's just say. And this was shocking to me because this is happening in a Christian state, supposedly. You know what I mean? And but I tell you that these people, when I saw the movie Avatar, that's what it looked like. These people were on the ground, right? Not laying on the ground like stomach, but they were sitting on the ground, Indian style, with their hands on each other's shoulders, transferring energy. Now,
wait. How many? I just have. You said you ate up the whole bag. Was it more than 5 grams?
It was a whole 8.
A whole 8. Okay. Then So did you also see that you're blue?
That I was blue?
Your actual color is blue. We see each other as brown, but you're actually, as a brown skinned melanated person, you're blue. Did you see that? Or not? Did you not get that deep?
Well, that's what I'm telling you. Because of what was going on, I was too extroverted. I wasn't introverted. Yeah. Right.
You weren't able to close your eyes and dive into your brain. You were too busy focusing on the okay.
Exactly. And
that's where bad trips come, because you're focusing on the outward.
Well, check. Okay, no, because you're onto something. Instantly. Now, mind you, I'm on mushrooms, I'm tripping, I'm on weed, I got liquor inside me, so I'm on one right now, right? I am
bad
on
combination.
One, right? Okay. And I'm instantly, when I saw these people get on the ground, they had hands to each other's back, and they're like playing, they're doing this whole little, it looked like Avatar, like they were transferring souls or some shit like that, right? And literally, I had looked up to the heavens and I was like, God, look, thank you, man. Like, please keep these demons off of me. Like, I swear I would never do no crazy shit ever again. Just don't let none of these demons come over me. I don't want none of this shit. I'm just trying to entertain, go home, man. I always to get back home, man. I got a whole nother tour. Anyway, I get back to the van and I look and I see these like it looked like luggage is on top of the van. We never put luggage on top of the van. Never, ever. That's weird, right? I get closer and it's the fucking guitar player on top of the van, ass naked. I was like, yo, what are you doing? He was like, my dad, man. My dad.
Living life.
I mean, he was having a full-on bad trip. I think what was supposed to be my trip, you get what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. That's just my weird thinking. I think sometimes like what's supposed to, I feel like I dodge a lot of things and I see what was supposed to hit me, hit other people. You know what I mean? Maybe that could be, you know what I mean? I call it a spiritual thing where I can see things in the spiritual realm. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
I can see different things moving. I can see demons flying. You know what I mean? And to me, I'm not scared of it in a way. You know what I mean? I'm not, I guess because I grew up seeing it. So, you know what I mean? At mid-30s, I'm not scared. You know what I mean? I don't see it as a scary factor no more. I see it as like, okay, this is just what's in this world. And there's people that's involved with demons and blah, 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 and angels and woo.
Mm-hmm. But I was going to tell you he might have been your angel because you were on the way to having a bad trip. But by you seeing what you perceive somebody else having a bad trip, it centered you. And it puts you in a different state of a state of analyzation versus a state of panic, where you were going, oh my God, please help. You actually prayed to God, like, please help me. And then all of a sudden you see somebody on your van, and that I could be right, I could be wrong, but that could have been your angel. And he was going through something that was a horrible thing, but even did you ever see the Madara quote where wake up to reality? And he speaks about the duality from Naruto. Never mind. Okay, they won't. I'll leave that alone. But his bad trip, again, if you think about duality, his bad trip that was negative for him was a positive for you. And that's how this game is always being played in negatives and positives and negatives and positives, zeros and ones, zeros and ones.
I look at it as once
I'm mind blown right now. I'm mind blown because that's exactly what I'm sorry to cut you off. Man,
I've been an oracle before. Man. I'm native.
You gotta see, hey man, you gotta put that in the private chat. I gotta go look that up because that is mind blowing. Because that's exactly what it's like seeing. Like it's like seeing the Matrix. You know what I mean? It's like seeing numbers and zeros, and the real world doesn't look like the reality world. The real world looks very rugged and you know what I mean, very savage, but the reality world looks like, you know, it's just all perception and manipulation and deception, and you know what I mean? It's literally the devil's playground in a way. And I hate to say it that way. I really do, but I know people say it's not.
Satan is so called the prince of lightness and the prince of music. So everything that you speak about with entertainment from a global standpoint, it is Satan's realm. Now, again, I'm not saying that music is satanic. I'm not saying the creation of music is satanic. I'm saying that the promotion of music is satanic. It's like if you're an artist, you can be an artist, and if you have 10 people who are willing to buy your art and support you, shit, if you get that's a livelihood. There's nothing wrong with that. But once you try to get 100 people, or if you were a drug dealer, if you have a good connect of 15 people once a month who hit you up, that's all you need, and you can be safe. But where you get caught up is when you try to get more and more and more. It's the same thing with music and entertainment. The more you try to show the world your entertainment and creativity, the closer you're going to get to ego and being satanic and demonic.
Okay. Well, this is good because this is a great conversation. Is music satanic? Now, well, I like to say this. You're on to something, but you're not in the door. In a sense to where like you're walking down the hall, but there's a door that's cracked open that you literally cracked it open just by walking because your energy cracked it open. But this door is literally the door of seeing the fact that there are satanic people and there are people who just love doing music.
Yes.
But a lot of times they're immersed amongst each other like hoes and good women.
Okay.
Right? Sometimes we don't know we see a good woman, but she's around a gang of hoes. So we think she a hoe. The average dude would be like, oh, she a hoe.
But you're but guilty by association, correct?
Guilty by association, right? You know what I mean?
The same applies. You can be a good musician trying to do. Think about all the people who get sacrificed. They're the people who are trying to do music in a good way. And
they're satanic. No, they are satanic. In order to accept something like that, you have to already accept it in your brain already. So you've already.
But the people who don't. Yeah, but the people who won't walk in the door, the people who won't embrace the satanic people, who are already in the industry, those are the ones who will get sacrificed because that's where
well,
that's valuable to them. So let's say you, for example, let's say you're trying to do music and you're in the industry and you're trying to do it in a good, righteous way. They're going to say, okay, let's help promote that. And while you are thinking, you all of a sudden, wait a minute, I'm in this realm and I'm not guilty by association. They're setting you up by the numbers and waiting for your birth date or whatever number to align so they can sacrifice gematria. They're holding you there and waiting, and they're going to sacrifice you. That's what they do to a lot of people in that industry.
What if it's not that blunt? Okay. I'm telling you, okay, Jay, what if it's really not that as blunt and it's really subliminal, whether we think it or not? What if
it could be that as well?
What if there's an actual artist, and I'm just put it this way, what if there's an actual artist who's really not satanic, right?
Okay.
They love their art, they got great morals or whatever, but when we see their music on TV, when we see their shit, it has this negative connotation to it. It has this demonic feel to it, right? They're not in control of a lot of the images that goes on. The labels are. They're not in control.
Are they being rewarded by it?
Are
they reaping the benefits and the rewards of that image?
That's contract. That's contractual. So by contractual, that has to be. You know what I mean? I gotta seg my way out.
I think you're justifying it. It's the same way where somebody. It's the same way where a drug dealer will say, "Well, hey, okay, go ahead."
I'm not justifying it. I'm just saying that when you look at, sometimes our artist is so naive. They're a nigger, right? They're ignorant to knowing. I'm joking. That was no pun intended.
The ignorant ones are the ones that get sacrificed. The ignorant ones don't make it long in that industry. Don't worry.
That's what I'm saying, right?
Yeah.
And they get the negative like this.
What is the 33rd step of what you know it? What is the 33rd step of Masonry? Complete knowledge. It means you are aware of all of it. So the people who are not on that level, they're still Masons. They're just not as aware as that 33rd level, but they're still equally as guilty, but they won't be sacrificed. It's the same thing that you're talking about in your situation, where it's like, hey, they might be a good person and they may not be aware, but as long as if you're getting the rewards from that, then you are in line to be sacrificed, and you cannot complain about what happened.
Okay, but that's a person that knows something. Right? You have to say that person is a little aware. I'm talking about the person that's totally fucking naive. That's totally fucking completely has no clue. They just go to the studio. I'm telling you, I can name Ariana Grande. I can name a gang of fucking artists who are literally everyday people.
Sir, that is not the name you. Ariana Grande is. You think that she's naive to the ins and outs of this game?
That's what I'm saying. You gotta hear me out. 1 second, right? You have to look at the actual data points, right? When I'm looking at an artist, this is how I view an artist. If an artist is with the cult or not. Damn, this is deep. This is fucking deep. This is my real analyst of how I look at an artist, right? Been in the game over 25 years. I look at an artist like this, and I study these little motherfuckers. And I'm like, look, this artist, if this artist take on this type of look, which is kind of, people say more darkish, but I don't say that. I say the Katy Perry, you know what I mean, vibe, right? That's, to me, because it's the total opposite of what you would expect. Those people typically sold out, right? It's those people in those realms, right? And this is allegedly, right? Because I wasn't in the room when they did what they did, or blase, so I can't say if they did it or not. This is allegedly. Right? I'm gonna just say for fair use and, you know what I mean, fair use purposes. This is allegedly, but we know the ones that have taken the oath, and we know the ones that have made certain moves because we seen it in front of our fucking face and we accepted it as if it was nothing. And we looked at them and said we still support them, so which means we're okay with it. Hence your yays. Hence your different people that we seen that have lost close people. You get what I mean? That have lost close people, and we seen it on TV. We seen it in like live on TV, right? We're talking about like, how do you lose a son and he's close to you? Y'all close as fuck, but you just lose a son all of a sudden. You know what I mean? How do you lose a mom and y'all been close together forever, and all of a sudden you just lost your mom out of the blue, just going to do some surgery? You know what I mean? And then nobody looks at that. We just accepts it and then accepts him, and then we all send letters to him, and so now we accept what happened, right? That's Satanism in front of your fucking face, but we tend to say, oh no, now he's a Christian. Now he's, oh shit. Okay, Ben's talking too much, but all I'm saying is sometimes we have to look at it's not as and I'm a big Ye fan, so don't get me wrong. I like Ye. I like his music. You know what I mean? A lot of the shit he says, I think it's very out there. You know what I mean? I think people don't believe, but I think when you lose something so close and you have nothing to lose for, and you made and seen everything that the world and back, you like, well, I give two fucks now. Now it's just my word and my kids taken care of, assets are taken care of. So y'all go catch these words, right? So a person really stopped giving a fuck. He's trying to act, you know, people start saying, oh, you're Donald Trump now because you just don't care about what comes out your mouth. No, the motherfucker is that solid that he don't have to worry about that. His kids taken care of. That's when a person is taken care of. You see them start talking wild and shit. When a person, he wasn't talking wild like that when he first came out, was he? When Jesus Walks came out, was he talking as crazy as he was? No. When he started getting on, he started making more money, he started taking certain shit, and right after his mom, you think about it. All I'm saying is sometimes you would see it right in front of your face and we still accept it. And what we just got through talking about, the first rule or the main rule to Satanism is what? When a person
has to be in your face and hidden in plain sight.
In plain sight.
Let me ask you a quick question. How old does Ariana Grande look?
Shut the fuck up, because I'm
just asking. How old is wait. I'm just asking the question. I'll ask Love. Love, how old does Ariana Grande look?
I'm sorry. What's her name? The Queen. It's on the Whitney Houston.
Okay.
Whitney Houston. Right? How the fuck a woman passes away? I ain't gonna say nothing else. But how does a woman passes away in the same hotel, a floor up, or a couple floors up, of the actual Grammy biggest entertainment venue, music venue in the world?
It must be a coincidence.
It must be in plain sight.
Exactly.
I'm just saying, these are things that we don't even take notice of. Okay, I got another one for you. Heath Ledger, plain sight.
Yes.
Jeffrey Epstein, plain sight.
Ricky Smiley's son.
Come on, man. We talking too much.
Ricky Smiley's son.
Right.
Regina King's son.
Ooh.
All these firstborn sons?
Allegedly. We don't know anything.
Allegedly.
Allegedly.
Allegedly is a whole lot of goddamn coincidences. That's again.
I'm just saying.
But I'm not losing love. How old does Ariana Grande look?
23.
Nah, she looks like.
Okay. How body wise? How old does she look?
Now.
Okay. At the peak of her popularity, how old did she look?
16.
Okay. Body type wise, what age would that kind of be attributed to?
I say 8.
Of course, little, right? Like a little thing.
Okay.
You're gonna consider her a little thing.
Okay, exactly. So
it's like I don't listen to music because she's so small.
I'm just putting a theory. It's the same way that I don't deal with Asian women because the sounds they make sound too girlish to me when you try to have sex with them. You know, the way they moan is too pubescent to me. No, you sound like a little child in the way that you moan. So I never had a thing for, like, if you're having sex with an Asian girl and that's sounding and that's getting your dick harder, you might need to analyze yourself a bit, you know, and because the sounds they make are their frequencies are too high. It's not natural. Their fake sounds they learn from hentai, and they sound like little girls. So anyway, with Ariana Grande, she was able to tap into having the body type that looks very adolescent, a face that looks very innocent and pure, but the images that she does with the bunny ears and everything else in her videos and the things that she sings about are the complete opposite. Duality. That's how they play the game. She looks like a little girl. She sounds like a little girl, but wow, what she's dancing to and wearing is the complete opposite. It's very succubus and very Jezebelish. It's very hoish. That's well, she's popular. Let's make her suit. Let's put her on top of the charts so that men who have these thoughts can look at her and not feel guilt. They can look at her and not feel like I'm not being a pedo by listening and jacking off to this girl, even though she looks like a child. She's acting in a way as adult, so it makes them feel better. Same way that certain people like to watch anime when it looks like a little child, but she says, "Oh, I'm a 2,000-year-old vampire," but it looks like a 10-year-old girl. So you can look at that girl and resolve yourself of the guilt of having sexual attraction for a little child, because you've justified it by saying, "Well, she's a 2,000-year-old vampire." That it's all part of the game to trick with your programming in your brain to normalize behaviors and sinful things that you should reject.
That movie didn't play.
We had a conversation about something like that, and we were talking about just how you feel like as females, and I just always said that I don't want to sit there and be like, "Ooh, daddy," because I shouldn't be thinking of any parent while I'm in that position, or for the guy to always want you to shave your stuff.
Yeah, I think it's
talking about.
Hold up now. Love, I don't like flossing. Okay, I'm just saying. Look, I'm with you until shave it, ladies, wax it, get rid of all of it. I don't want. I can do better work if there's no obstructions. You know, I promise.
I
it's the same thing for guys. If we shave our hair, we get a better blowjob. It's the truth.
I don't know. I haven't gotten that. I mean, I can't. Don't get me wrong. If you ask me what I prefer it, I mean, I think it does feel kind of weirdish in a way. I do like to know I'm dealing with a woman in the bedroom. I'm not saying I like it.
Come on, bro. Come on, bruh. No, I don't want no naps there. That should be hurting. It really do though. Like no. I'm sensitive. I got a sensitive mouth. You know what I mean? Like no, I don't. That's no.
She have a nice fade and she got naps.
Man, hey, that shit's annoying. You trying to lift the lip up to find the clip and do your work, and it's just a whole bunch of spider web. No. I got ADHD. I'm sorry, I can't do it. I need it.
My attention span is very short.
If you want the best experience you can get from me, go ahead and
Mom, I need to find this thing.
Hey, I'm sorry.
I'm talking about
I hear you. You know what I mean?
The wording with it.
I just see it.
I'm a hypocrite. I'm one of them brothers like, hey, yeah, all natural. Yes, yeah, no weed. No, I'm down for it, but no, shave all that though. I want you all natural, except for that.
Hair upon the arms is weird. Like I do think a woman with hair upon. Now, I mean, I know I could be wrong. That could be my own little thing. I know dudes really, and there's a lot of dudes. They're like, hell no, I want my woman with a motherfucking tree. So you know what I mean?
Yeah. Them old school dudes, the snappy nappy dugout. They still call it that. Like that sounds disgusting to me. I would never want to be with some snappy nappy dugout.
That's just me though. That's just me. Me. If I
ain't just you,
and no lie, like I guess it's just hairy. Like I don't mind the hair on the punani. Like if it's trimmed nice, look cool. You know what I mean? All that. You know what I mean? Whatever. But like I do have a little weird thing when it comes to even talking to a woman in the streets and she got like. You know how women wear those tank tops sometimes, and then they'll have like a whole bunch of hair up under their arms. The whole time I'm thinking while I'm talking to her is the fact that she has a whole bunch of hair on her arms. I'm like, yo, you have a lot of hair up under your arms. Like you ever in my head, but we having a conversation about something like, oh, the price of milk or the price of candy. But in my head, I'm thinking of like, what the fuck, you have a lot of hair up under your arms, right? And it's amazing how you just don't feel that shit. And she'll have that shit like, and she'll raise her hand up, and that shit be like done and pressed and like.
No, I understand. I got to get ready to run. My battery's about to die. But I literally just had a hookup with this African chick maybe 3 weeks ago, and it was all good. But she had hair on. She had little hairs on her nipples, and I'm trying to like.
Whoa, hair on the nipples. I think his phone died.
I do too.
But hair on the nipples, people. I think that ended that one. Hair on the nipples. Whoa.
He went from don't call me a nigga to hair on the nipples.
Damn, that was a great way to
end it, right?
End it. Hair on African hair on her nipples. She is a. People, thank y'all for tuning in. If you have been watching for the past 7 hours and 48 minutes and 22, 23, 25
seconds.
You know, thank y'all so much, man. Y'all ride or dies, man. Dude, this has been a long one, man. Thank y'all so much for tuning in. Riri, thank you for just thugging with me this whole time, man. Appreciate you.
Yes. Even though you threw me a referee shirt that I wasn't ready for.
Tribe Nation. You know, Walt Kids, he gave us a nice, good drunk night, you know what I mean? But he'll be back,
Exactly.
But thank you. But people, thank y'all so much for tuning in, man. I really appreciate you guys. You already know Gas Mask Tribe TV Podcast. It's your boy Big Biz. And you already know I'm chilling with Miss Light Love or Love Light. Love Light. I like that. Love Light. That's dope. Love Light. Mm-hmm. That's a whole wow. I just saw a whole fucking vision on that. Wow. Like I seen a flashlight. I ain't gonna say nothing.
Long as it wasn't mushrooms in here.
Thank y'all so much for tuning in, man. We outie, man.